Hello, everyone, and welcome to another action-packed day from here on Jeju Island of Triton Poker Super High Roller Series coverage. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow himself, and of course, the four-card portion of the program continues to be upon us, with a winner being crowned in yesterday's 25K and 50K Day 2 coverage coming your way here today. We are going to crown a champion in that one, and then we are going to have some coverage of main event day number 1. That a 100K buy-in, by the way, so obviously plenty in store for us, and maybe some missed yesterday's coverage, Kevin, of that 25K. You know, it takes a minute for me personally every festival when we transition from 2-card to 4-card just to get the brain right, and it did seem at times like those that had just come off of a full slate of 2-card were struggling a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we just think about who was at that final table coming in, maybe not the players that we expected to come away with victory, and also just a pretty fresh-looking leaderboard in the top 7 in that event. Maybe some advantage to coming in late with a specialty in this game?
As per usual, many of the snipers did descend, and some of them came in a little bit early. More on that later. For those that missed it, let us flash back to how things shook out at the final table of the 25K last night. We picked up coverage yesterday with 19 players. Before long, our final 7 were set. They included the American legends Phil Ivey and Eric Seidel that would wind up in a collision here. Ivey found kings full on the flop. Seidel was not drawing dead, but he could not find the necessary ace as he would bow out in 7th for $123,000, showing that he plays multiple disciplines of poker and does so quite well, Seidel. Of course, this we know about Phil Ivey as well. Found himself involved here, trips on a deuce-deuce-5 board. And you saw Lin Wei of China sail away with those 2 8s. He would need a snowman to save himself, and it would not present itself. So, the Chinese delegate would bow out in 6th. $166,000 would go to him. Again, Ivey involved in one this time as an all-in. The raise came from Ellis Parsonen's double-suited ace-queen 6-5. Ivey with the kings made the call, and Xining Dan with the aces would force Parsonen out. The flop would provide a wrap to Phil. Queen, queen, jack, 3. The heart was of no issue. Kings, 10s, 9s, and 8s all would have worked for Phil. But in the end, the 4 of clubs was all the deck had in store for him, as the payout desk had $213,000 in store for him. Tom Bedell, who just looked like the man that was having more fun than anybody, and why wouldn't he? He held the chip lead for much of the final table, not in this particular exchange, or forgive me, including in this particular exchange against Ellis Parsonen, who had just king, queen, jack, 10 with top pair and the inside wrap. Parsonen took his chances, but ultimately it would be a 4th place finish and $264,000 for Ellis, the sniper, along with Mr. Greiko, who decided he wanted to get in 4.3 million plus with the blinds at 250,500 against Tom. Queen 9-4, and the 7s were hanging on for dear life.
Good luck, guys.
And you heard Tom say that's a good one, as he ended up with the straight, and Richard would end up with nothing more than a fist bump, but of course, $320,000 for the 3rd place finish. The heads-up battle then between China and Norway was set a 7-6, a couple of hearts. You can see the set for Xining Dan was delightful, but the turn was disastrous, as Bedell would find the 7 high straight, and Dan thought he was playing this one like a fiddle. Instead, he was the instrument of his own demise, as the check pot brought forward a jam, and Tom would show his respects to Xining Dan, but then he would show his enthusiasm for a first ever Triton title for Dan. The Triton first-timer, $486,000 for the 2nd place finish. And Tom, we've seen him just kind of here and there, popping his head up, you know, picks and chooses kind of when he wants to show up. But this first taste of glory for him, as I did the winner's interview, you could tell was so magical, so special. He was quick to point out, by the way, that he did have a 10K Euro buy-in EPT PLO title as well. But his results, if you look inside the app, are just staggering. And forgive me because I don't have it up right now. But what we will do is you can see the little search feature here. We're going to see if I can pull him up. He is no longer involved in the 50K, but here it comes. $1.28 million in career Triton earnings. You see the title after playing the 100K main. That was 2 card. Shows up in his very first PLO of this festival. And then just look, 2 for 2 in Monte Carlo in PLOs with an 11th and a 7th. And then back in Madrid when he first paid us a visit, he lives in Spain. He was 3rd in a 25K and 7th in a 50K no limit. I mean, you know, in terms of just knowing your lane and showing up and making the most of things, one really can't argue with Tom Bedell's discretion.
Yeah, I have to agree. You know, Ali, when I first started looking at PLO tournaments, I was told by a few players who compete in these fields, some of the players understand PLO, some of the players understand tournaments, very few of them understand both. Now, I have to give Tom credit. I get the sense from watching that final table that he understands both. There was some real navigation around the times he had the chip lead versus when he didn't. He came in at the top, obviously, fell down to 5 out of 5, was able to make his way back, and showed very different gears at different stages of that final table.
His 4th pot limit Omaha tournament here at Triton, and he's cashed in every single one that he played prior to, of course, this 50K that we're bringing you here today. Not to be overshadowed, of course, this theme, which continues to be robust despite the fact that you might have suspected that in the PLO portion of the program, the delegation would disperse and would not have people there to carry the flag. And then here comes Xining Dan, and he looked very solid.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of first-timers from China at this final table, both of them obviously with PLO experience from some games that we're not familiar with. Don had the same sort of tactics, shifts in tactics depending on situations. I saw him approach different positions at the table very differently from each other. I mean, certainly some awareness and even some kind of sneakiness to get his way into second place. He didn't have a lot of chips down the stretch.
No, he didn't, but he made the most of the chips that he had to slide into second. And let's face it, with the set of 6s, he actually took a very nice line. It was just a gutter. Not much that he was going to be able to do, and the board did not pair, and that would be the end of the road for him. Of course, for Parsonen, yet another final table in the PLO streets here. Richard Greco, well established. Producer James pointed him out as one to watch when it comes to 4-card, and as he flies under the Union Jack. Best of the PLO players in terms of the snipers, but just couldn't get it done. So, with that 25K in the rearview mirror then, let us turn our attention to the 50K. Day 2 of that one. We thought that we would be here a long while late last night, and then all of a sudden, we got down to the money in a little bit of a hurry, and surprisingly enough, we did so with the field that actually wasn't far off the pace of the 25K, despite the doubled buy-in.
Yeah, 112 entries in this 50K PLO, 55 unique players. You would expect, traditionally, when the stakes go up, players drop out, but obviously the players who are here to play PLO are here to play for every stake. As you said, already in the money, down to 17 players. $1.36 million for the winner at the end of today.
I mean, listen, 7-figure payouts in PLO tournaments, you know, they don't grow on trees. They just don't. And yet, here at Triton, we continue to push that envelope. $82,000 is locked up as we are down to 17 players remaining, just given the speed of that bubble play. We got down with 40 big blind average, I think it was. Yeah, that's right. Were you surprised by that?
I'm definitely surprised. I mean, I have to think that this has something to do with the hot run of some of the players who are at the top of the leaderboard. You really have to get dealt some coolers if you're on a short stack late in a PLO tournament to not be, you know, surviving and sneaking your way deeper into the late hours of the night, let's say. But we saw Tom Vogelsang, who certainly sits in the chip lead. Were you calling him Top Set Tom earlier in the day?
I don't think it was me that called him Top Set Tom. Was
Henry,
he just
Henry Kilbane, perhaps? But he was really hit by the deck in this day one. And you know, when the other players are getting dealt something, what can you do when you're up against a chip leader who has that distribution?
And by the way, there's plenty of people who checked out of this one courtesy of things like top set, because as you know, in PLO, the equities are running a little bit closer, and those top sets can be exactly why it is that you meet your maker. But not for Tom, who held on and, as you mentioned, was hit by the deck. Let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for a peek here at how he stands. 3.355 million, 84 bigs, and a good bit of runway between he and guess who? India's Santosh Suvarna, not simply evolving in terms of his 2-card aptitude, but also out here showing 4-card prowess.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game I have less experience watching Santosh in the cash game streets. I don't know how much PLO he's gotten after, but obviously unafraid to enter every event here at Triton. We know that he loves to compete in these fields and at these stakes. I mean, that's definitely a matchup I'm excited to watch. He's also got PLO expert sniper, let's say, Joni Jokamainen. Not to say he doesn't play great no limit. I know he was here for that part of the festival as well, but has Savarna on his direct left. The two of them tangling at the red table is quite interesting to me.
Yeah, that is going to be something to keep an eye on, no doubt. Now, producer James, you know, always keeping his ear to the street, if you will. And also a man that likes to grab his bag and swing the sticks. Apparently, some golf was played this morning by, get this, Yoni, Tom Vogel saying, Ellis Parsonen, and Sean Winter. Now, hang on a second because I'm just getting an update here. Producer James, they were booked to play this morning golf, but didn't actually? Okay, so it was due to the fact that 3 of the 4 players have made it into this day 2 that had that tee time that they didn't get playing. This is what he meant when he asked, I wonder if Sean just showed up because he's no longer in this 50K, unbeknownst that, you know, these guys probably aren't going to get out and get a round in before they come in and get busy here with 17 remaining. So nice to see, though, that these relationships do transcend simply the felt. And even though it's adversarial and zero-sum in nature, when you're out there in the tournament streets, we can still find a way to break bread and maybe even lose a little bread. As I understand, they like to gamble when they're out there on that golf course. Okay, so let's get a look at that other feature table, the blue table, where Shu Liang, the sleeping dragon, as christened by Brian Rast at our last festival, has shown many different gears, activations when you don't expect it. He's got his hands full direct right of the chip leader.
Yeah, this is, I mean, and also just a table with a lot of chips on it in general. Jones with 40 big blinds, Antonius 30 big blinds, Greenwood 52 big blinds. This is well more than we expect to play at this stage of the tournament. You expect a PLO tournament to have this big gap with a lot of short stacks at this stage. Maybe we fly to the final table. We might see some grindy action in these final 2 tables, let's say, once they consolidate, because, I mean, you don't want to put in 40 big blinds light when you know the pay jumps are coming not far ahead.
Okay, if we're going to talk about the money, let's take us there then. As you mentioned, $82,000, a grindy sort of affair right now in terms of the ladders. The rungs are fairly tight. $8K. Once we get up to the final 15 and 14, and then another 11.5. So the meaningful ladder's not really available to us. And there's 2 different ways that people look at this. Some are always looking to chisel and cobble. And every single spot, they're going to, you know, just take it as there's more money if I outlast one spot than there would be otherwise. And others are like, it's so insignificant in relation to where I've got my sights set. I would sooner take my chances now in this sort of portion that we're going to pick up coverage with in order to situate myself in a way that allows me to maybe just run away and snatch a title.
Yeah, I mean, I'll maybe give my take on that situation because I think it's a little different perhaps in PLO than No Limit even. When you're this far away from first place, there's such, you know, people refer to this as future game in addition to the consideration of ICM. So future game is that inherent future value of the chips that you accumulate now down the road with what you can do with those chips. In a PLO tournament, we know how valuable it can be to have the chip lead with 8 players left, let's say. Get to a final table, have the opportunity to play almost every hand. This can be massively profitable if everyone's following the rules of ICM, let's say. Even in No Limit, not everyone necessarily gets that same advantage from building a stack from 20 to 40, maybe 60 big blinds, but in PLO, I think the advantage of those extra chips is huge.
Yeah, a little bit more pronounced and obviously a little bit more desirable as a result. Now, I do quickly want to return to that red table because as much as you talked about the stacks at the blue table are healthy, we do have a relative lack of health in a few slots out there at that red table in Chance Corneth and Jeremy Osmus, a couple of guys that do play the 2 card, but obviously aptitude in the 4 card streets, a need for them to get something going, but I'm not so sure the setup for them is ideal. By the way, don't sleep on Ben Tollerine either, sitting there 31 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, both of those players you just named, referring to Corneth and Osmus, excellent tournament strategists. Corneth in particular with 12 big blinds, I think can do a lot with a short stack, has really high level of execution available to him, is willing to try to make those chips work further than they're maybe worth mathematically. So I would keep an eye on him to see what he's doing with this position.
Yeah, they've got that second biggest stack in the room to their right in Santosh Suvarna. And then Wai Leong Chun, not to be overlooked, by the way, 44 big blinds. He was a part of the 2-card portion of the festival where he found 2 cashes, a 22nd in the 25K WPT Global Slam and then 20th in the 100K main event. So perhaps riding a little bit of a wave of momentum is the Malaysian. So we're just about set to get you back down into the room. There aren't too many souls left on board this 50K vessel, but we're going to set sail, and we're going to sail right in to a champion here today from Jeju. So without further ado, Kevin and I cede the booth to the real stars, those that remain in the Coliseum, the gladiators of these PLO streets. Ike Haxton, not to be overshadowed. He's in there. Sean Raphael, deep run once more. That's that outer table, one of only 3 that remain in the entirety of the field on a single screen, brought to you by, pardon me, WPT Global.
And look at the chip distribution, by the way, Ali, on that outer table. Nagy and Guerrera top of the counts with just 21 and 20 big blinds.
That's remarkable. I mean, they are very fortunate not to find themselves at just about any other spot that would have been available. I mean, the improbability of Gergo Nagy having a chip lead with 21 bigs just cannot be overstated.
Yeah, I do hope we get to see some action from there because, I mean, is that table just going to run a flip and say whoever wins, good luck at the final table?
Yeah.
Of course not organized, but, you know, this is sort of the incentives of this spot. Whoever comes away with a few lucky hands there is going to be off to the races.
I could see a game of hot potato breaking out over there as Nagy is 11th of 17 runners overall in terms of chips. Didn't mention the name Patrick Antonius much, if at all, during the pregame, but of course, far be it from us to be overlooking he, or for that matter, this gentleman here, Griffith Jones. Sniper designation upon him, as he has descended upon Jeju for 4-card action, much like he did in Monte Carlo late last year. And there is Shu Liang. Not a bad Badugi hand, but it ain't a great PLO hand. That said, small blind, we're halfway home. He makes the investment. And look at Tom Vogelsang has gone out and found a little football kit for the home squad. Tom actually took a few days away from Jeju, went over to Seoul, enjoyed himself, finding his balance and his happy place before coming back here. Hiatus for Tom. We'd not seen him since Cyprus 2023. Really pleased to have him back in our ranks. And he'll be somewhat pleased to look up at bottom 2 versus the gut shot, which checks over.
That can make such a huge difference, you know. Day 15 of this series. Some of these guys literally haven't left the building, just competing day in and day out.
Bet and take it as we look at Vogelsang's festival thus far. First of any played was that leadoff 15K. Cashed 35th in the 25K 8 max, and then his only other cash was a 15th in the 40K mystery bounty. Flipping it back over to one in progress between the Finn and the Indian. Yukamainen and Suvarna squaring off. Pre-flop, this was a call and a check back. Yukamainen check called 65K on the flop. You saw the lack of action there on the turn after the 9 rolled off. Suvarna has made 10s on the river. He was after clubs, as we can see, but it's 10s full for Yukamainen, as that case card is an unpleasant one. And let's see whether or not Yoni is able to chisel a little value. He is going to slip it to Suvarna. Obviously, the coordinated nature of that 10, one would think that Yukamainen is hoping that Suvarna will either stab at this thing light or maybe has himself a straight. The jack is a bit of a blocker, and Yukamainen gets caught.
Yeah, had Suvarna not rivered the 10, maybe we do see that play work in Yoni's favor.
Yeah, he ended up with some showdown. But, you know, in PLO, if you've not been down the road before, you'll learn pretty quickly trying to value bet top pair and nothing more.
Oh, certainly
It's
not.
bad for your health.
Yeah.
And Suvarna's health meter lessened ever so slightly by Yukkamainen, who now displaces him and moves to second in chips ever so slightly. Yoni getting the caffeine going. Of course, those two gentlemen there looking to get anything going with their leaner than average stacks. King, King, 10-9 will qualify.
Yeah, Corneth. The aforementioned short stack, 12 big blinds. Effective. Have to think we want to charge the maximum. Best chance of running this one pre-flop.
$140. Come and get it. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Suvarna's going to come, and he very well could get it. All of it. We call them bad aces when they're not suited in any way. But they're aces nevertheless. Yep. Repot declaration here from Suvarna. Boy, those kings in PLO just feel like ace magnets, don't they?
Yeah.
In terms of just somebody finding
All in. 480.
that one hand that we really don't want to be up against, with obviously some confirmation bias, but a higher frequency than it feels fair.
Still 36%. That's why we have to put the money in.
So off to the flop we go. Corneth needs to find something, and that flop there doesn't qualify as such. Pulling it a king for the time being. Backdoor spadiness, backdoor straightiness. Currently possibilities, and now the ace of clubs takes
Good luck,
all
everybody.
possibilities. Off the board, as Chance wishes the remaining field well, but he is going to be the first casualty of the day. 14th of 17 runners in terms of chips, and no further than 17th will be his finish. Obviously on the inside of the bubble, at least he can take down $82,000. Unclear how many bullets were invested, so can't just automatically assume that we're on the right side of the ledger in that spot. But Suvarna, nice pickup there. Now just 6 bigs back of Tom. Pardon me, top set Tom, as rechristened by our colleague Henry, apparently. Although it's a new day, we don't know whether or not top set Tom is back for more.
He was calling him that, I think, at the start of day one coverage. He made top set aces 4 times, I want to say, in about 10 hands. And
they held, though, right?
yeah, I quickly amassed 1 million chips early in the day, and I glanced at the way that the day one finished. And the very last hand was also Tom Vogelsang knocking out Adam Hendricks with top set of jacks.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's Luke Greenwood
Yeah, no problem.
as the action is 5-handed here at this table, with 16 remaining. It is only the outer table that fights on 6-handed. Jack, Jack, 9-8 will be a qualifier here. Vogel. Making it 100. You know, I say Vogel. That's reserved for Christoph.
You think so?
Lord Vogel. With Tom, we either say Tom or we say Vogel saying. Can we agree on that? I'm having a negotiation with myself, by the way, Kevin. You just happen to be here for it.
Yeah, it does seem like you're in charge of this decision. You
Yeah,
know?
right. Well, Griffith is in charge of Queen 10, 9, 8. He has chosen to flat it.
Yeah,
King 6, 6, 5 in spades for Patrick.
Playing relatively deep. 40 big blinds effective. 30 with Patrick. He looks interested in getting involved, and he does have position on the small blind, normally a spot where the big blind gets to overcall fairly wide.
So, a three-way affair. You saw Tom shooting the look over. King 3 deuce. Antonius with the gut shot and top pair, well in front of the field on a relatively dry board. Two quick checks in front of Tom. You know, in Hold'em, you have jacks on a board like this, and you ask questions. In PLO, you're just a little bit less inclined to do stuff like that. You see the check back from Tom. He finds a pair of nines, as does Griffith Jones, along with a gutter.
Yeah, pretty big turn card for Jones's hand, and I wonder how often he wants to represent this board. It's disconnected enough, and we only have the 8 of spades. But you gotta like the fact that you have a 9, and we didn't see Vogelsang bet the flop. Does end up checking. Cautious procedures multi-way. And Patrick's got to feel like he's got a very showdownable one with the spade backup as well. Vogelsang has ideas now of clearing out. Equity, jack of spades. Interaction. Both jacks fairly useful to clear out hands. Patrick just has the type of hand that can continue without interacting with that queen jack 10.
How often is Tom going to produce better than King 6 as a pre-flop raiser, position check back on the flop, and then position bet on the turn? Apparently not very often, decides Patrick, and he's got plenty of equity in case he's wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going for, and you know, maybe even thinking he can clear out a better king without backup in some way. I don't know how often these hands are gonna... That was a big bet from Tom into two players, you know? Like, I'm not exactly sure what he's representing with that size for bottom of value range.
Yeah, you kind of wouldn't expect the aces to check back on that particular board.
Yeah. And if we think it's mostly king 9 and we've got the king of spades in our hand, pretty nice spot to just semi-bluff and take it down.
So Patrick took his chances, handsomely rewarded without further incident. Antonius sitting just north of the average, which is currently 1.4 million, 35 bigs. Now a better than average holding for Shu Liang, double suited. Ace, queen, 8 deuce. Takes us up. Vogelsang. Similar territory to the previous pot, but this time not an opener. A flat caller. Jones will bow out. Don't get Hold'em goggles on when you see Ace-King in pot limit Omaha. Saw Patrick very comfortably laying it down there. I'm going to step away from that one. Looks like some folks on their feet, some cards on their backs here at the outer table. Efforting the road travel. This was a raise to 140,000 from Spain's Lautaro Guerra. A 3-bet from Gergo Nagy on the button. Guerra would call. King, Queen, 3 with a couple of spades. Check, jam. Guerra would call. And the board reads 4 of hearts and then 10 of clubs on the end. I'm being told that Guerra has been eliminated. He had ace, king, 7, 6, spades, and clubs. Ultimately, just ace, king. What has been produced across the way? Ace, king, queen, 9 for top 2 on the flop for Gergo. So another one bites the dust. Nagy claiming a pelt. Back over where we left off. Greenwood did hop in from the big blind. The 9-3 deuce rainbow board has drawn a bet from the pre-flop Razor, who has nothing more than a deuce. Vogelsang has the 9 along with the jacks. Greenwood, bottom 2. With a follow-through and a flat in front of us. Fairly dry texture, but the vulnerability of 2-pair, in particular bottom 2-pair, is a constant issue in PLO.
Yeah, this feels really tricky to navigate, especially with how deep Sam is with Tom. Maybe if we were all playing short enough that we could run our equity, we can do something there as Sam, but you've got 2 players who could have you totally crushed. Seems like a smart fold.
So Greenwood puts what was the best hand into the bin.
Wow.
A very wet turn here. Take a look. Open ender for Vogelsang, but all of a sudden, Shuliang has picked up a gutter and the nut flush draw. A couple of the jacks are occupied.
Just over pot behind. If Shuliang wants to keep betting, are we going to see all of it?
660.
Yeah, we sure are.
I think he said all in, but 660 the bet, 145 behind.
I wonder psychologically if there's any difference in the opposition's mind to hearing pot versus hearing all in.
Yeah, it's an interesting piece of information to interpret, right? It's obvious, I think, to all players involved that a pot declaration is effectively an all-in declaration, but when you say the words all in, what message are you trying to put across there, right? Is there some subconscious maybe seeping through?
All in.
All in.
Oh, Vogelsang says, all right. Trying to be a dragon slayer is Tom. And note that he is going to be thrilled to see that the jacks are actually the best hand. But 38% equity for Shuliang, not lost on Tom. He is not out of the woods in a $2.25 million chip pot. Can Shuliang remain intact and spin up? Yes, he can. The jack on the end that gives Tom top set is the gut shot for Shuliang. My goodness. And look at the sleeping dragon. Just no reaction whatsoever. Not the first time someone walked up to his cave with a sword and left scorched. Come get some of this hot fire. That's nasty for Tom, by the way.
Yeah. Shu Liang had a few less outs as well than they were showing on screen there. Greenwood had folded the ace of hearts, deuce of hearts. But of course, there's so much equity between these hands.
After the dust clears on that one, by the way, Vogelsang is going to be left in third place with 15 remaining. That 16th place exit for Guerra, by the way. He took home 82,000, now leaves the field on 290K payouts on deck. Suvarna inheriting the chip lead, Joni Jukamainen in second. And, you know, I don't know about you, Kevin, but there are times where, you know, you talked about this top set, Tom, deck smashing you. You really can get this, call it misplaced sense that, you know, something preordained is upon you.
Sure.
Or that, of course, every time that you get your chips in with the best hand, it's going to hold.
Yep.
And I'm not alleging that this is something that Tom is going to suffer from, but just something to put out there and submit for discussion is the way in which our psychology can create a perception that something worse than what actually transpired did because of the contrast that it has, you know, to what's been the order of the day or days.
Yeah. I've had that. I've been in that spot before. I can even think of a particular tournament, but the idea was like ran up, you know, 11, 12 starting stacks on day one. Everything was easy. You start to feel like everything will continue to be easy. And as soon as something doesn't go your way, all of a sudden you're more shaken than you normally would be, right? Like that it affects you more than you would think because you haven't really had to break out any resilience during this tournament.
Right.
It can be hard to come back and be willing to fight after that moment.
Almost a little bit of like doom switch paranoia too, because you know how far beyond EV you've run. And so you're like, surely it's going to break even. And when it does, it could be a violent swing of the pendulum back into below EVville to create that kind of equilibrium, and you're not looking forward to it. Ace 10, 8, 8 with clubs for Antonius. Pot declared.
By the way, Muffin in the YouTube chat calling back to that top set Tom name the moment he rivered top set to make the second best hand. I got a bit of a chuckle out of that.
Oh yeah. I guess he's still top set Tom. It's just it's not as much of a good look when Shu Liang is around. Meanwhile, a fairly good look, pardon me, here for Vogelsang, ace king 10-9. Not the flop he was looking forward to. For that matter, Antonius doesn't love it, but he does have the eights working.
Yeah, playing relatively deep between the two of them. No reason Vogelsang couldn't have flatted some reasonably strong hands in the big blind.
That ace of spades is relevant, as is the fact that Vogelsang is the covering stack and a big blind defender, looking at this texture, thinking it's not Patrick's wheelhouse, and so he comes out swinging. These are the bluffs in PLO.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Like no interaction. Antonius has the 2-8s, which might be of interest to him when he sees this action, thinking, you know, maybe you're getting out of line. I know you don't have 8-7 that much, but it's a difficult spot for a lot of the openers' range if you don't have these danglers that connect. I mean, what can you do? How can you face pressure? If spade's complete, you're just dead. Yeah, even with the 8s, Antonius folds.
And that's slick there from Tom. That's pot limit Omaha aptitude on display. Guy who's thinking about the spots and the situations. Not always placing too much emphasis on what are my 4 cards, what are the 3 cards on the board, but actually looking beneath the surface at more of the nuance and context, and then finding an opportunity. Top set, of course, the easier way to go about it, but, you know, we can't always be that lucky or unlucky, as we just saw with that Jack River.
Hey, credit to him, just 2 hands departed from losing that hand with top set.
Yeah.
Finding good spots, still aware of what's happening in this tournament. He's locked in.
What's funny about us is if all of a sudden Patrick finds the call with the 2-8s and then we get to a showdown where Patrick wins, instead of saying Tom's locked in, we're going to look at it and say, oh, he might have been forcing it there. Let the game come to you. But, you know, such are the perils of being here in the booth.
Don't spoil the magic, Ali.
Shu Liang spoiling the big blind and small blinds prospects of playing a cheaper one as he takes it to 100,000, courtesy of King Queen 9-5, no suits. Ace King King 5 for Grufford.
Button raise, player who's known to get a little bit out of line. We're not that deep here. 30 big blinds effective, yeah.
Come get some. And even Shu Liang's ambitions fall short of wanting to invest the extra 220K with that, but not before a little optical exchange. Jones not indulging, of course. Human behavior, Kevin?
I was interested in that. Is it like a... You think he's making a statement? Like, I'm paying attention, don't... You know, be careful around me? Or is it just a brand that felt relevant to the felt?
I've never even heard. You think the brand is actually human behavior?
It got me curious. It just popped open Jones's profile in the Triton Poker Plus app. Not that they would have information on his attire in here, but they do have information on his poker history. Played just one prior festival, Monte Carlo 2024. Only played the PLO events. No earnings at Triton thus far in 4 tournaments previous to this one.
Well, let's see what's cooking over here. It involves Ike Haxton at the outer table. A raise to 120. Parson and leaned. 360 a man. Brought us to the ace-10-4-2 diamond board. A check. And then Parsonen asking for all of it. Haxton has made the call. I'm not quite able to get a beat on the actual holdings. I do see a 7 of hearts on the turn, a 6 of clubs on the river. Haxton is on his feet, and that, of course, suggests that Ellis had the best hand, which he did with aces. Ace, King 5. So it was top set, and it held all the way down for Haxton. Well, those dreaded kings. King, King, Jack 10. Did have that Broadway gut shot, but couldn't connect. And Parsonen, get used to that camera being on you, sir. When you make waves the way you do at the frequency that you do here in our 4-card streets at Triton, you got your own little one-man producer crew there, always at the ready.
Just seems to get it done. Saw him playing so well in the 25K yesterday.
He's nasty, and I mean that as high praise. I mean, truly, some of the things that I've borne witness to that involved Ellis Parsonen in Pot Limit Omaha have left me just questioning how little I know about this game.
Sure.
Because the depth, the layers, you know, the things that he was calling in as considerations in multi-way situations in particular, where he's utilizing sort of the range of one player in order to remove cards from the other player's range, and then recognizing that an opportunity is there maybe to get aggressive, or perhaps we've narrowed down that opponent's range to be too strong for our hand to perform well, and finding a big fold. I mean, all of the above.
Yeah.
Parsonen's just got the full arsenal. Meanwhile, Tom Vogel saying, don't forget about me. That was the ball stack coming into the day. Currently sitting in third. I'm that top set man. 100 to skate from the cutoff with the 9-8-6-5. Greenwood has club coverage, shares the 9 and 6, double suited in the big, quite happy to defend. Looks like we're going to step away from this one because we've got another all-in at the outer table. This time, Parsonen in the small blind made it 120. Pass. Pascal Lefrancois said, allez. for 335. Ellis said, okay, let's do this. Flop, 7, 3 deuce, 2 spades, 1 club. Make it 3 spades now on the turn. And on the river, the deuce of spades, pairing the board. LeFrancois on his feet, and that's because Parsonen with Queen Jack 7-7 is going to win that pot with 7s full. He found top set, and he sends Pascal packing. LeFrancois drawing dead. Actually, he did have a wheel draw on the turn with his ace-4. He had ace-king 8-4, by the way. But no matter, as they are toppling like dominoes out here. Haxton collecting 90,000, LeFrancois collecting 90. 6-figure payouts are upon us, 1015 the guaranteed figures from this point for the next 2 slots. Meanwhile, we left this one off after a raise to 100,000 Luke Greenwood defense. Flop and turn both went check, check. After 8-10 deuce king rolled off. Heart draw in the back door for Greenwood, who had the gut shot and top pair on the turn. It was just the gut shot. Double gut shot, by the way, for Greenwood, but it was just the gut shot and the 8s for Vogelsang, never taking any pride in this, and feels doubtful that he's going to have some bout of heroism here.
Yeah, a bunch of low cards in hand. Kind of stuff you might even hope Greenwood would bluff with out of the big blind. Hard to see much reason to do anything.
Sure enough, he lays it down. And that'll leave Lucas to collect. Looking at Greenwood's festival thus far. 3 cashes. His deepest finish was in the 150K 8 max, a 12th place finish for 337,000. 1 career Triton title. This his 20th career Triton cash, 4.3 million in earnings. And he did spend some time away from the Triton Super High Roller Series to tend to the family business back home in Canada after the passing of his father. He was very emotional when he returned to Triton after a 4-year hiatus in the very first event that he got back involved with in London 2023. With 25K GG Millions, he binked it for $897. That his lone title. Meanwhile, picking this one up, Osmus, Broadway, nuts on the turn. No longer the case on the river as the 8 has paired. Wang Chan with queens and 10s on the turn. No money got in. He was the limper pre. Yukumainen was a part of things, as was Tolerine at one point. But the bet of 110 from Chan with that diamond draw, plus gut shot, plus second pair. Drew no one more than Osmus. Turn and river both go check, check, and Jeremy will show the winner. Well, Osmus picked up a title earlier in the festival. Obviously, it was a nice way to front load things for him in his 3rd event of the festival. 1.9 million was the pickup in that 25K. Then
Thank you.
he wasn't done. Punched a ticket to a final table in the in the 40K mystery bounty, where he finished in 7th for 157,000. Only other cash for Osmus since those two was, ironically enough, here in the PLO streets. 12th in the 25K, and he's found the money again. But he's looking to find some more chips, still at the bottom of the leaderboard at the red table. 24 bigs deep after picking that one up. blinds, 20, 40, and 40, 100K in orbit. The price of poker. This glimpse brought to you by Bet ACR. Just once we need to come back to the desk where you and I are both in like black light, face paint, feather headdresses, you know, some sort of shell necklace, and just raving up here. Just one time.
That song really gets you, huh?
I'm telling you, it's my favorite of all time in the Triton library. There's something primal about it. Meanwhile, something delightful about aces, especially when you got a suit with one of them. Of course, blocking the hearts, that third unpleasant presence in our hand, but Patrick quite happy to charge the maximum of Vogelsang's big blind. He's found a Broadway gut shot, and guess who's found a set?
Not top set this time, but another 3 jacks for Vogelsang. Gut shot as well. Backdoor spades.
$125,000 from Patrick. Vogel has a gutter along with middle set. This, of course, is somewhat relevant, as are the backdoor spades. And he's going to play it as a flat here. These sorts of textures we're concerned about.
Yeah, and I mean, just any time we're up against a button raise, much wider array of hands can be opening. Queen 10 just so much easier to find. Not necessarily needing a suit or anything. And now worried about the king 9s and king jacks of the world as well.
Yeah, it is really interesting how you must proceed with caution against the pre-flop potter. But from the button, we expect that maybe some stuff that doesn't include a winner would be lurking in Antonius's range, and that was the case until this river. Aces full of kings as the jacks are downed. And again, I think Tom is going to be a little cautious. Kevin, you agree?
Yeah, the precision of the spot that I'm curious about is just, you know, it's a button range. Of course, if this was an earlier open and somehow Patrick didn't connect with the king and the jack, then we start to worry, well, what else is there but aces? From the button, certainly a wider array. I'm curious to see how much value Vogelsang places on these jacks, given the setup, and also given the fact that he's the one who can afford to lose chips and Antonius can't.
Well, apparently losing consciousness is Luke Greenwood. He's getting in a little REM cycle here as violence surrounds him, unbeknownst. Vogelsang using a time bank. Oh, and he's going to bet. Now, 200K into 590.
Yeah.
When the heat comes, you really start to suspect that these jacks full aren't going to be a winner.
Yeah, we assume, going to come in the form of a all-in or a large raise. I suppose he has a touch too much to put all of it, but only by a fraction. And when we have 2 jacks, I mean, piece together what Antonius could be bluffing us with here. Would he not want a hand like ace-jack with some random side cards?
Right. And with the lack of availability of that jack in particular, and of course, the prospects of pocket aces having been played in this way and gotten there on this river, Tom has that sinking feeling. I think he's going to find the fold here. I really do.
It's so credible, of course, that this is aces. I forget the name of the way people refer to this, but yeah, nice fold.
He didn't chew on it too long either.
There's just this idea, like, you know, when you have the nuts, you have no option but to make this play as Patrick, right? And every other hand has options elsewhere in the hand. Maybe we can do something different, weed some stuff out, but smells like aces, looks like aces.
And it smells like Ellis Parsonen. Looking to claim another pelt here. Is it Sean Raphael's back who's up against the wall? Certainly seems that way. He is peering over, wrapping the table but not on his feet, and someone has finally managed to beat Ellis Parsonen in a pot over there at that outer table. Ace-Jack 7-10 appears to be what Parsonen had. Pre-flop, Raphael raised the button, 3-bet to 500 to ask for the rest from Parsonen. He did flop a jack-high straight.
Yeah.
Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, but spades working for Raphael. Queen of spades on the river. Raphael had ace 7, 3-10 with 3 spades.
Wow, he was a bad spot for Sean post-flop, but manages to stave off the Reaper. Meanwhile, back here where Antonius jammed on the river with aces full and didn't get any action. Looks down at ace, queen, 8-6 with clubs.
Antonius taking an extra second here. See the red time banks in play. Believe there's a redraw at 12 players remaining, but also probably just some strategic time being taken here because this hand certainly looks like it's going to play. It does start with a limp. And it could be both things at once. You know, Antonius using his time appropriately, but also recognizing that he'd be posting the big blind next hand and a redraw might be nice before that occurs.
So Griffith happy to get a free peek here with the offsuit ace-10, 7-3. After Tom came along, monotone 10-4 deuce. Nobody has the flush. Jones has the 10 for the best of what's around.
An ace of hearts in Jones' hand. Not playing this formation, though, with just a lead trying to represent right away. Maybe just a spot where he doesn't play leads, although the 10 certainly helps to give real value to his hand. Antonius just stabbing with a whole lot of nothing right now.
Yeah, this is somewhat curious, just given his hand composition. And Jones has that key ace of hearts. That has just as much to do with the call as anything else. He does pick up a gutter on the turn, but his involvement not centered around such things. Antonius has found the pair of sixes, but I think his romance with this spot is going to be waning.
And it makes sense to me as Jones that because we have top pair, top kicker, and now also the gut shot. Actually, we had a gut shot on the flop, excuse me, but, you know, not trying to lead bluff with the ace of hearts right away, but putting this hand in our check calling range and then maybe having ideas of bluffing with that ace of hearts later down the line as a check raise or something of the sorts. The 6 of hearts, though, now a good card for Antonius. Blocks a lot of ways for Jones to improve, and he does just release it.
I confess I'm a little bit surprised that Jones, well, first off, that Antonius was willing to lean across a second street there.
Yeah.
But that Jones didn't really leverage the presence of that ace of hearts in his hand to...
Yeah, I thought maybe turn check raise was coming.
Yeah, so did I.
Represent one of those trapped nut flushes from the flop, but...
I mean, I wasn't sure that Jones would be given the opportunity because I didn't expect the barrel from Patrick, but we flip it back over to the other feature where we've got a spicy multi-way pot. You see the 4 holdings, queen, queen, jack, 2 hearts on the board. And it is top boat for Joni Jukamainen. And note that he just led, or rather, forgive me, raised after Tolerine fired 50 and Wei Liang Chan on the button flatted.
Yeah, it looks like a multi-way limped pot where Yoni squeezes once they do get to the flop in the worst position in the small blind.
Now for Suvarna, this deuce of hearts is slightly merciful because if and when Yukomainen continues to apply pressure here, you can start to lose confidence in Queen 10 being a winner at Showdown.
Yeah, I mean, I have dreams of maybe Yoni starting to set a trap because he covers everything on the board. But maybe we just think, well, we've got the nuts. There's a lot of money behind. We can maybe have a customer here. Let's just build the pot. It's not like we have the option, if the turn checks through, to go all in on the river. The only way to go all in by the end is to start building the pot now. And he doesn't make it huge. This is about half pot.
He's got the whole deck in his hand, it would seem.
Yeah.
And, you know, coming with the sizing that just in case Suvarna was on some sort of flush draw, which, you know, seldom do we see on the paired boards those flush draws have aspirations, especially in the face of bet call and then raise in front of us. This was a cold call of the 210 from Suvarna. So maybe Yukomainen ranging him more toward the queen. And Suvarna finds the bin. Excellent decision there from Santosh. And there's nothing quite like going back once the delay on the stream catches up and having your camp or yourself solve the riddle and tame all the anxiety of, did I make the right decision or not? One of those weird sorts of confidence-inspiring lost pots.
It does feel really good to just know you folded the worst hand. Especially if it feels like a big fold. I think there, you know, Santosh probably realizing, oh, this has gotten so much worse, I'm just out of here. But it feels so good to be vindicated by the reveal of the whole cards.
Sure.
Fold, fold. Fold. Fold.
Osmus
There.
gets a walk.
Yeah, playing just 20 big blinds. Nice to be allowed to hang around. Jeremy seems to have a knack for surviving deep into tournaments.
Well, you know, you refer to him as a tournament strategist
Yeah.
at the onset of our coverage. And I think that's really an excellent designation and, you know, something to consider if you are playing, you know, forms of poker, whatever they may be, in tournaments in particular. There are adjustments that need to be made. And I do see it often, you know, guys who are prolific cash game players, you know, especially as mixed players, will get into a mixed game tournament and really perform poorly because in cash games, you're pressing on the comm, you're, you know, maybe bluff raising a lot, you know, on the comm, semi-bluffing, things like this. In the tournaments, the strategies, especially in the, you know, dynamic landscapes, you have to stop and consider so many more things than you do in the vacuum that is any given cash game hand.
Yeah, we see it in No Limit as well. Certainly magnified, I think, in these games where not a lot of tournaments get spread, although, of course, we're seeing PLO on the rise worldwide.
Do you feel as though the game is growing in popularity?
Oh,
on the whole?
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not just by the numbers, which are apparent here and at other tours, but even just in the number of players I know from 5 years ago who had never touched the game, who I now see involved in high stakes.
What do you think has motivated their desire? Is it just the cacophony of what seems to be more fun being had in any given poker room around a
I've heard
a
a lot of
PLO
that.
rail?
I have heard a lot of that. I mean, you know, some players motivated by where the money goes and other players motivated by the atmosphere, but I've heard so much of just like playing no limit cash in particular is not fun in certain rooms in certain areas.
I tend to agree
And
with
I
you.
sit in a PLO cash game and I just have a great time every day. And by the way, I make some money.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. And atmosphere and money, by the way, can be quite woven and intertwined with one another.
Fold.
150 ahead here as a couple of ace kings book a trip to a flop. Chan's hand, the razor pre and the more desirable kit. 8-5 deuce. He's just playing tens. Suvarna with the deuce.
Just the 6 of spades working for Savarna. No others out there. No straight or flush interaction. Neither player can feel great about that.
Yeah, Chan's hand is thoroughly unemployed here on this board. So he does not find the follow through. And let's see what Suvarna makes of that check. He's going to say 175. And listen, there are going to be some flat calls that include things like the kings and queens for Suvarna. And unblocking spades is an issue, of course, here for Chan.
Fold.
Nevertheless, he finds the call.
Yeah, sticking around.
This is a pretty thin call.
It feels like it. I mean, of course, there's some great turn cards for our hand, and that looks like one, although it's not against Savarna's exact holding.
Yeah, king's up for Suvarna, and now just the king for Chan. He checks. Would love to see Suvarna find that next barrel here. Not only to charge a price just in case there's some sort of draw that's taken a passive post-flop approach for Wai Leong Chan, but just to get the value.
Yeah, so much less likely when we hold the king that we're up against dry kings.
Right.
Don't expect other sets to just check call the flop very often. Savarna does play it cautiously.
Queen on the end. You know, we can become guilty at times of just expecting that there are so many bad cards in the deck that await us on the river that we don't want to put chips in on the turn until clarity is upon us.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that that is always a mistake, but I think it is important to recognize that getting value out of your hands and denying equity is a big part of this game. And when we check back, sometimes this happens. A barrel of 250,000. Now, I don't know whether or not it's big enough to get kings and queens, sorry, kings and deuces into the bin from Chan, who, by the way, has chosen a little bit of a mergy.
Yeah.
It's tough, you know. We pointed out earlier, one pair in PLO is not supposed to be going for value. And this is why.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep there with the ace-king. Savarna does show down the winner.
Are you with me, though, that you would have preferred to see a barrel out of Suvarna on the turn with that specific hand?
It does feel like we can. There's such rare and specific combos that we're worried about running into. But it is just, and Santosh also worth pointing out, covered in that hand, so there's not that risk of, oh, if we have to, you know, put too much money in here, my tournament is at risk. No, we had about $1 million behind extra. I think that would have swung me in the direction of more aggression. And we could size on the modest side. We don't have to commit.
I confess I actually hadn't clocked the stacks at all when I was sort of talking about that, not far removed from the discussion about tournament strategy.
Such a cash game player.
Yeah.
Ollie. Such a cash game player.
So true. Antonius, by the way, he plays cash, he plays tournaments, he plays all the disciplines, and he plays them damn well. Here he is with a very straightforward 150, double suited, ace, king, 10-8, responsible. No takers. Now, I don't know what Patrick's middle name is. I suspect it isn't Jockemus. In fact, I know for a fact that it isn't. I am being facetious, but it does have that sort of, you know, service station. Maybe in his teenage years, he's broken out the T-shirt.
Yeah.
Nostalgically. Although pumping gas, I feel like, was never really on Patrick's resume.
I don't know. It's expensive to play pro tennis now.
Pumping iron. Yeah, so expensive, in fact, that, again, pumping gas really isn't going to cover the bill for a coach.
I was just thinking every little hustle you can do to scrape the money together to go to your next tour stop.
Maybe he had a budget coach early in his career, you know, some kind of dusty, over-the-hill guy that was like, well, what do you got in your pocket? All right, I'll hit with you. King, Jack, Jack, 9, and hearts. Antonius this time playing as a limp, and Vogelsang has found the double-suited aces. Coveted kit in PLO. Predictably takes it upstairs.
And kind of exactly why we start with limp. Some of these medium strength holdings. Now we're only putting in 200 against a huge hand. Hope to get a favorable flop.
$500,000 in the middle as Patrick hung in there, and he's found top pair on a dry-looking King 4 tray rainbow board. The lack of humidity not going to be lost upon Vogelsang's aces. He's got both backdoor nut diamonds and clubs. The 6 interferes. One of those nice follow-through opportunities for aces. 200,000. The request. Now the thing is, there are supposed to be 4-card rundowns mixed in to the pre-flop raising ranges in pot limit Omaha. Stuff that is between the 4 and the king. And so Patrick can't automatically assign aces. He does make the call. And he finds himself the heart draw on the turn.
Yeah, and of course, for turn cards like this, there's also just the equity of any hand against 2 aces. A lot of ways for Patrick to have improved, although a little bit harder when 2 of his side cards are paired to the jack. No hearts for Vogelsang. Decides to play it as a check. Antonius might get a free river with that second nut flush draw.
Antonius does not bet the flush draw, but it does pay him a visit on the end as the backdoor aces killer shows up. You at all surprised that Vogelsang would not have barreled again with the aces on the turn? Or is it the lack of a heart in hand that kind of skewed him in that direction, which of course is going to skew him even further towards a check on the river here, as we can see?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's hard for me to decipher if this is strictly a tournament decision. Perhaps for 30 big blinds and a disconnected enough texture like this, with no prize pool considerations to think about, Vogelsang just bets big and we run it. If we're behind, it's okay, but
400.
in this situation, the covered player out of position, naturally just wanting to exercise caution about committing their stack. Any thin kind of spot can be avoided. This is how risk premium works in any poker game.
By the way, I like this size out of Patrick. It does feel like it could keep aces invested from time to time. But Tom, not his first rodeo. Dismounts. And Antonius getting the better of him. Well, if you've been watching these streams and you've been thinking to yourself, let me at him, we got a path for you. and it's called WPT Global, where you can qualify online for not just the next WPT Global Slam here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, but other events as well by winning passport dollars and using them to buy into future Triton events. Download the app today using code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500, and perhaps we'll see you at a future Triton Super High Roller Series event. It's only a matter of time, by the way, Kevin, before we have that Cinderella story of somebody who does qualify for one of these super high rollers, having never played something bigger than, let's say, a 1K or 2K event, and then show up and just have the run of a lifetime. And I'm here for it very much. Maybe our pros not so much, but
Yeah. Oh, I think they're always happy to see the game growing, get new faces into the mix.
Fold.
Don't think it matters too much where they come from or if they happen to win a tournament here and there.
But see, as long as that face isn't one and done, you know what I mean? When they come, they take a chomp out of the ecosystem and then disappear. Looking at you, Gambledore. By the way, Vladimir Korzinin, who came out to Monte Carlo and put a healthy seven-figure dent into that particular festival and then has never been seen again. Unclear whether or not he's at Santa's workshop right now working on the toys. As they get an early start, perhaps, on Christmas. I confess, man, it was kind of a joke for a while.
Yeah.
And then I was like, dude, there's a non-zero chance this is Santa Claus. It was really... The whole poker world was captivated by that man, as Antonius captivates some of Jones's chips, not allowing the limp from the small blind there, ace-8, 6-5. What he went to work with, and he's found a little found a little upswing here. 57 bigs, really breaking away from the pack now, as Vogelsang slips to 1.4, 30 bigs back of Patrick. It happened in a pretty big hurry. And Tom has really gone reeling down the leaderboard. Currently 9th out of 13 runners, with Sean Raphael shortest in the room and Joni Jukamainen, the other Finn in the top 3. The chip leader overall, Suvarna in 2nd, Patrick in 3rd. Maybe the jacket's bad luck ever since he went into that Armadillo North Face.
Fold. Fold.
Maybe he felt the cold streak coming. That's why he's bundled up.
10 seconds.
King, Queen, 4 deuce and diamonds for Patrick.
5. Fold. Very well.
I was having a quick look through the Triton Poker app there for a second, Ali, because when you mentioned the Cinderella story, I was thinking back to last year at Jeju when a couple of ACR pros had qualified for events, and a friend of mine who never really played high-stakes tournaments, Daniel Paulson of Iceland. I actually roomed with this guy in my very first ever WSOP. Bunch of heads-up online players with not enough money to be playing WSOP tournaments, just living together for 7 weeks. And
Okay.
I hadn't seen him in like a decade. He streams online tournaments. He like works hard on Twitch and has a bit of a following, and he won this huge package and came out here and won over 200 grand, cashed in 3 events, like had an amazing series. It was so cool to watch.
That is cool. You know what he didn't do, though, Kevin? He didn't win a title. You know, forgive me, but
Well, you got to throw
my
shade.
Cinderella story, you know, you don't just try on the slipper and then they get kicked out of the store. You know, you go to the ball, you do the whole thing.
Okay.
You don't turn into a pumpkin. But I do remember that story, by the way, and, of course, shout out to Daniel Paulson for that enjoyable Jeju that he had. Meanwhile, picking up this one, it was a lead of 75,000 and then a call from Greenwood as both king queens turned into just top pair and an open ender for Greenwood versus queens and 4s for Patrick. Turn goes check, check. Now on the river, Greenwood makes 2 pair as well. Unfortunately, he's a click back of Antonius. 300,000 in the middle, and that card does straighten out a number of holdings. Antonius's deuce is relevant.
Yeah, still interesting when not a lot of money goes into the pot and the ranges are this wide.
225,000.
Seeing how these players update their understanding of how much a hand is worth. Antonius here, willing to bet 3/4 of the pot, even with multiple straights present.
Seconds.
$225K from Antonius, and Greenwood is unpacking this. My man limped in the small, fired on the flop, checked on the turn, and then all of a sudden this 3 shows up, which of course has improved me, but I have no 6 or 7 in hand. And might that be what it is Antonius is leading at me with?
5 seconds. 4.
Well, Luke wants to find out, and it isn't the 6-7, but it is just a click better than queens and 3s. Yeah, you see the palms up to the sky.
Never feels good to see the exact next best holding.
Boy, that's a remarkably
Feels-
demonstrative amount of disappointment that Lucas is
Unbelievable.
furnishing.
Yeah. And you know, you noted the head down a little bit earlier, taking a bit of a nap, but maybe perhaps also just feeling the frustration of this series.
Well, it's been a one-man demolition derby here at this table for quite some time, and I think the lads are getting their involuntary fill of the fin.
It can be really demoralizing just for that individual kind of spot, you know, if you imagine Luke also thinks that that might be too large of a bet or too thin for value or something of the
Yeah.
sort. It crosses our mind to make a big fold from our point of view, and then we just get shown the exact next better hand, like barely.
Yeah.
To get barely beat in that way, and not just be shown the nuts. Maybe it's a little bit, you know.
Well, that's the thing. He's like,
more
no,
generous.
he doesn't have the 6-7. And if he doesn't have the 6-7, is he really
Yeah.
cobbling value out of something like that? And yet here he is finding max thin value against my specific hand, which happened to hit the 3 on the river. And
Yeah.
I confess, being on the receiving end of these things can be very deflating, as both you and I well know, Kevin. And these guys are finding out, at least on the day, they've been down these roads before, both on the issuing and receiving ends of things. But Lucas really showing his distaste for the Antonius show, which has been played on a loop for the better part of the day's coverage. Ian Vogelsang both checking over to Patrick. Jack 4 board. Greenwood has the medicine, and I don't know if a pound of flesh is available against King 7-6-5, but at least an ounce or two for the time being, as Patrick does sprinkle 50K in there.
No great kicker here for the trips. Paired 9's not thrilling. Makes sense to just see call.
Queen of Hearts on the turn. Greenwood deferring once more. Antonius has picked up the backdoor flush draw, by the way. I think when somebody peels the Jack 4 board, though, yeah, the check back is very much on our mind, and he finds the flush on the river. Kevin, if Lucas was frustrated by the last one, a showdown here, and we could see real core temperature rise in the reactor.
Yeah. I mean, of course, starting from the flop, your hopes for this hand are much higher than now, but Luke is also a strong enough technical player to just know the reality of this run out. Yes, we didn't want the 2 hearts to come, but when they do, it's extremely likely we don't have the best hand anymore.
Jack.
Oh, this is even nastier from Patrick. The check back and look. Here,
The
wait, hang on.
The check definitely feels worse, to be honest. We face the bet, and we're
does.
just like, oh, okay, that makes sense. You have it. But we face the check, and now we've gotten a bit of hope that our jack is good.
I'm going to run some SPF 50 out there to Luke Greenwood because this sun run here is the kind that could really, you could catch some UV strays.
Yeah.
Growing up in astronomy class, I was taught that in our solar system, we revolve around the sun. And yet here today, I'm being forced to question whether or not it isn't a star by the name of Patrick Antonius around whom we revolve.
Is that an actual class, astronomy? I feel like that's
It was. In college, no less, at Berkeley.
Okay, well, that makes sense if it's in college. Like, you sought that one out.
Yeah.
I feel like it was just, for me, like it was a week in 5th grade where you build a model of the solar system. There was there was not a whole commitment, but
Yeah.
I respect, wanting to dive deeper.
You know, if I'm being honest, Kevin, that particular intro to astronomy class was dubbed Rocks for Jocks. And
Okay.
it wasn't because I was somehow a fan of the stars that I signed up, but more I needed those 4 units and was looking for an easy snatch there.
Fair enough.
What do we have going on? Nothing has been easy on the day for Sean Raphael, and it looks like that day has come to an end. Yergo Nagy showering them. Deuce 3, 8, 8, 7, the run out. Did you catch a glimpse of the holdings?
Yeah, it looks like Raphael was all in. Ace Queen 6 4, suited Ace 6 of clubs. No clubs on board. Goes down to the Ace King Jack 10 of Nagy.
Man.
Just
Yeah, he
Ace
had the
King
wheel.
high for the winner.
Yeah, he had the wheel draw. There was a number of ways in which he could have found the best hand. Obviously, he was always in a bit of a way, but that will be a disappointing end to the day for Mr. Raphael. 13th place finish. The first of 2 $101,500 payouts. Back over to the feature, Vogelsang and Jones, wondering where Patrick is in this particular altercation, as Antonius rarely sitting this one out. Monotone board texture on the flop. They both checked it on the turn. Griffith makes the nut straight bets and takes it. You know, it's interesting. If you had come into the day with 10 bigs and now sat on 24 bigs as Vogelsang does, you would be emotionally feeling like, wow, this is nice. And forgive the obvious, but when you're the chip leader coming into the day and you go careening down the leaderboard to those 24 bigs, you have the look of Tom. And you're thinking, well, hang on a second. This isn't how things were supposed to go.
Yeah, it's a challenge to recollect yourself and play at a high level from a new perspective. That is really what can separate some of the highest performers in these types of games.
Checking in at the other feature. Osmus, limping queens with diamonds. John with ace jack 10-9 in the small. Brings the 1 syllable forward. Potting it to 200.
Yeah, playing a pretty short stack, out of position. We've got high card value. We don't want to invite the third player in for free. He only does get out.
No, no more. That's all. So you start with 750. 770. Thanks.
So Osmus hangs in for the extra 150. After getting a count, he does cover handily. Jack 8 deuce and a couple of spades. Chan has himself the open ender and top pair top kick. Osmus's queens are a gut shot and an overpair.
Sure feels like we have to run it pot behind. Pretty strong pairs with backup for both players.
Yep. Chan feels the same way.
5? Just 5?
And Jeremy says, show me that last 20. So we're off to the races.
Do we show yet, or are we waiting?
$1.54 million in there. Yoni looking on, recognizing that this is checking out. And of course, Weiliang Chan is going to need help, or he'll be checking out. You see the outs available to him. Osmus, roughly a 3-2 favorite with 2 to come. John looks on eagerly. 8 on the turn. Does not help him. As you see the outs reduced. Queen no longer an available path, as that would fill up Osmus. Ace Jack or 7 needed and unavailable.
G.
GG's shared. You see Luke Greenwood on hand for the particulars, which will include a redraw. Not courtesy of the Chan bust out, which actually brings us down to 11 players, but the one before it, Sean Raphael in 13th, as the remaining 11 are guaranteed $113,000. And 3 tables are going to become 2. Let's see where Jeremy Osmus and the others wind up. We know where that man's going to wind up. Payouts desk in 12th. I know it can feel a little bit invasive, but I've always liked that camera angle because it really captures just how lonely the departure can be.
That particular hallway as well, right?
Just
not through the room where there's
nope.
other people.
Deeply unceremonious. Well, there's a look at the 4 that Weiliang Chan left behind. Tallarine and Osmus, the 2 Americans, toward the bottom of that leaderboard. But again, we're going to shuffle the deck, and we're going to come back with 2 new featured tables, and we'll talk you through them. Just about 3.5 minutes time. Stay close. Continuing coverage of this $50,000 PLO event comes your way after this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of this $50,000 pot limit Omaha event that now sits at 2 tables and 11 players. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow. And of those final 11, Kevin, 3 hail from Finland. Of course, the very recognizable one to those of you that watch our Triton Super High Roller Series will be the name Patrick Antonius, longtime legend. But he is not the man at the top of the leaderboard, in spite of the fact that he performed very well across that last frame, seemingly winning every single pot that he entered. It is Joni Jukamainen who is up top. And if you play Pot Limit Omaha, then you know that name.
Yeah, Joni, I mean, I've come across in No Limit, and he's an extremely capable player there, but really just top of the top in PLO, as it seems like the contingent out of Finland is across, all of the names that we've seen at this series, but none other than Elis Parsonen, including Antonius, who you mentioned already, all at the same table at the blue feature.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at how these 2 feature tables that we've assembled post-redraw have taken shape. We start where we see Parsonen directly behind his countrymen Antonius, and Jukamainen also there at that table. So obviously a little bit of cannibalism in terms of the Finns at that blue table.
Yeah, and a lot of chips as well. I mean, 2 of the top stacks, Joni and Antonius, going to have to deal with each other. Greenwood sandwiched in between. We saw him in the last frame not having the greatest time right now in this tournament, or maybe at this series, and that's going to be a difficult spot to play, because to get down to the final table, players like the 17 big blind stack of Greenwood are going to need to fight.
Yeah, it's funny because you might have thought that Greenwood is thinking sweet relief of some form would be available to him after you saw kind of a demonstrative degree of frustration that he had in some of the altercations with Antonius in terms of pots played. And yet here he is, was in position a moment ago against Patrick. Now he's out of position against him, and he's got other big stacked Finns to contend with. Over at the red table, we spy the former chip leader coming into the day, Tom Vogel, saying he now sits just $1.3 million, and as you can see on the right of your screen, that's only good for 8th out of 11 runners, and he's got others to contend with.
Yeah, and, not with a lot of chips right now, but we haven't spoken much about maybe one of the greatest PLO players ever, Benjamin Tollerine, at the bottom of the leaderboard in 11th with 16 big blinds. He's at that red table, and if he can go for a spin, I'd love to see him square off with the likes of Savarna, who's at the top of that table right now, and Shu Liang, who's really been putting on a show when he gets chips.
And listen, I'm guessing that Ben is very much just looking for a spot where he can get that stack in there and then double it up to a spot where he can play a little bit more poker, because those 16 bigs, to a lesser extent, like, in Hold'em, we'll look at 16 bigs and say there's some maneuverability, but in Pot Limit Omaha, as I see you shaking your head and you agree, it just doesn't have a lot of opportunity.
No, certainly not. We do need to be dealt a hand sooner than later. We're not going to push people around with 16 bigs, so hoping for good fortune in this next segment.
And in terms of fortune, $1.36 million awaits the eventual champ, the only 7-figure payout in this 50K. The entire field on a single screen, brought to you by WPT Global. Blinds have gone up to 25 and 50,000. And Suvarna and Yukomainen quite pleased not to be at one another's table. And for that matter, Suvarna's happy that he doesn't have to grapple with Patrick Antonius, who has been sun running across that last frame. And by the way, you know, he doesn't require the sun in order to put together a stack, but if it wants to shine down on him, he'll take it.
You know, I thought before coming into the PLO events that big stacks like the ones of Yukomainen and Antonius would rarely need to collide and could avoid each other in a number of ways, but we've seen a few spots where you get dealt a big aces versus ace-king-king kind of confrontation, and things can get really bloody between the chip leaders in PLO.
Now, ICM obviously is not something that we can simply gloss over when it comes to PLO tournaments versus Hold'em tournaments. These concepts are intact. But I tend to agree with you. You'll see the bigger stacks finding the collisions a little bit more often, in particular because the equities are going to be running closer.
Yeah, and the bet sizing being restricted as well, maybe in no limit. They would choose huge sizes to really make a statement to each other, like, look, you've got to get out of this pot. But when you're limited to the pot size raises, sometimes we just have to do what the cards tell us to.
Well, King, Queen, Jack, 8, telling Greenwood to defend his big blind against the small blind aggression from Yukomainen. The chip leader looks up at ace, ace, deuce with a couple of diamonds. King of diamonds becoming relevant for Greenwood. Neither player connecting with this board, and note that Luke's king, queen high is best.
And with it being best, or I should say despite it being best, I wonder what the path is to success for Greenwood. So easy for one player to have an ace in their hand. We're covered by miles, so we expect future pressure. But the redeeming factor is being in position. Do we ever float and hope that a diamond comes? It feels like the only path, but no. Greenwood feels like he needs a real draw there. We can't just try to bluff the chip leader.
These are the luxuries we are afforded with the boss stack on display.
Sä aloittanut jollain...
Mä oot 1,17. Voitin mä... Ei siis ei yhtään pottelu ylimieltä.
There's Hungary's Yergonagi. King 10, 10, 9.
5 seconds.
What?
175.
Proclaims pot for 175. Pot Limit Omaha specialist, has never played anything but 4-card at Triton. First joined us in Cyprus in 2023, where he made his deepest run ever in a Pot Limit Omaha event in the 30K, winning 153,000, total of 238K across 3 caches prior to this one on his resume. You know, notably absent, by the way, is one of the Hungarians that used to be somewhat of a fixture at Triton. I'm talking about Laszlo Bojtas.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Haven't seen him at this particular festival, and unclear what's going on. Maybe he has all the money. Rumor had it that he was playing the biggest Pot Limit Omaha cash games ever.
Yeah, was he not?
Coin poker,
Coin
I think
poker,
it
right?
was.
Yeah, there was a period of time when they had some gigantic stakes going, and I did hear the same thing, that he just won all the money.
I mean, like 2K, 4K type stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's staggering.
Big, big games. I remember seeing, I think it was Pad's Patrick Leonard circulating a couple hands on Twitter, you know, on the rail, watching the High Stakes cash. He's such a fan of the game, obviously, and I think they played the biggest pot online in history bigger than some of the stuff we would have seen this man right here, Antonius, playing back in the pre-Black Friday days when the games were really big.
Rail Heaven over on Full Tilt. Antonius limps the ace-king 7 deuce. Parsonen allows it with double-suited jacks, by the way. Thought maybe he would consider king h6 rainbow. Antonius out flopping is the theme of him holding over opposition continues.
Bet 75,000.
And it does seem like the theme for Antonius, especially with the commanding chip position, is just upfront, relentless aggression. Not going to try to show down out of position. Just deny right now. There's not a lot Elis can do.
Lead of 75 and take it for Patrick as he continues. Northbound trajectory on the leaderboard. By the way, Latusta in the YouTube chat has stepped in to say, LOL, Laszlo was playing a lot bigger than 2K, 4K. And I'm not so sure how much bigger than that it can get.
It did cross my mind that it might have been 5K, 10K.
I mean, that's just stratospheric.
It's a million for 100 big blinds. I think that's the stakes they were playing. Like as a starting point.
Do you know who was on the other side of Laszlo?
I'm not remembering offhand.
Whale or?
Maybe the chat can help us out, or I'll do a little research back into Twitter. It might take me a while, with as active as Patrick Leonard is on Twitter, to dig back to these games, but I'll see what I can do.
Antonius will sit this one out. Parsonen limping the double-suited queen 9-8-4. Gedgo allows it. Eight, 5-4 with a couple of diamonds. So 2 pair for Parsonen, a gut shot, a pair, and the diamond draw for Nagy, who has it checked over quickly.
Does start with a bet. Certainly a lot of equity in this king high flush draw, but also maybe not expecting the covered stack of Parsonen to come with much check raise aggression, so we're not even worried. You know, even if our draw is not to the nuts.
So another 160 into the middle after the check call from Parsonen, and this turn is really not what we wanted to see. 4-liner and diamonds out there. You can see Gedgo has made the flush and has his own full house draw. Second swift check from Ellis.
Can you even see him through the hood as he glances to his left?
That is an astonishingly big hood. It's just a one-man cavern. And after the check back from Nagy on the turn, Parsonen asking how much is in there upon the arrival of this ace. You see Nagy looking over. This is not the second nuts, of course. A couple of straight flush draws are available. And Parsonen does not block a single diamond. And yet he is swinging. So credit to Gedgo Nagy for creating this opportunity. I can't imagine the check back on the turn was with designs on somehow walking away from King Queen of Diamonds for 215. But this is earned.
No, just protecting that check back. Really smart play in position from Nagy. Just recognizing it's kind of way ahead, way behind. There's of course ways that the king high flush is no good. Couple of straight flushes possible, ace high flush possible. Really nicely played.
Yeah. As the Hungarian snacks on the fin, and Julia in the YouTube chat asks Kevin, if I move to Finland, will I get better at PLO? Now, I'm not going to put any pressure on you to answer that because I've got my favorite response also in the YouTube chat from also maybe my favorite handle, Fresh Melon Juice, replies, if you move to Finland, you'll get depressed. Now, you know, famously, Nordic countries, Scandinavian countries, in spite of some harsh and long winters, do report being amongst the happiest people on Earth. So I don't know that I can get on board with that you'll get depressed thing. You'll get cold. You'll miss sunlight.
Yep.
But will you get depressed? I don't know.
I mean, you can move to Finland and leave every now and then if you really feel like it would help your quality of life, but...
Which country was it that gave us the concept of hygge or something like that, which is coziness? Do you know about this?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it the Danes? Is it the Norwegians? I don't remember, but
I was thinking Sweden, but I could be mistaken.
Was it Sweden? It could be. I miss the days before you Google where we could actually get into a conversation about it, but hygge is indeed Danish.
Okay.
It means a cozy feeling of contentment and comfort used to describe a warm atmosphere created by simple pleasures. Things like double-suited aces and Parliament Omaha. I don't think actually those qualify. It's hygge, apparently, the pronunciation. So forgive me, it's spelled Hygge. Snuggling under blankets, sipping hot cocoa, reading a book, baking, spending time with friends and family. All things that I do very little of. By the way, no, the spending time with friends and family, I take that back. But no baking. I don't read a lot of books, the cocoa. So maybe hygge and I. That's not... I'm a snuggler, though, Kev. I know you didn't really need to know that.
Thanks for sharing.
Nor did anyone else, but, you know. Until she gets too hot, and then I'm like, please, get back to your side of the bed, you nuclear fuel rod.
Unless you're in Finland.
In which case you embrace further and just attempt to maintain 98.6 degrees through the morning. King 994, double here for Nagy. Limp from the Hungarian, from the button no less. These are things that are kind of lesser explored. Yukomainen allows it. Greenwood. We'll see a cheap flop. 3 players, 240 in the middle.
Yes, certainly exercising some caution with table chip leader on our direct left.
Sure. Jack, Jack, 10, 2 spades. Nobody with a jack or a flush draw. 2 checks over to Giergo. Checks back with the gut shot. Now Yukomainen hits the 10.
And of course there's the threat for Greenwood's range in the big blind to have some random hand that connects with the jack. We can see Yoni has the lion's share of the equity here, but not surprised to see a cautious bet size.
Yeah, 1/3 pot. Or B33 as the cool kids call it, right?
I do like that when like retelling a hand because it flows nicely, but it sounds a little weird in isolation.
Like you can't get away with trying to pretend not to be a poker nerd once once you bring forward the B
Yeah.
and then the number, it's like, okay.
Every now and then you hear R as well for raise.
Oh,
R7.
I haven't heard the R yet.
This is really, yeah,
Oh, no.
next level nerd. Hand history retelling.
What about CR? Do they even come with that type of stuff? Check
No, I
raise?
haven't.
Okay.
Haven't seen that. I think it's just kind of, it's effectively like text message code, right? What's the shorthand?
Yeah,
The
but
shortest way that I could write the information and then
Yeah.
just speaking it as if it's normal to talk the way we text.
it's just a hyper commitment to efficiency.
Yeah.
I get it. Zob, by the way, in the YouTube chat has stepped forward to tell me something that I confess, Zob, I've known for a long time, but was deprogrammed from me, and that is that Nagy in Hungarian is pronounced Nagy,
Nudge.
the surname. However, of course, Phil Nagy
Mm.
has the same surname,
Yeah.
was very insistent that we pronounce it in the anglicized manner, Nagy, and so with that precedent set, it becomes a little bit difficult to pivot back to Naj for Giergo. And listen, as long as chips keep flowing his way, I think we could call him Alice, and he wouldn't mind. Double paired, eights and trays here for Greenwood. This is where the Hold'em goggles sometimes take root, as those two cards are not going to be able to work with each other towards a straight. 8 high clubs, not great, but in the small blind, we'll see whether or not Greenwood wants to take a swing at a set.
Yeah, you might think that we can't get away with a lot of limping off of this short stack, but I've seen so many cases where the big blind kind of forced to play passively. In this format, maybe not expecting as many limp folds as usual, so you know, we're allowed to speculate perhaps in this game without having to raise and commit all these chips.
Yeah, I mean, Antonius is going to be mindful of the idea that Greenwood limping with that sub-10 big blind stack is going to have a reasonable amount of hands that he's going to be willing to limp jam with or dig in with, so we can't just, with impunity, get after it. Patrick checking back. And the crew looks up at Queen 6-3, Rainbow. Top 2 for Patrick, bottom set for Luke. Brace yourself.
Yeah, I mean, 430 back, 180 in the middle. These hands are just getting in now. Even with not much of a redraw for Antonius. Nothing stopping Greenwood from leading pot with a significantly less made hand than a set of threes.
I mean, Antonius is just ready.
Raise pot.
And
Call.
so all of it does get in there. And you know what? This has been a migraine of a session so far for Luke Greenwood, as evidenced by the visuals on repeated occasions. And he does not want to fill up. Certainly not with the queen or the 6. The turn might provide a safe card with which to do so. But let's just leave this board as is. That is the thought on Greenwood's mind as he seeks to take down this million. And I confess, he doesn't seem like he's brimming over with optimism just based on that which has already taken place on the day. The turn does bring him to 90%, as all he needs to do is avoid the queen or the 6. It sounds easy enough. And it is on this occasion.
Well, 490 is what I started with, so I think it's 430. Yeah.
It did feel like Luke was having one of those days where the spade comes on the turn and maybe the 6 on the river, but sometimes the story doesn't play out the way you expect.
Nope. Back over at the other feature, one in progress involving 3 patrons. Shu Liang, Osmus, and Suvarna. This one was limped by Jeremy up front. Liang limped as well. Tolerine from the small joined the party. Suvarna said run it. Queen 10 deuce with 2 hearts on the flop. 2 checks in front of Jeremy, who bet 75,000. Was called by Liang and Suvarna. Tolerine bowing out. 3 remain on this turn where the heart has rolled off. And Osmus has filled up praying that somebody had a flush out there, but disappointed once his 175 was declared and couldn't find a customer. But he has worked his way northbound as Jeremy Osmus. Already with the cash in the 25K, fairly deep run in that one, and now looking to make his way to the final table of this 50K, where currently 11 players remain. Ellis Parsonen, shortest stack in the room with 14 bigs. Tollerine shares that fate. Tom Vogelsang, chip leader coming into the day, 15 bigs, not far off that pace. And despite the double, Luke Greenwood still down in those doldrums, where the average stack is 2 million, 34 big blinds, and Jukamainen continues to be at the helm with 3.9 million. Top slot is the only 7-figure payout, 1.36 million. On tap are 2 113K hauls. Pretty one here for Vogelsang, double suited kings.
After weighing his options there off that short stack, Tom may be sometimes thinking of limp pot or just posturing a bit. But he does claim commitment. Tollerine says pot. Has a playable one from the button and doesn't want to call off of this short stack. Both players under a fair bit of pressure as we get down towards the final table.
We touched on the idea that Ben would be looking for a spot.
Yeah, you had a little sweat. Yeah.
It would have been. There was a good chance it could have been an ace.
Yeah.
This is a qualifier, and note that Vogelsang covers by just 10K. Forgive me, this is a Tollerine cover. I'm getting a little bit of conflicting information.
Oh yeah.
But on the screen, we defer. It does appear that Tollerine does have 150K back. So this is the former chip leader whose back is up against the wall. But he finds, guess what? Top set. Top set Tom. Performing well here. Wants to ice it on the turn. Plenty of cards with which to do just that. The jack might seem like it would be one of them. However, you see the nines are options for Tollerine to ruin the fun.
It is possible. Barely.
Instead, kings full for good measure for Vogelsang.
Almost I folded a 9 also. Full sides.
Hey, get away.
Is that Parsonen being warded off by Tom there?
Looked like the other table trying to catch a glimpse of
Yeah.
who was short or who was out.
Shoo.
That hand for Tollerine, by the way, in terms of pre-flop quality, is kind of the equivalent of like the ace-5 suited in No Limit, perhaps, where it's like, oh well, if we run into the calling range. Saw he had 44% equity in that case. Hoping to get those raise holds.
Yes.
Well, it has been long time no eat for Tom Vogelsang, but of course, starvation now for Ben Tollerine.
Eliminated.
Why are you still here?
Yeah.
Disrespectful, man. Your button, right?
No, they had my stack wrong.
Yeah, you can see the discrepancy there. Players are spotting it on the tournament board as well.
50.
King 10-5 tray and just 150 remaining for Tollerene. Is this a qualifier in the cutoff? Blinds are going to come around in a hurry. Wants a little think pre.
Yeah, when we're this short, that's such a big consideration because we really do torch our EV if we post the big blind and the big blind ante on a short stack. Tollerene does go with it, leaving a chip behind in case of emergency.
Suvarna considering things from the button. Ace, King, Jack, Deuce. Feels doable. Now he's going to seek privacy and offer some insulation to Tollerene, although his specific holding is a favorite ever so slightly against Ben, who goes from the covering man in an all-in altercation to the covered one. Playing for just 450 this time. The flop. Queen, Jack, 10. Suvarna has found Broadway. Tollerene could chop if an ace rolled off. Maybe he picks up a full house draw. No, that's a bad turn. And as you can see, the ace is no longer an available card, given that that would fill up Suvarna. And Ben has a sweat-free river as we whittle our way down to 10 players. It's a little disappointing, obviously, Kevin, to see Ben Tollerene dispatched, just given how solid and legendary a Pot Limit Omaha player he is, and the sort of fits that he might have been able to give the rest of the field, where he's still involved in things with a playable stack. But I think Suvarna and everybody else might feel a little bit differently.
You know, when there's like an accident, people, you know, the crowd forms.
Delighted to see Ben out of there.
Is there a word for it or not?
Yeah, I was certainly looking forward to seeing more of his play.
I'm not sure.
No? That's what I wanted to call Alice when he came to see my all-in. I didn't know.
Feels like there's always a chance to learn from a player like this.
Is there a Dutch word specifically?
We get the
for
privilege of cards revealed.
Translation is disaster tourist.
It's disaster.
And you know, Ali, I was looking back to Twitter to try to find information on that big coin poker Pot Limit Omaha cash game we referenced earlier.
Yeah, in the YouTube streets, some had kind of verified the veracity of the 5K, 10K claim that you had made, talked about Tony G being involved with Boytosh.
Seems like Tony G, perhaps Leon from Kings.
Zukernick.
There's a few screen names on here that who knows, but I'm seeing a screenshot of a 1K, 2K game, and someone named Benjamin Travesty with 2.5 million in front of them in that screenshot. At the time, didn't seem like anyone knew who it was, but can't help but be reminded of an excellent PLO player named Benjamin, who we just saw walking out the door of this event.
Are you suspecting that just maybe?
Just maybe.
Wouldn't that be something? Puts busting out of this one into perspective, by the way, if you're playing 5K, 10K PLO. Water off a duck's back. As we see, easy as pie, Vogelsang has found himself a king high flush. Little does he realize it, but the sleeping dragon has got potential medicine, and it comes in the form of middle set here. This one was limp, blind versus blind pre. The 60K is bet and called. Sets tend to tread lightly on the monotone boards. Versus aggression. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
All 4 of the 7s are present and accounted for. Vogelsang drawing dead.
Check.
Does immediately check it over, and recognizing how quickly the value of this king high flush has dropped. Doesn't know exactly what he's up against here, but also knows he's up against a very dangerous player. I'm sure we don't want to make a habit of folding strong flushes to someone so capable, but it's so cheap here. Just 80K.
Perfectly sized to keep Vogelsang in there as he performed well to check. Now the double paired board. In Hold'em, obviously, our flushes become a lot more concerned, but these kinds of cards in Pot Limit Omaha, Kevin, actually we prefer.
Yeah, I mean, the flush goes up in value right now. We need 2 cards to make a full house, and, well, now you see 2 sevens are gone and 2 queens are gone. What 2 cards can my opponent have that connect here to make a full house? It's significantly less likely.
Now, granted, the fact that Shu Liang was in the big blind and simply check back means combos like Queen 7, Queen 5, 7-5, and the sort are available. You can see Vogelsang unblocking all of it, as well as blocking the spade so as to range Shu Liang away from a flush of his own.
Yeah, I suppose if we're good on the end, we're hoping to see some kind of rundown along the bottom of the board that bluffed at the turn and has just failed to improve in any way by the end. Or do we think that our opponent puts us in the blender when they have something like a 7 blocker, haven't improved to a full house?
You know, here's the thing. The scouting report on Shu Liang is such that bluffs abound.
Yeah.
Do they do so on this occasion, however? That's the question on Tom Vogelsang's mind, and he wants to take a peek. 28 the hard way.
Yeah. Heard quads. Shook his head kind of like, yeah, that makes sense. That's the way I'm going to be beat here, if I am.
Man, what a struggle of a day it has been, for the most part, for Tom Vogelsang, and what a contrast it is to what day one had in store for him. Maybe not the same sort of pain that Luke Greenwood has been subjected to, but pain nonetheless. Well, shout out, by the way, to an old school legend who's just hit me up to let me know that he's playing a little private game somewhere out there. And they've got the Triton stream up in the background. Talking to you, Eric Lindgren. Longtime friend from way back in the day in the Bay Area. Who's still at it. Can recall when we were just a couple of 20-something knuckleheads floating around the casino in what was very much an old man's game.
Yeah.
And 2.5 decades removed, let's call it, from those days, and it feels very much the inverse. Suvarna, Jack 987, 210 announced. Now Shu Liang, fresh off of quads, looks down at aces with a suit.
40 big blinds in play here. If we do 3-bet, potentially huge pot developing. Liang clearly taking note of how to proceed. Just a few players off the final table when the stack of Suvarna covers so comfortably. He just calls in the small blind.
So laying a little bit of rope, potentially. Also, just managing the situation where Suvarna, as you mentioned, covers him, and we are working our way toward this final table in a 7-figure payday. Shu Liang finds the flat. Jack 4 deuce, 2 clubs, ace of clubs grows very relevant. The deuce dangler connects. For Suvarna, just top pair here, no club in hand.
And Suvarna not immune to the same sorts of considerations that the stack of Zhu Liang is very dangerous to him. A big confrontation, not exactly what he wants right now, and also for his hand, no clubs, no straight draw. Just top pair with undercards. Seems like a reasonable check to control the size of this pot.
Doing well for himself so far, and the 10 actually provides the wrap with the 7, 8, 9. Liang doesn't like the developments.
A good amount of added equity now for Suvarna, and he says pot.
Wow. Now, to raise pre, check that board, and then come with pot on this turn, it really feels a lot more like a wrap than anything else to me, Kevin. Forgive the fact that we can see it, but the line sort of, it lines up. Story checks out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we have raised from the hijack, so, you know, hands like king, queen, jack, you know, we can have the additional equity of a pair, or even something that wraps with jack 10, of course, is something we're worried about as Liang. I don't think there's as much pocket 10s in these kind of ranges, so this isn't a big concern. We don't trap the flop with pocket jacks that often in this game, do we? I mean, the way that Liang has approached this spot to this point, you can tell that the primary driver was let's avoid a huge confrontation, and here Santosh is asking for a huge confrontation out of aces when they've picked up really no draw.
Now, there are occasions in which you have the aces, you know that they're good right now, but if you place your opponent on a specific holding and you run the numbers and realize how much equity they have, it doesn't pencil out.
Yeah. Maybe that ace of clubs felt valuable on the flop, but what do we really do with it now? How much use does it have to us?
Right.
Feels like calling chips. Yeah.
So all of a sudden, this one becomes 1.62. Of course, Santosh recognizes that the willingness to make the call for Shu Liang means he's got something cooking as well. If we've got a lot of the wrap cards, granted a jack to go with them, what is it that he's got? That's the question. As an ace rolls off and gives Shu Liang top set. Now, even though he has top set, Broadway's staring him in the face, and those king-queen combo rundowns are the ones that came to mind as a check on the flop and a pot on the turn. So it's not as though Shu Liang is looking to breathe hot fire.
Other players in the tournament gathered round. Table paused at the, action paused at the other table. They recognize the gravity of this spot. Liang does check with what you said, Ali, in his mind, I'm sure. King, queen, a very real possibility.
Boy, this would be such a big find for Suvarna, whether it worked out or it didn't. If he were able to rip. Oh, wow. And how much has he come with, by the way? 625.
Yeah.
So this is curious, Kevin. Do you like this size more in terms of credibility or less?
Well, it does suit the tournament scenario that we're playing, and I want to give credit to Suvarna for recognizing these kinds of things, because saying full pot, even when we have king-queen, are we going to shake out aces and just never get paid? This is a real problem. Both players can have king-queen here at some frequency, so leaving money behind looks like value. It would be correct for value to leave money behind, maybe, you know, the exact amount, I'm not certain, but not saying all in allows Liang the opportunity to call and lose and still have chips behind, which is exactly what king-queen would want.
Well, that's also kind of what Shu Liang would want, just in case he was wrong. But of course, if it ranges in Shu Liang's mind. Suvarna more toward value, which very much would include king-queen as played. That would be a problem. He's got the chips pulled forward, but they haven't crossed the line. You know what's on his mind.
The problem, I think, because Liang has aces here and not some other marginal bluff catcher, is that it's going to be somewhere in the back of his mind that every now and then he's going to fold the winner to a thin value bet, and this is just such a disaster, right? When we're getting almost 4 to 1 on our money.
But name the thin value bet when
It's
we've got
so
3 of the
rare.
aces.
Yeah.
He didn't have a set of jacks. Maybe he had a set of tens, but I think once you get called for pot, the set of tens gets quite content to show down, and Suvarna gets sniffed out by the dragon. And another scorching issued by Shu Liang. And this time Suvarna getting grilled. But I got to tell you, even though the chips are flowing away from him in that spot, Kevin, and the nod of your head suggests you already know which direction I'm going, that was very impressive stuff from Santosh.
Yeah.
Well, online poker is back in America. Club WPT Gold has opened its doors to all eligible players in the United States. Packed with non-stop action from ring games to MTTs and massive guarantees. Sign up today at Club WPT Gold. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Just saw Suvarna get voided by Top Set. I wonder if he says pot, though.
Yeah.
How keen Shu Liang is to be a hero.
Well, that's the funny thing about that bet sizing decision, is you see some players in each camp where it's like some always want to put max pressure and always ask the question of their tournament life, and they get paid for value sometimes because they do it as a bluff so often.
Yeah, but they implode, you know, sometimes as well. We accept this.
It can be bad for both players. But there's that other camp that always leaves chips behind, or, you know, maybe even just when they have value, they leave chips behind, and it's like, please, I'd like you to call.
It's important, though, obviously, to recognize the distinction in that particular situation where there was a big difference between the size that Suvarna came up with and full pot.
Yeah, huge gap.
There are certain occasions on which you look at it and you ask yourself, why have you sent so many soldiers to the battlefield and put them at risk unnecessarily, where incrementally all those added heads in the platoon aren't serving us much purpose. That was not one of those occasions. And, you know, the gears were turning and doing so in a very mighty way there for Suvarna. Of course, just got caught. Unfortunate for him that it was Top Set specifically, as you pointed out.
Yeah,
but
he doesn't know that Liang is holding 3 aces there. I mean, if he's up against a different set, maybe a Jack-10 with some other danglers, like, this is stuff that we might just clear out for 625, and it's all of a sudden an amazing bluff.
Well, guess who's got aces again? Shu Liang. Sitting now far deeper than he was moments ago. In fact, the overall chip leader by a hair ahead of Yukamainen.
got 12th yesterday, and that was
and broadening that gap ever so slightly.
Start with more chips in this? It's like barely longer levels.
No, just went a little bit quicker, I think.
Yergo Nagi, by the way.
This is weird.
Third overall right now. Antonius in fourth. Average stack.
This is going to take a while.
2.2.
Oh, short yesterday, right?
Bubble was really quick.
Yeah.
Last night? Yeah, and the night before it was long. It was very long. Or fairly long.
Liang will take this one off.
Just about equal stacks between these two in a blind versus blind battle.
Pot.
180.
Osmus wagging a finger in the face of the limp effort from Suvarna, who has spun it down, but still has good chips.
It's also worth noting in these spots that because we're blind versus blind, the pot raise is smaller. The big blind is restricted to only charging 3 bigs. We get to see flops pretty cheap, and 35 big blinds is healthy right now.
Queen 9 deuce and a couple of clubs. Open ender for Suvarna as he peers back at his hand. Gut shot for Jeremy as he does the same. Pair of 8s, the leader, and also blocking the open ender for Suvarna.
Jeremy does open the action here. I would think, knowing full well that this board can connect quite easily with the limp calling range of Suvarna.
Another 400 into the middle. Santor stuck around, doesn't find anything of interest.
Still thinking about this one. Don't expect leads on the pure blanks, though. He does check.
And to the river we head.
Yeah, you can't love the way that you're interacting with this board right now as Jeremy.
So the check back, making it official. Deuce of diamonds on the end. 8's up a winner at Showdown, provided it's allowed to get there, which Suvarna's check suggests it will be.
Yeah, Santosh giving up with, I mean, pure nothing, which is kind of a hard hand to have, even though all the draws have missed. I mean, how often do we just have no pair, no high card? Jeremy's going to be quite pleased to win this with the 2 8s, and I think Suvarna could have found a bluff. It's hard to pull the trigger right after we lose a big one. We just ran a bluff. We just turned those cards over. I get the feeling, but...
That's precisely where my head was at.
Yeah.
If Suvarna wasn't sporting fresh contusions.
Yeah, I think he sizes up that spot a little bit better in a different headspace when he didn't just have to turn over the Jack 9, 8, 7 and lose a huge one.
It isn't simply like being gun shy, but also like from the PTSD standpoint, also just awareness that your opponent had a front row seat to what just took place.
Yep.
You know, now some will leverage that because they think the opposition senses, okay, he's less likely to be running a bluff, one hand removed. It just depends on if you think they think you're tilty, spewy, steamy.
Yeah.
After, you know, having an L hung on you, or if you're somebody who tends to batten down the hatches more.
That's a good point.
In the fallout.
If you're someone with the image that you can be composed and that you can think through the spot, someone with awareness there of how they look is just going to be all value the next time.
2 10.
Well, the dragon has awakened again.
Much less exciting kind of position to be defending the big blind. We've got a very aggressive new chip leader opening from the first seat. We're short stacked. This is where we lose that room to maneuver.
Not all chip leaders are created equal, Kevin. Some really rate to turn up the pulses around them and bring the heat. And Xu Liang counts among that class of chip leader without a doubt. And this is why we're excited to see him work his way up that leaderboard, as are the Chinese supporters. Man, there on your screen's been rather quiet. Griffith Jones, just lurking. 30 big blinds territory. These are the sorts of hands responsible for his limited engagements.
Fold.
Suvarna, yet again, finding a playable one.
We are dealing with the big blind of the chip leader. Seems like that's what motivated the choice to limp, in addition to the fact that we're now just 30 big blinds effective, and this starts to be a pretty reasonable choice for all the pots we enter.
5 seconds.
Hot.
270.
Limp
Fold.
from Suvarna turns into 270, courtesy of the aces. Double suited eights for Shu Liang. Might have otherwise been interested. Let's see at this price.
Seconds.
We do
This
have...
would be naughty.
Yeah, we have chips to play.
What was it I was saying about certain chip leaders?
Yeah. And even being out of position, the right approach post-flop can put Jeremy in some pretty nasty spots. When we have pretty clear ideas of how often you have aces or a bunch of high cards.
So 3 players are going to take this one. Osmus didn't necessarily plan on Shu Liang's involvement, but with the big blind discount and a part of the deck that he suspects isn't lurking elsewhere, he does hop in there. Looks up at 10-9-4 with a couple of spades. The ace of spades becoming deeply relevant for Osmus, who actually is not playing aces. He's playing bottom 2 for the best hand here. Note the open ender for Suvarna.
Check.
Eights occupied by Liang, much like they were a pot ago by Osmus.
Check.
How much is out there?
900.
900?
Having the ace of spades in particular in conjunction with the bottom 2, I think greases chips forward much more so than it might otherwise for Jeremy, who can put max pressure on, you know, spade draws that he knows would not be nutted.
I would have thought the same, but Jeremy came with a check.
And now the ace of hearts becomes relevant as well. Board goes two-tone. Shu Liang plays 5s and 4s.
I do just keep being reminded of the tournament spot and the limitations, perhaps, you know, Jeremy playing 3-ish times the pot behind with potential wraps and other spades on board and the chip leader involved in the pot, maybe just not feeling like this was enough equity.
325?
Bet 325.
Thought he was reaching for a lot more there the way he grabbed his chips, but about 40% pot from the bottom 2. I mean, do we get 2 continues now with Santosh interested with the overcards and the open ender?
Call.
Starts with call.
Boy, this is now weird for Osmus.
It's so weird when we can maybe just have the best absolute hand at the moment, but our redraw is basically non-existent. It reminds me of the spot Greenwood found himself in not long ago with 3s and deuces in a multi-way affair.
5 seconds. Call.
Finds the call this time.
Yet, somewhat tense turn moments now, brought on by none other than the chip-leading Shu Liang, who does not have the best hand. 1.9 million in the middle. The spades come in. No one's got them, but Osmus has the one card that could be the most punishing. I would imagine 4s and 5s are checking out of this one, though.
Yeah, without a single spade for either Liang or Suvarna, is Jeremy somehow just going to be allowed to show down the winner or even bluff when check 2 with the winner. Savarna in a much bigger spot coming off the heels of the dynamic we spoke about where he just got caught bluffing in a big one and now is completely unpaired. In a spot where range versus range, he stands to have maybe the most flushes of anybody.
575.
Bet 575,000.
Wow, he does put out a bet. Leaves chips behind, 25% pot. Hard to imagine that if Santosh is value betting a flush and Jeremy were to try some kind of heroic raise that he can get away at this price.
And just consider for a second that Jeremy can't automatically dismiss
5 seconds.
Shu Liang's holding behind him, although granted it looks like one that's concerned about a flush.
Yeah.
And if it is concerned about a flush, by the way, is it a hand better than 9s and 4s that if Jeremy were to make the call isn't good enough to overcall?
Yeah.
And that would kind of open the door for Jeremy to be bluff catching here. Or is Jeremy just going to leverage this ace of spades and turn it into a bluff?
It is funny when you play in the middle because sometimes you can call here and convince the player behind that you're stronger than you are and get better hands to fold. He goes with a call.
Sniffs it out. Shu Liang announced fold, and you see Savarna caught with his hand in the cookie jar, not for lack of gumption.
And that's just so demoralizing for Santosh. 3 river spots. He bluffs 2 of the biggest ones. Neither works out. He passes on the one that would have worked. I mean, just an ugly run for the last little bit there.
Might that be another example of not coming with enough thunder for Savarna to make the impact that would have been needed to send the opposition into the bin? On that occasion in a 3-way pot, and the one before it in a heads-up one, where Shu Liang caught him, even though Savarna gave him all he could. As we bring you back to the desk, Alina Jean, Kevin Rabichow, the story very much in that frame, centering around Savarna, centering around the 2 bluffs, and perhaps centering around inadequate sizing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think he's going to look back at those hands and be a little disappointed. He's perhaps already disappointed from the way that we just saw him walking away from the table.
Sure.
I mean, but certainly not disappointed after that frame as Jeremy Osmus. We thought this was all going to become the Shu Liang show, and now Jeremy sits atop the leaderboard with a wide margin over that player.
That he does. 4.4 million in front of Osmus. Shu Liang 3.4 million, as Savarna has reeled all the way down to the shortest of stacks. Kevin and I are going to step aside ever so briefly, and then we're going to come back and resume coverage in 10 minutes' time in this 50K Pot Limit Omaha. You don't want to miss it.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action. $140. Come and get it. Uh-oh. Suvarna's going to come, and he very well could get it. All of it. We call them bad aces when they're not suited in any way. But they're aces nevertheless. Yep. Repot declaration here from Suvarna. Boy, those kings in PLO just feel like ace magnets, don't they?
Yeah.
In terms of just somebody finding
All in.
that one hand that we really don't want to be up against, with obviously some confirmation bias, but a higher frequency than it feels fair.
Still 36%. That's why we have to put the money in.
So off to the flop we go. Corneth needs to find something, and that flop there doesn't qualify as such. Pulling it a king for the time being. Backdoor spadiness, backdoor straightiness. Currently possibilities, and now the ace of clubs takes all possibilities. Off the board, as Chance wishes the remaining field well, but he is going to be the first casualty of the day. 14th of 17 runners in terms of chips. Back over where we left off. Greenwood did hop in from the big blind. The 9-3 deuce rainbow board has drawn a bet from the pre-flop Razor, who has nothing more than a deuce. Vogelsang has the 9 along with the jacks. Greenwood, bottom 2. With a follow-through and a flat in front of us. Fairly dry texture, but the vulnerability of 2-pair, in particular bottom 2-pair, is a constant issue in PLO.
Yeah, this feels really tricky to navigate, especially with how deep Sam is with Tom. Maybe if we were all playing short enough that we could run our equity, we can do something there as Sam, but you've got 2 players who could have you totally crushed. Seems like a smart fold.
So Greenwood puts what was the best hand into the bin.
Wow.
A very wet turn here. Take a look. Open ender for Vogelsang, but all of a sudden, Julian has picked up a gutter and the nut flush draw. A couple of the jacks are occupied.
Just over pot behind. If Shu Liang wants to keep betting, are we going to see all of it?
660.
Yeah, we sure are.
I think he said all in, but 660 the bet, 145 behind.
I wonder psychologically if there's any difference in the opposition's mind to hearing pot versus hearing all in.
Yeah, it's an interesting piece of information to interpret, right? It's obvious, I think, to all players involved that a pot declaration is effectively an all-in declaration, but when you say the words all-in, what message are you trying to put across there, right? Is there some subconscious maybe seeping through?
All in.
Oh, Vogelsang says, all right. Trying to be a dragon slayer is Tom. And note that he is going to be thrilled to see that the jacks are actually the best hand. But 38% equity for Shu Liang, not lost on Tom. He is not out of the woods in a $2.25 million chip pot. Can Shu Liang remain intact and spin up? Yes, he can. The jack on the end that gives Tom top set is the gut shot for Shu Liang. My goodness. Isn't how things were supposed to go.
Yeah, it's a challenge to recollect yourself and play at a high level from a new perspective. That is really what can separate some of the highest performers in these types of games.
Checking in at the other feature. Osmus, limping queens with diamonds. John with ace-jack 10-9 in the small. Brings the one syllable forward. Potting it to 200.
Yeah, playing a pretty short stack, out of position. We've got high card value. We don't want to invite the third player in for free. Yoni does get out.
No, no more. That's all. So you start with 750, 770. Thanks.
So Osmus hangs in for the extra 150. After getting a count, he does cover handily. Jack 8 deuce and a couple of spades. Chan has himself the open ender and top pair top kick. Osmus's queens are a gut shot and an overpair.
Sure feels like we have to run it pot behind. Pretty strong pairs with backup for both players.
Yep. Chan feels the same way.
5? Just 5? Pot.
And Jeremy says, show me that last 20. So we're off to the races.
Do we show yet, or are we waiting?
$1.54 million in there. Yoni looking on, recognizing that this is checking out. And of course, Weiliang Chan is going to need help, or he'll be checking out. You see the outs available to him. Osmus, roughly a 3-2 favorite with 2 to come. John looks on eagerly. 8 on the turn. Does not help him. As you see the outs reduced. Queen no longer an available path, as that would fill up Osmus. Ace Jack or 7 needed and unavailable.
G.
GG's shared. You see Luke Greenwood. on hand for the particulars. Pretty one here for Vogel saying double suited kings.
After weighing his options there off that short stack.
Back now with continuing coverage of the $50,000 pot limit Omaha. Day 2 of this one where we're going to play to a champion here in Jeju. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow back with you. Still 10 remaining, and that means we are still 3 away from the final table. 6-figure payout threshold has been reached as the on tap is 113 dimes. It's going to be that way for just one more payout as Ben Tollerine collected the first of that payout band, and then the hop is going to be $23,000. Up to the final 9, and it'll be pay jumps from that point forward. So some considerations in terms of maybe looking around and eyeballing the leaderboard if you're one of the short stacks and not taking a spot, or for that matter, taking a spot. Jeremy Osmus has been Johnny on the spot, as he is the chip leader with 4.4 million in front of him. The sleeping dragon Shu Liang also performing extraordinarily well during that last frame. Joni Jukamainen also solid, but could not keep pace with the boys. Gergo Nagy has ascended. Patrick Antonius sort of lurking, as those are the 5 above the average of 2.2, Kevin. But looking down at the bottom, the story, 8th of 10th for me, is that the chip leader coming into this one, Tom Vogelsang, has seen things unravel a little bit and now sits just 12 bigs with only 2 shorter stacks than his own in the field.
Yeah, and it's such a hard spot to play when you're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. I mean, we saw Ellis Parsonen handle it extremely well in the 25K, and we have to imagine he's going to do that again. But, you know, players like Santosh Savarna or Tom Vogelsang really going to have to find their spots. There's no avoiding running it in this format sometime between now and the final table.
So we're set to get things back underway. Suvarna, the shortest stack after a couple of failed bluffs, both of which felt like they were good spots to take. But maybe he needed to just speak a little bit more loudly than he did. His voice has been muted by the 2 failures. 545,000, 7 big blinds in front of him. Parsonen at the other table, also short. And in terms of the ICM for the likes of Osmus and Jukamainen, this is a nice little setup, although Gergo Nagy keeping pace with Jukamainen means there isn't a lone sheriff in that town. The chip accumulation phase of the program for the boss stacks?
Yeah,
Kevin,
absolutely.
fair to say?
I have to think, you know, only challenge, let's say at the blue table here, is for the lockup between Antonius, Jukamainen, and Nagy. But whichever of those 3 players is willing to show first aggression, or maybe fortunate enough to draw first blood, they could really be off to the races.
5, 4,
240.
raise 240 down. Fold.
Antonius with a suited ace, 3 wheel cards, 1 Broadway dangler, activates as we resume play with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80, 200K in orbit. The orbit is tight.
5 seconds.
At this table, playing just 5-handed, like the other. Luke Greenwood, by the way, continues to have all of the trappings of a man deeply in need of an aspirin or an Excedrin, for that matter. Currently sitting 13 bigs is Luke. No takers for Antonius. There's Jukamainen. The fellow Finn. 3 Finns still remaining in the final 10, making up 30% of the field. Osmus, the lone American. Double suited. Queen high multi-gapper.
5 seconds.
Patrick will sit this one out. There's Ellis.
Five seconds. Time.
Chewing on ace jack 7-5.
5 seconds.
Yeah, looking for the spot to take, and this is the big blind of Greenwood as well. Feels like the one we'd go after a little bit looser than the others.
Just given that Greenwood can't have a freewheeling spirit toward our 9 bigs, given he sits just 13.
Well, he might, but the confrontation stands to be the most profitable because we could knock someone off the leaderboard, send Luke to the desk early, and be one step closer to the final table.
Well, Parsonen doesn't cover Greenwood, though.
True, they are separated by about 2 big blinds, but still the player you'd rather win chips from. It's a little more beneficial.
Check.
Here to go. Limping the button with the ace 4-4-3. Greenwood's clubs are covered. Doubtful there'll be an issue, considering 6 of them are spread between these 2 hands, and sure enough, a club-free environment as it comes 6-5-3. The pocket 4s of Gergo becoming very pertinent.
Check.
Effectively an air ball for Greenwood, who has just a pair of 3s. Knuckled over to Gergo.
Check.
He'll check back, and he'll find an awkward way to make a set, given that the spades and a 4-liner arrive.
Yeah, playing against this short stack in the big blind. The check behind with our pair open-ended made sense on the flop. Maybe we don't want to play for stacks, but now, even though we've improved, we still don't really want to play for, I mean, not even stacks, just, I don't know what we can really hope to get paid by.
So it does go check, check. Now an 8 on the end. Complete air ball here for Luke.
And when we don't have a spade, it always feels like we can't bluff. But in a spot like this, where we're relatively wide, do we take just the fact that we're at the dead bottom of range? Try to represent something?
80.
Bet 80,000.
It's a min bet.
Boy, and you know, if the way that Greenwood approached flop and turn left us feeling like he didn't have much now, the 8 shouldn't be a card that would leave him betting. Yeah, so Nagy does get curious. As Luke, without any measure of pride, announces, I have a pair of 3s. It was a troublesome, in terms of credibility, approach there. I think it was almost laden more with hope that there wasn't even a bluff catcher in range.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
a familiar kind of structure to me to take the worst hands we ever have, make a small bet with those very worst hands, and just claim, okay, this is thin value, this is something marginal, whatever that lines up to on that particular board. And a set of 4s, I mean, it might even overlap just a little bit with that kind of stuff. Feeling quite obligated to pay off. But I would think if Greenwood had a true blocker there, some kind of big spade, maybe a different size comes, represent a different part of the range.
Oh.
Aces now for Gergo after sniffing out the bluff. Double suited for good measure. Pot declared. Is that ace 9 7 5 double there?
Quick release from Greenwood.
blinking, you might have missed it, but, you know, Luke is sort of in that gotta find a spot situation here and didn't give it a second thought. Presumably well served not to have, given we could see the aces.
Yeah, and he's now sub 10 big blinds, facing pot from a big stack. Do we just have literal 0% fold equity in that setup? Might need just better playability. Playability may be the wrong word. Raw all-in equity, right? Just like more high cards in our hand. Ace 9, 7, 5 double feels more like deep stack quality holding or fold equity quality holding. Although the spot Tolerine took, not so different.
Yeah, similar hand composition was what sent him packing.
5 seconds.
Ace Jack 8-6 into the bin. Yoni swipes left.
I appreciate the different ways of card checking that happens in PLO. Some very elaborate procedures. Yoni there, just one-handed high peel.
5 seconds.
You know, it's been a minute since I was on those dating apps, Kevin. I think swipe left is when you like, and swipe right is when you don't. But, you know, thankfully, I don't remember.
I'm in the same boat, Ollie.
I had a friend that used to mash the likes just so he could reveal what his options were, and then he would just block what he wasn't into. And then they caught on to that, by the way. You know, they were like, no, you get a maximum number of likes unless you pay for the premium. And then he paid for the premium.
They know how to get you.
Ellis knows how to get a little 80K out of Patrick, who tried to slip in there. He was slick. He would be like, well, you know, what region of the world do I feel like has the most beautiful women? And then he would set his account to be in that area, and then he would match, you know, without. But eventually, when they're like, well, where are you at? And he's like, L.A. And they're like, what? Like, I'm in Bali. And he's like, no, but baby, we could work this out. It's just a casual 8,000-mile difference.
Start with a few months of FaceTime and see where it goes.
Yeah. Maybe he was the Tinder swindler, and I just don't realize it. I heard there's been a backlash against the apps, Kevin, where
like the
people realize it's just not generally the source of happiness.
People going back to the good old-fashioned methods of dating.
Yeah, get wasted at a bar. No, no, that's generally. Although producer James just looked up with enthusiasm for the old school methodology, but he's British, so it doesn't count. Antonius making ace jack 7-4 count. No takers. Maybe we should create a fake Patrick account and then see how many likes we can get.
Did you?
I feel like we get a lot of matches.
You say that like you just invented catfishing.
Oh, yeah.
It's already
been around. My bad. Well, Savarna's going to go fishing for almost all bait on board. 10-9-9 deuce, the hand he settled on from the button here. Vogelsang with ace-king 8-4 has become the customer as he massages the extra 65,000 into the middle. 810K. This didn't rate to me to be a candidate.
Yeah, it looks like just kind of taking the first button spot we got, which is a kind of reasonable approach to a five-handed table. How often do we get to put our 4 big blinds in with 53%?
Well, Savarna, the 6% advantage pre-flop, and that is no longer the case post-flop. Vogelsang, top 2 pair here Open-ender for Suvarna. He's bricked a couple of these already en route to finding himself all in, and might he be bricking yet again? Jack or the 6 for the straight, the 9 to do it the hard way. Is any of that in store? No, as it's 8's full on the river for Tom Vogelsang, and Santosh Suvarna give it all he had, but unfortunately, his run here in the 50K comes to an end in 10th. 113K pickup, coinciding with a 23K ladder for the remaining 9. Doesn't look too heartbroken, but I wonder if he's going to play back those 2 big bluff spots in his mind and
Yeah.
ask himself whether or not going a little bit more ham.
Yeah, we've talked about the improvement of Suvarna over the course of many series, and well, you don't accomplish that without thinking through the spots you play and going back and trying to figure out a way you could have improved. So we know a lot of people are pulling for Santosh. I'm sure he'll get some good feedback.
Early song last time for you.
Flipping back over, we observed Yergo Nagy doing what he's been doing for quite some time now, it would seem. Once upon a time, he was on the outer table. He was a chip leader, but he had just 21 bigs. Now, in spite of multiple blind increases, he sits 48 bigs deep, 3.8 million. So, excellent day being put together.
He really has been on a steady climb.
Looking back at the chip graph in the app, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm looking at Yergo's ascent and just consistent grind up and very few showdowns as well.
$280, says Yergo. Luke, 2 bigs invested, 600 back.
5 seconds.
Let's go of the ace-jack 8-5. There is just so much visible pain with which Lucas is navigating this sub-10 big blind stack right now. Parsonen in similar territory. And every bust out from here forward has a ladder associated with it, so the ICM pronounced.
Good point, yeah. And just going back to Greenwood, I get the feeling that he knows exactly what needs to be done in his spot at this table, and it's just such an unappealing thing to do. Sit here and look at these nice hands and fold them again and again. Everyone wants to play hands, especially one that looks like this. For Parsonen, we're in the hijack. 9 blinds.
5 seconds.
Good enough, he says.
Can't blame him for feeling romantic about this double-suited 4-card rundown with a little gap on the tail end. Ace 10 9 8 Patrick leaning in for a look, preemptively being offered by Ellis.
Some thought to be had there about whether or not we have any fold equity before the flop. Feels like no. Patrick wants to see what comes next before committing. Both players with clubs.
Advantage Antonius in a major way in that respect. Forgive the obvious. Gutter and backdoor hearts for Parsonen.
5 seconds. 10 seconds. 500.
Patrick just puts him in and he knows he has to run it.
Excuse me, hold on, I didn't ask you.
Feels like almost worst case scenario when we have our clubs covered here.
Wow. That's ugly.
Queen of hearts.
Jack is good.
Parsonen
Is that my...
recognizes this is not
Queen of hearts is
the spot he was hoping to find himself in.
That's stupid for...
$1.5 million plus into the middle. Luke Greenwood anti-sweating, of course. He's been jockeying at the bottom of the leaderboard with Ellis for quite some time. On the turn,
than
Parsonen
average.
picks up the heart draw.
6. Queen, 6. Heart. Right.
Does have the Broadway gut shot as well. Not to mention the pre-existing gutter to the 6. Will any of it show up? Yes,
You are
there's
better
the
than
10 of
average
hearts.
Aye, aye, aye.
Patrick can do more than, no more rather than say aye, 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 and accept fate.
How can he lose with that hand? Look at...
And we give so
Quite
much
fair.
credit to Ellis for his expert level play, but you can't make the number of final tables that this man makes without that kind of luck in all in at-risk situations.
Yeah, he was a fairly big dog. With 2 to come, 3 to 1, I believe.
I didn't like it. I had no hold, I had no 6, I just 4 cards that were Patrick's cards.
I was
you know?
super alive.
Yeah. There are too many clubs like that.
Well, if you want to play like a Triton champion, GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. And now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Simply follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your choice to win. Your chance, rather, sorry.
I had a quick look at the leaderboard over on the Triton Poker Plus app, and Shu Liang is back up top after winning a pretty chunky one off of Jeremy Osmus, the former chip leader.
And that sends Osmus into third. You gotta go Nagy in second.
Pot.
Yeah, against the short stack open.
I think I can beat deuces. Pretty sure.
She's never loses.
Greenwood's pot declaration
How can I have a pair?
piled on by Parsonen, incredulous at the fact that Greenwood has produced a pair. He is the dog, though, by 5% as a $1.25 million chip pot breaks out.
Sweat. Don't just like.
Yeah, let's take a sweat.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
what would be nice?
that's nice.
Jack 10.
Yeah.
3.
That's good. I'll take that.
Ace King 8 is
Better than average.
sort of anti-perspirant.
Deuce is coming though.
Top 2
Oh, that's
for
a good
Parsonen.
one. Okay.
10 on the turn. Greenwood could make Broadway with a queen. The deuce would have worked as well. Instead, his day at work comes to an end. Well, he really did fight and hang on as long as he could. Kevin didn't take a few spots that maybe raised our eyebrows with the perception that they were available to him, but far be it from us to question the choices being made by the mighty Luke Greenwood, whose resume speaks for itself, and will add a tidy payout of $136,000 to it.
At least the money stayed in Finland, so.
Helpin sanoi, pokeriura perustuu satumaiseen tuuriin.
Sipilän pokeriura perustuu satumaiseen tuuriin. Helpin suusta kuultu. Mun mielestä ihan loistava lause.
Boy, pretty interesting quip in the chat from Jeremy B, who says, why do I feel like PLO is both infinitely more strategic and infinitely less strategic than No Limit Hold'em at the same time? It's because depending on the situation, it is. Yeah. Sometimes the hands simply play themselves. And then other times, when it isn't as straightforward, things get very intricate.
That's exactly the feeling I was having watching yesterday. You just... Sometimes they're shrugging and it looks like there's no decisions because there are no decisions being made. Both players just know money goes in, and that happens in No Limit Hold'em as well, obviously. Seems like it happens more often here.
Yes.
But every now and then some weird spot comes up and it feels like one player at the table knows what to do and everyone else is like, I have no idea what's going on right now. This is the most complicated hand of poker I've ever seen.
Yeah. $176,000 secured, courtesy of Luke Greenwood's departure in 9th. We are on the final table bubble now. The hop from 8th to 7th is $61K.
No short stacks remain at this table. Everyone playing 2.2 million or more. 27 big blinds.
Haven't seen a tremendous amount of involvement out of Yoni of late. He has performed well on the day, however, as we pointed out. Ace Jack 10-7, responsible for the pot. Now the suited Ace Queen 10-7, just hearts. Diego defends. Queen 5-5, advantage Diego. Pretty big miss here for Yuka-Mainen. And the dry board textures, obviously in No Limit Hold'em, you know, we're so accustomed to seeing the pre-flop opener follow through. And PLO, a little bit more to consider.
Yeah, presumably we want to interact with the suits on board. The 5 a real threat. Much more so than it would be in other formats, even when we have overpairs or top pair, top kicker. Considering that these players don't really want a huge collision, especially with these hand strengths. Not surprised to just see small size check and call.
$150 ahead, bringing us to this turn where Yuka-Mainen is now open-ended. Another check in front of him.
And it is popular, thinking to No Limit Hold'em now, to see reasonable amounts of equity in position, deciding to just take it for free and see if they can improve on the river. But the Jack-10 by itself, I imagine, in this format is not really as good of a draw as it is in Hold'em. It's It's not like if we bet this hand and get raised, we're disappointed by the fact that we have to fold naked Jack-10. Seems like real consideration for a turn barrel.
Of course, action not on that man, but rather on Yoni. There he is. Has chosen to check back and realize 10 on the end. And it is top 2 for Gergo, but you know, this one does straighten out the board a little bit, and Yoni does have that jack. Unclear whether or not he feels like ace-10 is true showdown.
Yeah, a lot of ways for both players to have king-jack in this moment. Neither does. It's funny for me to look at boards like this and recognize that both players are probably weighing the availability of bluffing, despite the fact that one has 2-pair and one has 2nd-pair top kicker. Do check over the queens and 10s.
Boy, he really thought about it, but ultimately Yukimainen does check, and Gergo knows queens and 10s are almost always a winner as played.
It crosses my mind when I look at spots like this in the context of PLO that, yes, there's always something scary on the board that we can try to represent. And we have a jack in our hand, we have a 10, maybe we can justify, okay, this removes some certain hands. But you're just, it feels like you're always going to be dealt some blocker in some spot, because you have 4 cards, you inevitably have interaction with the board in some way. Feels like at a high level we need to be cautious in our bluffing approach, not to just consistently represent some strong hand every single time, unless that hand is so easy for us to make, so, you know, such a significant part of our range.
I mean, it does feel as though guts and glory are so interlaced into the blocker conversation when it comes to Pot Limit Omaha in particular. Obviously, the dry ace blockers of this nature are a lot more relevant than simply having lone jack on that queen 10-9 board.
Yeah, when there's one key card that you must have in order to make the nuts. Much different from here where there's 4 jacks in the deck.
Well, a couple of queens from the deck paying a visit to Gergo, fresh off of that pot from Yukimainen. Double suited in the small. He gets after Yoni. That's not the look of a man who's interested. And sure enough, he finds the bin.
Take it easy. Chill. Take a coffee.
Getting pretty good cards.
He likes playing with fins.
By the way, there is another Finn that was in this field, failed to make the money, that being Samuel Sipula, was being talked about briefly between Ellis and Patrick as we flip over to the other feature table. One in progress here where Shu Liang has himself ace-jack for top pair and the open-ender with the danglers. He was a flat caller of the 240K Open by Osmus, who's got the better pair of aces. Note, though, that a 10% equity favorite is Liang with 2 to come. This coming courtesy of not just the open-ender, but the backdoor spade coverage. Diamonds interfering with Osmus's backdoor. Check back from Jeremy. Board pairing 5 on the turn, and Osmus has picked up the inferior flush draw. For Shu Liang, a lot of reasons to barrel.
Yeah, not only do we have a pretty strong top pair, connected about as well as we can with every part of the board. And Jeremy, I mean, really strong one in his own right, and there's No reason to want to build this pot when we're covered in position. Let's see a river.
It's a 10. Osmus now with aces and 10s. Shu Liang fanning on all of that equity after the extra 600. Headed toward the middle on the turn, with Shu Liang having led for 300. $1.25 million now staring us down.
Certainly feels like the time to slow down if we're Liang.
He agrees. How about for Osmus, however, finding this improvement? Granted, it's sort of the same thing as Ace-King.
It is the same thing, but now that every draw has missed, perhaps more ways for us to get paid against a sticky customer. I mean, we don't want to be in the habit of thin value betting in these spots, and he does check behind. But
Yeah,
how are
keeping it
we
clean
beat is kind of the other side of that coin.
Yeah, I mean, deuce 3, 5x, but it didn't feel like 5x would have come off the gas.
Right.
And to be fair, it doesn't feel a whole lot like 5x, given that Shu Liang flatted the open from the small, should be present all that often. Although, you know, a lot of times we can have a myopic focus upon 3 of our cards out of 4 being good and good enough to get in there, and then a coincidental 5 dangler is a part of the range, but especially given the check on the end. But you also have to be able to identify a hand that's going to be willing to pay you off. So, you know, we run the risk of opening the action and allowing someone to turn their hand into a bluff. These are downsides that Jeremy is taking into consideration. And as you pointed out, he is a consummate tournament strategist.
Yeah.
With 9 remaining pay ladders, every single subsequent bust out, the preciousness of the chips cannot be overstated, with a nice 7-figure payout waiting the eventual victor. He ran through it and decided check back was cozy. It's not as though he has a habit of leaving meat on the bone. And sometimes we
True.
accept that, you know, in exchange for not biting into something rancid, we do just leave it be.
So costly to lose chips in a tournament compared to the small gain by winning. Can't blame him.
Griffith Jones has been pretty quiet. And this is not him shouting from the rooftops, despite having the ace, king, queen, 8 with diamonds that cover Osmus unbeknownst. Jeremy with a lean part of the deck rundown of sorts, checks back. So we'll head to the flop in an unraised blind versus blind confrontation. 4, 6, 8. Bottom 2 with the gutter for Jeremy. Just top pair for Jones.
Yeah, certainly Jones would have preferred to be able to get all this money in before the flop and have a chance to realize his equity without dealing with pressure and board developments. But right now, his lone pair of 8s is going to have to navigate a pretty tricky spot.
$80K, says Jeremy.
After Osmus just checks behind pre-flop, this board's all over him. Have to be cautious here as Jones.
Every now and again, you'll see people check fold in these spots, but I think having the ace, king, and queen as prospective 2-pair cards is nice. Unblocking the hearts, of course, might range you toward thinking the opponent has a flush draw.
Check.
9 on the turn now. Unpleasant.
Yeah, now a much uglier board. No equity picked up for Jones. Oh, Jeremy lets him see the river, though. Check behind. And Jones will benefit. on the ace of spades. Makes better 2-pair. Probably feels he can get value now, but still got to consider that tournament dynamic where allowing stacks to go in would be such a disaster. Yeah. Block size small enough that even a raise can't put us all in, I think. Although this has got to be a pretty infrequent outcome once Jeremy checks behind the turn. Just trying to set a good price where we can get paid off.
Aces up, coming together after the turn, check, check, and Osmus taking a peek with the 6s and 4s. This a rare sight. Chips flowing toward Griffith Jones. Not through the course of his accomplished PLO career, but rather just on the day. But in spite of that, you know, he's worked his way into the final 9. Final 8. Final table bubble. Bad news for the shorties. 51-1. That's the blind level. Sunny on hand to ensure. The increase is enforced. Two tables of 4-handed PLO, by the way. That's where things can get very interesting. Can't simply sit back and wait for what you think are the straightforward sorts of hand classes to get involved. There is some urgency.
Yeah, and this final 8 in particular really hasn't been the lineup where you think you can just sit and wait for a couple of reckless players to collide. Everyone's been so careful and precise with how they navigate pots post-flop.
Somewhat precise judo chop check back there from Vogelsang as well. Tapping into the martial arts. Now tapping into a pair of 8s and an open-ender on this 10-8-4 board. 8s and a gut shot for Osmus. He verifies. Knuckles.
You have a favorite method of checking, Ollie? Best one you've seen, or that you would use yourself? Sorry, I know we're mid-hand. You can sit on that if you want.
Far be it from me to allow a hand of poker to disrupt my desire to engage in tangential conversation, Kevin. No apology needed. But allow me to think about this.
More for the chat is the apology than to you, but go on.
You know I have feelings, Rabbit Chow, you know. But apparently chat's feelings are more important to you as we see check, check after the hearts roll off. Jackson 8s for Vogelsang is now turned into 8s full. And note that Osmus has himself trip 8s. And when the 4th heart comes off, much like we talked about in those double-paired board situations, it actually is more pleasant than when there's just 3 to a suit on board in terms of not being so concerned about the flush. Although, as played, Jeremy might already lack fear of such things. And if he does, that means that value pursuits are available to him. You see him leading for 100,000 now after 2 streets of checking behind from Vogelsang, who is going to dial up the raise, of course.
Yeah, this one's interesting because it's a blind versus blind pot and the ranges should be so wide when Vogelsang checks behind pre-flop. Straights are possible, which may have made the 3 of a kind of Osmus look a little bit weaker in addition to the threat of the flush. He did still deem it good enough for value. I mean, this is just... It's hard to put your opponent on a hand right now, but situationally, this is just such a strong play from Tom.
It's problematic to hold the 8 if you're Jeremy, because you kind of figure that a set would have been worth a bet on the flop at least from Vogelsang. Maybe it slows down with some frequency on the turn. And so you're not so worried about the full houses.
Yeah, it is strange to have one of the 2 remaining 8s and think, well, the main way that you can fill up here is with some kind of 2 pair that rivered the 8.
Correct.
And then if you have those 2 pair available to you, sorry to interrupt, like the other 2 pairs could bluff in the same way that he does call.
I was thinking Jack 8. It's all he's got. It's all he can have.
So Osmus had whittled things down to specifically Jack 8 as being the only available things for Vogelsang to down him with. And sure enough, there it is.
Yeah, it makes sense. You can imagine Jeremy thinking, well, if I was going to bluff here, maybe I'd bluff with Jack 10 or Jack 4, and if he can have Jack 8, etc., I've got the 8 in my hand. Fortunate spot, though, for the former shortest stack. Vogelsang's now up to 22 blinds. That leaves Jones at the bottom of the leaderboard with 15.
Jones and Osmus passing. Vogel won't be doing that. Vogelsang, rather.
Big starting hand, out of position, versus the covering stack and a very dangerous player. We just charge right now.
$300,000. And Shu Liang has chosen to dig in with Jack 10, 6-4, middling spades. Not exactly top shelf liquor here for the Dragon, but look what he's found. Inferior spade draw and a pair of jacks and potentially a date with trouble, as Tom has got this one very much by the throat against that specific holding. Just 15% equity for Liang.
Yeah, dream flop for Vogelsang against this kind of hand. And we've seen Liang, although willing to speculate, proceed with, you know, an understanding of where to be cautious post-flop. You would hope that he recognizes that this kind of spade draw and middle pair is not the kind of hand we want to fast play and get into a huge confrontation with.
$350 out of the nut spades, top pair and the Broadway draw. Shu Liang wants a look. What's the max paying?
We obviously want to play wider and more aggressively when we're in these positions and when we're chip leading, but Vogelsang has shown nothing but strength so far, opening from the small blind, half pot size on this board.
Well, down an alley in Gotham goes Shu Liang. And it doesn't seem like Batman is going to be showing up, although a little gutter does provide a ray. Vogel saying just come up with max pressure, and I'm not sure the foundation of Jack 10 6-4 is in a position to be able to withstand this weight.
Yeah, even with nut spades covered, Vogelsang in a really precarious tournament scenario.
He did pick up the wheel draw to go with the Broadway gutter and those nut spades, not to mention top pair.
Yeah, plenty of hand here, but just, you know, no need to mess around. No need to invite a light peel.
So DeYoung is muscled out of there, and of course these are the sorts of challenges that his particular type of hand faces.
No thanks.
Lacking some durability in spots.
Starbucks.
And while it may not seem like in this very moment we're experiencing a turning point here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, Kevin, but that is actually what's going on.
Otherwise,
Now you're looking at me
otherwise I'm going to shake.
Yeah.
inquisitively,
Yep.
wondering what on earth it could be that I'm referring to.
Yeah, I only do the first 2 breaks. So.
Okay.
Maybe.
For the first time ever
You gotta have it. You gotta have it.
Yeah,
Sometimes you gotta have it, man.
in the Triton Poker Plus app, due to, you know, some ire that was raised by somebody who had moseyed over to the YouTube chat, I have clicked the Twitch tab in the app, and I have caught up on Twitch chat. So I do see you, Twitch chat, and by the way, having caught up with the entirety of what was available to me, I regret to inform you that I am flipping directly back over to YouTube chat, because I can only have one stream available at any given time, and then Twitch, you're going to have to step it up if you want me in there, you know. Just, you had your chance. Meanwhile,
that was the whole thing? That was it?
That was it.
Okay.
It was a brief blip. It was false hope. For both me and Twitch chat, by the way. And, you know, we tried, guys. But it didn't work. Shu Liang with a pair of sevens. Just leaning here, and Jones concedes. Maybe I'll give him another chance before the end of the festival. Kev, maybe I just caught him at a low point, you know, and not their finest moment. Maybe Twitch chat is going to turn up, and then I'll be there for it. But, you know, I'm old school, man. You know, as I realized just the other day, and this is an insane thing, 3 years from being 50 years old. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
Mm.
When you listen, like all of it, you're like, dude, what? Aces with clubs for Shu Liang. Raise and take there. Off his high water mark, but still fighting and still comfortable. Still boss stack at this table. Well, if you like a little bit of action, side action, maybe a little sports betting on your resume, why not pop on over to BetACR, where you can exclusively bet on the Triton Poker Series. Follow the latest on Triton Poker action with exclusive insights from the BetACR Sportsbook. Stay informed on the best odds and expert analysis. It's all happening over at BetACR. I don't think we've ever gotten that deep in the track, but
¿Qué pasa?
really stopping where we had been prior to that point, I think, was probably the optimal
There's 2 cards here.
place to fade out. There wasn't really a whole lot
Don't want-
left
Check to me.
in the tank for whoever it is that is responsible for that one.
Yeah, I have yet to listen to the source material.
That JetBlue lyric is just emblazoned in my head. We're being inculcated. We're being indoctrinated. And we're being treated to top shelf pot limit Omaha all at the same time.
You know, Ali, Twitch chat,
You went back?
which I checked in on, because when I first looked, there was nothing there, but you've emboldened a number
Hang on,
of players to enter.
you-
Viewers to
After I
enter.
made my assessment, Kevin, for you to go back to Twitch chat shows distrust. You're in
Well,
the booth.
you said something that implied that the old school stream to be paying attention to would be YouTube, but I had the same thought that a lot of people in Twitch chat had, which is Twitch was streaming live before YouTube, to my recollection, and theirs as well.
Twitch wasn't even swimming around in its cyber daddy's jewels when YouTube was conceived. Now, if you're talking
As a-
about live
Indeed.
streaming, okay.
Indeed.
But being somewhat of a tech fossil myself, conflicted. YouTube was kind of... I stopped evolving past that point, I admit.
Like
You know,
once you reached YouTube,
I'm really like Clint
you
Eastwood.
were frozen in time.
In Gran Torino at this point on the porch. I'm kind of a NIMBY, not in my backyard, get off my lawn, you know, damn you kids, Scooby-Doo, like that. You know, I've turned into this. A curmudgeon, if you will. Top set, by the way, for Shu Liang as he takes the honors of top set Tom and wrestles them away from Vogelsang, but his double paired holding. Not interested in further involvement. So what's going on out there in Twitch land then, Kevin, as you moseyed in once more?
Well, I'm hearing a number of very kind of primal or perhaps emotionally driven responses. I see all caps, "We are alive. We demand to be taken seriously."
Okay, now you know how to
Notice
ban people, right? You
Notice
just-
me.
Right, so you can mute and ban. You don't need to be encumbered with these things.
Oh, no,
right?
these are, I've been liking all of those, highlighting them. These are the best responses as far as I can tell.
Hey, Kevin, you know, when powers of, you know, moderation are available to you, I think you do need to abuse them. That's just sort of the law of the land, isn't it? I mean, insofar as I understand it. I think just a daily random ban of someone is also just good for your health. You just, and then they're incredulous and they try to find some other conduit through which to take issue, and you're just like, no. Welcome to Third World.
I feel fortunate
Legislative branch.
to have never had to navigate the kinds of dynamics you're describing right now.
Well, I've never been forced to do it, but I've taken it upon myself. As we see once again a double-paired Vogelsang squaring off with Shu Liang. Not forced in, but volunteering to limp. Liang out flopping with the ace. No clubs on board.
Quick check behind. Sometimes we suggest players like Liang might approach spots with reckless aggression, but that's obviously not the case here. Medium strength hand. Shows restraint.
Two streets of checking as Vogelsang got two free pulls at the set. Liang not showing any pride in the ace-9. Would imagine he would bluff catch. No, by the way, that the kings or blockers could maybe try to convince himself he had Broadway, but as played, it's just a small pot. And one that again goes toward Shu Liang.
Yeah, maybe in a larger confrontation with tighter ranges, Tom would bluff with the kings or try to. Hoping to show down the winner there. Some fraction of the time.
You see, Kevin, I walked you down the streets, and now I have disciples like Zombie Son in the YouTube chat saying, ban me, Ali. It would be an honor. Zombie, just because I would hate to subject someone who is rank and file, such as yourself, I will not do this. One additional reason I will not do it is because I actually confess that I don't have such powers. I'm sure by proxy, if I were to put Ghost of M, who runs a tight ship out there as a mod, to task, that Ghost would comply. But, you know, we like you, Zombie. We won't do this. What do you think right now if we were to run the average ages of the chat participants on aggregate in YouTube and Twitch? Where would we land, Kevin? You're the analyst.
Thank you for showing no restraint and throwing me under that bus. I will happily throw some guesses into the ring.
Just generally speaking, we have to imagine that YouTube is where the elder chatters lurk, correct?
Well, I was wondering if it might be polarized in some way where, like, the youngest of the pack are also on YouTube.
Are they?
But I could be wrong about this. Twitch is very much, you know, this is gaming community.
That's right.
Central, leaning younger, of course. So yes, Twitch probably a significantly lower number.
Well, the minimum number of 100,000 was adequate for Shu Liang's King Jack 5-4. However, Mr. Jones pointing out that when I have aces, it's inadequate. Fumbling around with 300K eventually. Didn't even need to put it in there as the Dragon would sit this one out. No spicy writing in the Twitch chat that they are more about silently contemplating and appreciating the wonderful content provided. It makes them sound like wine enthusiasts. I don't know that that's sort of the
sorry.
all-encompassing assessment.
Ali, did you pose a question of how old the chat was, or did people just start offering up their age and create a string of two-digit numbers flowing in the YouTube chat right now?
You know, Ronnie Hot Dogs in Twitch is saying he's 49. Now, simply the name Ronnie Hot Dogs, which suggests that you've been a part of the Coney Island Nathan's competition on the 4th of July or Memorial Day, whenever they wolf down those dogs, isn't necessarily commensurate with 49. But I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to place faith and honesty. As Vogelsang places faith in ace 10, 6, deuce, and spades. Baby double pair here is a couple of diapers for Shu Liang. Want to take a peek here. No, one deuce is occupied, and Griffith Jones, with the raise in the flat in front of him, looks down at ace, queen, queen, 7 with clubs. Doesn't hesitate to say pot. Threes and deuces are out of here. Stop it.
Feels like temptation might be getting to Liang. He just said all in.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We're running it. Last 300,000 in the pot for Jones.
Well, much like the hapless people at the base of Vesuvius who ended up entombed, suddenly an unexpected eruption is upon us, and Griffith Jones hoping not to be suffering the same fate as the ancient Italians.
Flip. Nah, almost.
I think I have less than 40%.
Note that the advantage for
Depends
the
which shoot,
queens
yes.
with covering clubs is just 3-2 in an over 3 million chip pot.
Clubs no good. Clubs and diamond.
Liang obviously tempted into this pot with the added money from Vogel saying once he exits.
Yes, but still, to be tempted in is one thing. To come ripping and asking Griffith Jones for the full Monty is another entirely.
Yes,
Already
sir.
had 350 invested.
Yeah, 350 in before the 3-bet. Only a couple 100,000 behind in addition to the pot 3-bet.
You know, oftentimes we hear the words "not like this," and I would imagine they are circulating in the inner ear of Griffith Jones, who is hoping not to be among the scorched, which number many in the wake of the sleeping dragon. Here in Jeju, protracted delays before we get to the flop, heightening the tension.
Yeah, it looks like cards are still face down. Pot going on at the blue table right now, and it's post-flop. Can see the action in the Triton Poker Plus app. Antonius is involved in a 1.4 million chip pot right now. Are we headed over to see it?
It appears that way. And Antonius's hand is being put into the muck. The beneficiary appears to be Nagy, who had ace 10, 10, 7, the complete board, queen, queen, ace 6, 5. So ace is up, a winner. When it's all said and done, just one street of action on the turn came with Patrick leading out from the big blind for 250. Pre-flop raiser from the button to 350 had been Nagy. As now we're on our backs here.
Yeah.
That would be the time to go.
40?
Actually.
I'm not sure. Maybe I have 35% win. What's the equity of my hand? Less than 40% flip.
What did I have?
Maybe you can see that
Oh, I had. I don't remember what I had.
you have a queen, maybe, huh?
I love hearing
Okay.
Liang kind of acting as if he's the least experienced and knowledgeable player, asking a bunch of others. He knows better how much equity he has right now. 40% headed to the flop.
Oh, and look at this.
8 out.
7, 6, 4.
Diamond.
Knows he's got that dirty gut shot. Jones just one card away from being able to exhale and haul in over 3 million. What says the deck? Take it, Griffith. So the Szechuan peppercorns that stack is brimming with on that occasion, failing to numb Griffith Jones.
5? You had 5?
No, it's a gold 5 now.
Oh,
He
yeah,
takes
I know.
on a mouthful
It's so close.
of the Sleeping Dragon's chips.
No, it's the stacks.
Oh,
Back over at Patrick and Co. You'd be forgiven, by the way, for thinking this was a poker summit in Helsinki, where Giergo was the guest of honor. feel like the ambassador from Hungary is here. We should welcome him to Finland with a four-handed game of PLO.
Scarf included.
Kirgo, by the way, is like, yeah, sure, guys. I'm no fish.
Antonius now the shortest stack by far of the remaining 8 players. 7 big blinds here. Facing a chip lead open, he's going to go for this one.
Luck, guys.
Knows he's getting called.
Here we go. Antonius having whittled down to just 780,000. He's going to go for a spin.
Mitä Bedell?
Vogelsang over from the other table to be on hand for it.
Okay, I don't mind that.
You hear Patrick saying, I don't mind that. They share the 8 and 9. 2 10s have the advantage. 60 to 34% in a 1.76 million chip collision. Let's bring it into focus. How about a set of 10s, sir, for a free roll against the shared straight?
I can take the shot.
Yeah, I bet you can. As that's the best that Yergo, for the time being, can hope for. Warding off pairs on the board. Doing so successfully on the turn. Patrick doesn't need to worry about any backdoor club naughtiness. Now he seeks the 4-jack, 7 or 10. Instead, it's the 5. So we'll carve it up. Tough to win chips.
Yeah, the only is that so tough to win.
As I opened, you said that he doubled up, you know, the guy. And then I was like, okay, I fucked up.
Now we saw what hands he raised there. Need to calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
Ace
I
9,
caught
8 deuce.
I caught up.
Did he even have a suit? No?
Barely.
Not
I didn't.
Barely. Ace deuce of clubs.
Fair enough.
Well, Patrick wasn't able to double on the previous one, but this will be a welcome sight on the button. Up to about 9 big blinds now, after picking up some antes from that pot. And a pretty good one in the big blind. Short stacked.
I think it's a good enough hand.
I think it's good enough is announced. And we're going to try again.
Round 2. As Antonius is 350. Drew the pile from Yergo.
Agu J7 täällä.
Löytyykö vielä jotain tuohon apuun?
Pieni apu siihen, joo.
Antonius letting Yoni sweat as Elias took a peek at Yergo's hand. Back over at the other table. Proud declaration of flush from Tom Vogelsang. On the river, there was no betting post-flop in this one, as Vogelsang just had too much hand, he deemed, with the set of 10s on the flop, coupled with the nut flush draw. Queen straightened things out on the turn. He filled up, actually, with the board pairing, I believe. Is that correct?
Liang's got to feel good about getting away from that one.
Yeah, it was the nut flush, but obviously he played 10s full of queens. As we flip it back over, relatively inconsequential in terms of the damages to Liang's stack, but very much a consequential altercation yet again between the Finn and the Hungarian, this time for 1.9 million in the middle. And the advantage, 3-1 for Patrick as we head to the flop. Jack 9-6, and it grows considerably greater than that, Kev. Nut flush for Patrick, and this is all but locked up. Now it's official.
Life of Patrick. Tarvii ikinä edes riveriä jännittää.
Can't believe there's no sweat.
Well, the players at the red table are not going to be happy with this development. Everyone locked up around 25 blinds over there. Still on the final table bubble. And now nobody's shorter than 20 big blinds in the remaining 8.
When you consider that we're on a final table bubble and 8 remain, Kevin, that's a lesser seen landscape, is it not?
Yeah, that combination of trying to outlast, but also having to pay 250,000 in blinds every 4 hands. Extremely expensive spot in chips.
Leader with 44 bigs and the shortest stack is 20.
Yeah.
Now you can calm down. Now we can play all.
Yeah, we can do the family pots.
We can do the family pot, he says. I guess suggesting some limping and courteous pre-flop play is to come.
Ace, King, 4-3, fresh off the double. Granted to Patrick. King, high diamonds. He says pot.
Well, forget about the limping. Patrick is still here to play pots aggressively.
No takers. What's going on here at the other table? The Dragon and Jones got a thing going on. Limp blind versus blind. 10s and 8s. For Leong. Swiftly knuckles over to top pair. Jones happy to check back the monotone texture. 3 pair now for Leong. Dusty gutter. If a 6 rolls off for Jones. Bet and take it there for Shu Leong. Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin.
Yes, Ali.
I think I'm upset.
Why is that?
Thank you for playing that directly into where I wanted you to take me, first off, which has already reduced how upset I am. I think it's because I don't feel like we've got enough likes on the stream. This is world-class pot limit Omaha being played in a 50K with a 7-figure payout up top. You got 3 fins in there. You got the Sleeping Dragon. You got the Hungarian Beast, Yergo. Surely, whatever the number stands at right now, we can at least boost it by, let's say, 25%, with nothing more than the demand. That those of you who are out there streaming right now, mouse over and click like and click subscribe. This is all we ask in return for the finest in streaming poker entertainment, which even though we play for the home team, I stand behind. Producer James advising that we got at least one more like after that, which would be a little bit deflating if that were the actual raw number in terms of delta. Ace 10 6. How about a heart draw? Pair and a gut shot for Yoni. Blind versus blind limp pot. Just sixes for Patrick. Couple of checks. Caginess upon us here. And now, the 8 of hearts giving Yukamine and hearts with the redraws to a boat and a straight flush.
A couple of people taking credit in the chat for that like, so that was an effective speech. Ellie, good work.
And one that suggests that perhaps a future in politics. Or is that maybe a bit too rich?
I mean, that's...
As we've observed, just about anybody can be president, Kevin. Ronald Reagan was an actor. Trump was a reality star. I was a poker commentator.
The path is available.
Nejad Rabichow, 20...
I'm not interested.
32? I mean, just to take some time? I don't know. Kevin, come with me. I need credibility on the ticket. Maybe it's Nejad Dempsey. Nah, he's not even a citizen.
That's a problem.
135 on the end. A problem for Patrick as he steps aside. I got to tell you, if we don't get to a final table soon, that my first platform is going to be to ban PLO.
Just a hard pivot from the...
I know, I was big up in it a second ago, but, you know, I'm volatile out here. You know? You think the markets are experiencing volatility right now? Give me a Truth Social account. Yeah. And a rare 12% swing in both directions in the NASDAQ today as President Nejad threatened to bomb several allies. Then said, just kidding.
Twitch chat trying to get involved.
Twitch, you know where I'm going to find my VP is on Twitch. I'm just telling you, since Rabichow doesn't want to...
I think that's what is being suggested. I'm seeing put us in, coach. I don't think they're talking about the PLO.
No. No, they want in. They're ready to run the world. Yoni, ready to run Queen, Queen, 7-3 for at least $1.25. Antonius is going to ask for more than that, I would imagine, with aces and hearts, Broadway and wheel danglers. Pot announced. Double suited queens. I mean, how durable is it?
Yeah, in position after we start with limp. So little connectivity, though.
He wants to try his hand. For the $500,000. Pot grows to 1.25. We play 1.5 effective. Yoni, the covering stack. Looking up at King Trade Deuce. 2 diamonds. Third rather, nut flush draw, as the king is a heart. For Yukaminen and the underpair to the king. The ace is performing well, and that ace of diamonds, a relevant blocker. Backdoor, nut hearts, immediate wheel gutter, and once more pot is declared. Yukaminen says okay.
What the fuck you got? Hey, rolling. Yeah, here you go.
So a pair of threes, a queen high flush draw, queens, all considered to be adequate for for Yukomainen to potentially whittle away a member of the Finnish delegation as Antonius once again has his back up against the wall. Let's pay a visit to one in progress at the other feature where pre-flop Jeremy limped for 125 on the Queen 3-10 2 club board. It went check, check, and then on the turn a check call of 125 from Osmus. Here on the river, he has himself tens full of threes and is swinging for 625. Vogel's saying, all done. So that will allow us to flip it back over, where authorization will be given momentarily for the boys to reveal their holdings, and there it is. Antonius performing quite well. The 2% dog with 2 to come. I confess I'm surprised to see the equities as they are, Kevin.
Yeah, flush draw, only 1 diamond removed.
Wasn't much.
The 3 adding a lot to the strength of this hand.
Yeah. I think absent the 3, it might be a different calculus for Yukomainen, believe it or not. Oh, no. The 4 of diamonds on the turn, and even though Antonius improves to a wheel, he draws dead. As Yukomainen makes the flush and brings us to the final table in this one, which is not going to include Patrick Antonius. Ultimately, double-suited queens downing single-suited aces. Ouch. That one hurts. Well, where there is pain, there is also pleasure on the opposite side of the transaction, as Yukomainen will work his way up the leaderboard to the top. 4.6 million and change for Yukomainen. That's going to be a chip leading stack as the final table will take shape. 235,000. The next payout, 174,000 collected by Antonius. So there's a look at the 2 tables that will consolidate to become 1 as the final table is upon us here in the 50K PLO. Back at the desk, Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabbitschow, grinding the app really quickly just to get the lay of the land. Bear with me as we do look at Tom Vogel saying chip leader coming in. He is going to be the shortest of stacks, just 2 million in front of him. Average is 3.2 million. Patrick, I mean, that's a spot where, again, I looked up at the 2% dog with 2 to come and was a little bit surprised. I started by saying he was performing well. Pre-flop, that was certainly the case, but yet another opportunity to illustrate how Pot Limit Omaha differs from its Hold'em counterpart there as Yukomainen finds the diamond and showers Antonius.
Yeah, I certainly thought for a moment there that Patrick was going to have us locked up a while. Once he doubled that first time and got back to 20 big blinds, the whole room, 8 players remaining, were pretty close in chips. Only 35 big blinds for the former chip leader. Now Joni Yukomainen in the lead with 37 blinds as we head to the final table.
Yeah, and that final table is going to be taking shape. We're going to need about 10 minutes, is it, Producer James, before we get it going? He nods in affirmation. So grab a snack, grab a drink, come back, as the final table of the 50K is just moments away.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just 1 click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
How things were supposed to go.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Recollect yourself and play at a high level from a new perspective. That is really what can separate some of the highest performers in these types of games.
Checking in at the other feature. Osmus, limping queens with diamonds. John with ace-jack 10-9 in the small. Brings up 1 syllable forward. Potting it to 200.
Yeah, playing a pretty short stack, out of position. We've got high card value. We don't want to invite the third player in for free. Yoni does get out.
No, no more. That's all. So you start with 750. 770. Thanks.
So Osmus hangs in for the extra 150. After getting a count, he does cover handily. Jack 8 deuce and a couple of spades. Chan has himself the open ender and top pair top kick. Osmus's queens are a gut shot and an overpair.
Sure feels like we have to run it pot behind. Pretty strong pairs with backup for both players.
Yep. Chan feels the same way.
5? Just 5?
And Jeremy says, show me that last 20. So we're off to the races.
Do we show yet, or are we waiting?
$1.54 million in there. Yoni looking on, recognizing that this is checking out. And of course, Weiliang Chan is going to need help, or he'll be checking out. You see the outs available to him.
8 do not flush.
Osmus, roughly a 3-2 favorite with 2 to come. John looks on eagerly. 8 on the turn. Does not help him. As you see, the outs reduced. Queen no longer an available path, as that would fill up Osmus. Ace Jacker 7 needed and unavailable.
G.
GG's shared. You see Luke Greenwood on hand for the particulars. Pretty one here for Vogel saying double suited kings.
After weighing his options there off that short stack, Tom may be sometimes thinking of limp pot or just posturing a bit. But he does claim commitment. Tolerine says pot. Has a playable one from the button and doesn't want to call off of this short stack. Both players under a fair bit of pressure as we get down towards the final table.
Oh.
We touched on the idea that Ben would be looking for a spot.
I mean, it would have been. It was a good chance. It could have been an ace. Yeah.
This is a qualifier, and note that Vogel's saying covers by just 10K. Forgive me, this is a Tolerine cover. I'm getting a little bit of conflicting information.
Oh, yeah.
But on the screen, we defer. It does appear that Tolerine does have 150K back. So this is the former chip leader whose back is up against the wall. But he finds, guess what? Top set. Top set Tom. Performing well here. Wants to ice it on the turn. Plenty of cards with which to do just that. The jack might seem like it would be one of them, however. Well, welcome back to the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Ali Najad joined now by Randy Liu for the final table of the $50,000 pot limit Omaha. And Randy, there were 3 fins just a moment ago. Now there are 2, as Patrick Antonius has fallen at the hands of fellow countrymen. Okay, hang on a second. A little bit of a spoiler perhaps here, as I am seeing something that stands in contrast to what I thought was the case prior to this moment. Producer James, forgive me, but is Ellis Parsonen not a part of this final table? Forgive me, this is very strange. Our app is suddenly, I hope, not casting shadows on people. There he is. Now he's back in there. Forgive me. He was grayed out for a moment, and I thought maybe, did we have a DQ during the break or something like that? There he is. 6th right now is Joni Jukamainen that would shower Patrick Antonius. 2 players in the 4 million chip club. Yergo Nagy, who was kind of hovering at 20 bigs, but was a chip leader at the outer tables 3-handed. He sits in second. Average stack 3.2 million. Tom Vogel saying chip leader coming into the day. He will be the shortest of the stacks. Jeremy Osmus, hunting title number 2. Plenty to sink your teeth into as you look out at this collection of players. Randy, briefly, what should we expect, you think?
I mean, we have a lot of PLO snipers here at the final table. Sure. We have Osmus, who comes from a Nolan background but knows how to apply his ICM concept, so that'll be a nice wrinkle. And then, of course, Shu Liang, like, he just does his own thing.
This is something that should be activating the salivary glands of anybody who wants to see top shelf pot limit Omaha, as we're going to play for a 7-figure payout. And we're going to send it down to Luca Vivaldi to get us underway.
This 50K PLO drew 112 entries. We're down to a final table of 8. It's time to find out who's going to win 1.3 million, the title, and this beautiful trophy. In scene number 1, from Hungary with 4.3 million. Please welcome Gergő Nagy.
Gergő's Triton resume consists of just $238,000 in earnings. His best finish prior to this was a third in 2023.
In scene number 2, we have our chip leader from Finland with 4.7 million. Please put your hand together for Joni Jouhimainen.
A PLO beast who has just one other cash at Triton. That came in Monte Carlo late last year, 5th in this very event. Where will he finish today?
Our scene number 3 is from China with 3.1 million. Please welcome Xu Liang.
The Sleeping Dragon had yet to cash at this particular festival, but his 6th effort is the one. How big will it be as he seeks to add to his 5.4 million in earn?
Scene number 5 from the UK with 3 million. Please put your hand together for Griff Jones.
The seal has been broken for Griff. Here in his 2nd event of the festival, a PLO specialist, eyes set on the 7 figures.
Our scene number 6 from the US with 2.9 million. Please welcome Jeremy Osmus.
Osmus, the champ in the 25K 8 max for 1.9 million. Another final table in the 40K mystery bounty. And here's FT number 3 as he hunts title number 2.
Scene number 7 from Finland with 2.4 million. Please put your hand together for Ellis Parsinen.
4.2 million plus in career Triton earnings for the one-time title winner. Picked that one up in Monte Carlo last year in the 100K main. How deep will he go here today? Short on chips.
Closing off on the table in scene number 8 from the Netherlands. Please welcome Tom Vogelsang.
His 6th career Triton cash, no titles yet. 2.267 million in earnings. Where will Vogelsang end up?
The button has been drawn in scene number 6. We have 30 minutes remaining of 50,000, 125,000, 125,000. Wish you all the very best of luck. Michaela, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Luca. As you get a look at the final 7. Here in this $50,000 pot limit Omaha, the 2nd of 4 events on the docket, with the $100,000 main event taking place elsewhere in the room. And we'll bring you coverage of that. But first, a coronation is upon us. And Jukka Mainen rates to be the man to wear the crown, but not if Gergő Nagy has something to say about it. And for that matter, Xu Liang and Griff Jones, along with Osmus in that center field cluster between 23 and 25 bigs. Parsinen and Tom Vogelsang with a little bit of work to do. That glimpse brought to you by WPT Global. Some time remaining at the 51.25 level. On tap payout is $235,000. The immediate ladder is $83K between 7th and 6th, and the eventual champion in this one is going to earn $1.36 million. There it is officially, brought to you by BetACR. So never mind the pressure that these guys are going to be putting on one another, just courtesy of all of their PLO talents, but add to it the ICM pressure that will be the product of these ladders. The distance between the rungs growing greater with each successive bust out, as the chunky 7-figure payday at the top, of course, is on everyone's mind right now.
I kind of feel like some of these players are just going to shoot for gold. Maybe throw a little bit of the ICM out the window. I suppose we'll find out very quickly.
Feels very much like a safe supposition, Randy.
Maybe like a little bit more.
Here we go, first hand.
Up front with an unsuited ace. Yergo dips out and dips himself into a little caffeine, it would seem. Perhaps in it for the long haul. And the hauls at these PLO final tables tend to be longer than their two-card counterparts, don't they, Randy?
Yeah, and it's mainly because the short stacks, they're not really looking to push chips in too often because equities run so close. So they really do have to wait for quite the premium to get it in. And immediately you see Shu Liang just stepping out of line in the hijack with King Queen 10-7. And he's not even the top 2 chip count.
Are you surprised that the Sleeping Dragon is breathing fire early here? He really is a curveball pitcher.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if any other player had made this raise. We do have Elis coming in the small blind. Gonna assume that mystery card works quite nicely with the Jack 9-8, 2 hearts.
Maybe a club or something connected. Jack 6 tray, at a minimum, it's going to be top pair for Parsonen, which is performing better than Shu Liang's holding. At least we'll check over. 850 in the middle.
So just absolutely nothing for Shu Liang here. Is it going to stop him from betting? I'm not so sure. We know Shu Liang likes to just attack.
5 seconds.
Wow, and he comes with pot.
Sorry, is he connected somehow?
I mean, the Jack slips into the King Queen 10, but other than that, the answer is a resounding no, Randy. And we know the story that's being told here. I've got the aces.
This is such a crazy bet with his hand. I suppose he just expects Jack X without much backup to just check fold.
Now, Parson, of course, coming in as the second shortest stack at the table, is relieved of some of the pressures that would be associated with maybe being deeper. And he's had a front row seat, whether it be at the same table or through the app, to some of the procedures of Shu Liang, not all of which have been super sound. But how about that?
This is going to be a fun final table, my friend.
Not if you have to deal with Shu Liang. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that on the Jack 6-3, since there's no flush draws out there, he just assumes everything has to check fold unless it's 2 jacks in the hand, which would be a set. 2 6s seem so unlikely to flat from the small. That was making a statement like, I know what you're going to do with most of your range, and made the play with absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I'm going to take it easy this time around. How about aces, Mr. Vogelsang?
How about a full pot from the small blind?
Feels inbound, doesn't it?
It is Nagy in the big blind, who currently sits in second place. It is a suited ace, ace-jack, clubs, not much else working with it. Position, 2 more big blinds to see a flop. You could see it.
Chewing on this 375. He knows that it's go time for Tom sooner than later, but what's the cutoff, and how well does ace-jack 8 tray with clubs perform against it?
In general, this hand probably doesn't perform that well. Obviously, he's getting discount being in the big blind, and the small blind is the one potting, so it's a little bit less pre. Gets away. Nice. I'm sure Vogelsang doesn't really mind it either.
I don't know. I think he would
have preferred
taken
action,
a call, yeah.
But then again, you know, it's like Paul Omaha, where your opponent, if they defend, you're never like that far ahead, and
comes like 6, 7, 8 monotone, and you don't have a single one of the suits, and you're just sitting there adrift
just
with
open
the
mark
aces.
the flop, you know.
Right.
Yeah, but in general, just final tables, players are not really looking to take it post flop if they don't need to.
Thank you.
Of course, what you just said doesn't apply to the Sleeping Dragon, Randy.
I know. It would just say he's a outlier.
He's human quicksand. You know, you walk his way, and all of a sudden you find yourself wondering why you're drowning.
7 deuce, 7 deuce. Let's play it.
I don't think that's how.
That's not how you see it?
You're supposed to look at the hand, Randy. His double 7 deuces. Double bounty?
From his point of view, it's 7 deuce, 7 deuce. For every other PLO player, it's 7 7 deuce deuce.
It's a little bit unorthodox for him to be willing to limp this hand under the gun. It really lacks durability, and you can see Griff with the aces.
I do actually like the limp because he's in early position and he knows how to play this post flop. Let's just say he raised and gets repots. He's not getting the right price kind of to crack aces anymore. So here he can, you know, see a flop. If he gets a deuce or 7, he likely stacks the aces because aces will always want to kind of bet most flops to kind of protect what's in the middle, which is 1.4, sizable, of course.
On the hunt for a set. Not finding it, of course, on the Queen 5-4 board where the aces pick up a wheel gutty. You can see deuces are occupied.
Yeah, it's a pretty good board for Jones. You know, there's, if his opponent's on like the Queen X stuff, they don't have 2 pair yet usually. He's got the gutter for backup in case he is somehow behind. Just protect what's in the middle.
Pot and take it. I got to tell you, if I'm against Shu Liang, I'm just happy to say pot and have the hand get over with. I really don't want to be down the streets in a big one with this dude.
He's the type of guy, like, say you bet small, you get called, like he just hits random gut shots or 2 pairs, and you know, it's a dangerous game to kind of give your opponent a cheap price to see turns in reverse.
You live in the suburbs of Melbourne, Australia, right, Randy?
Yes.
I would imagine that the streets are well manicured around there. A lot of the landscaping is tended to regularly, right?
Yes.
Every now and again, I'm sure you see the truck that pulls up that machine. And when they're doing tree trimming and stuff, they throw the branches into the wood chipper, I believe it's called, to make mulch. Shu Liang is the PLO wood chipper. You know? He'll prune you in a hurry out here.
Yeah, just looking at this final table, I'm actually really excited to watch him play because he's going to give a lot of these PLO specialists a curveball where they're really going to have to put their thinking caps on to adjust properly.
You know, and it's not exactly clear to what extent everybody has gotten word or has kind of established that profile on Liang. Those who have been parked with him for the bulk of the run up to this FT have the advantage in that respect. But I would hope that during the break up to the FT, you're kind of looking through the app and maybe getting a sense of what you're going to have to tussle with. On this occasion, Yukumainen tussling with a couple of kings. Note that this one was limp pre, and Liang did not raise it up. So you just see what makes him so tricky.
Yeah, he's got controlled aggression. You know, he just had kings with no backup pretty much. Little bet from Yukumainen. It's a pretty good board for a Jack-Jack 8 deuce. Open-ended with the overpair.
And the real overpair that has a 10 dangler to boot. He's going to stick around. Board pairing 4.
I would say that's a solid card for both players.
Mm.
You know, barring that no one has a 4. The jacks, they kind of reduce some of the outs of the 10x combos with board pairing 4. I suppose Yuka Mining is probably going to just slow down to kind of pot control, but no, he's going to bet once more. I guess the idea is if he bets here and gets raised, he kind of knows his opponent usually has a 4. Can still seek clearance. I don't really see Shu Liang laying down 2 kings with this run out so far.
Would seem tough. And understandably, he does call the 200,000 with the best hand. Yuka does threaten, but not on that card. And that's a really nice run out. Both of these guys think.
Yeah, I certainly agree.
Of course, Yoni wouldn't have minded a 7. Or for that matter, a jack.
It's an above average card for sure, though, the 3. If he bets again, it's more block. Try to tame the beast.
No, he does slow down.
Kind of interesting for Shu Liang because
I feel like he's
you're
gonna
never up
say
against
pot,
aces,
Randy.
right?
I feel like he's going to say pot, man. I'm serious. Wow, he checked back.
I mean, you got to be a little bit afraid sometimes. You're getting trapped.
But this is a limp pot pre and a very dry river.
Look, I can see a bet just because it seems so unlikely you're beat when you get checked 2 on this run out with the action. But can you fault a guy?
You know what, man? This is in part what makes Shu Liang so nasty to play against. Because you truly can't presume that just because you saw him do something a certain way, that in a similar situation down the streets, even where like other variables might rate to be the same, that he's going to do the same thing again. Truly pattern-free, it would seem Shu Liang is. And those, for me, historically, and I think you would agree, are the most difficult opponents to go up against.
Yeah, I like the word choice used, pattern free, and I think that very clearly states how he goes. You know, he's known to be aggressive, but he knows how to dial it back at the right times. And I agree with you. The players that are hyper aggressive but can be controlled are the most difficult to play against because you don't know which gear they're on at times.
Gergo says pot.
We double, we're chip leader.
I've never ever seen leaderboard like that.
Very close. Yeah.
Yeah, so Nagy trying to use his big stack to attack these blinds who are going to have to play out of position if they want to come along. Basically, you know, raising on the strength of that suited ace.
You know what I mean? Always like
Usually there is like
4
a
big
runaway
blinds.
chip leader.
Yeah, and 6 big, 7 big.
I was planning to do that, but
You failed.
I failed.
Who bust you? Or who took your chip lead?
C3. I was 1 card away from like.
Oh yeah, I
One
saw.
card-
Yeah,
one
I
card,
saw
was
that.
1 card away.
Yeah, you had checks. Or
Eject.
they had like whatever,
God show,
God
pair,
plus
flush draw.
everything.
Yeah.
Under the gun, king 10, 10, 9, not enough. Eyes are somewhat on Parson and Vogelsang, by the way, who are seated beside one another there as the 2 short stacks neck and neck for the time being.
I mean, King Jack 9-7 is what perfect 1-gapper. It's not a great hand, but let's raise because we're Shu Liang and we've got the button with a big stack. You do get so much more fold equity at final tables. Hence, you see the bigger stacks just opening up a bit. Flash to 7.
Sorry.
Dragon takes another one. When you look at his Triton profile, by the way, Randy.
Okay.
You see short deck. You see long deck. You see a first visit paid to us back in 2019 in London. So, Shuli Young certainly playing multiple disciplines, has solid results.
Honestly, I didn't even know he played Paul in Omaha.
I mean, I'm looking back here.
Do you see any entries into Paul in Omaha?
Yeah, in search of kind of the first time he played it. Montenegro 2024, he played the 100K PLO main.
What?
Jeju last year.
Okay, so he
played
dabbles.
the 25K, so I think it was last year at Jeju here. First time he graced us in the 4-card streets.
We got one of the best hold'em hands with one of the worst. Ace, King, 7 deuce. That'll do it. So a couple raise and takes actually takes Nagy to the chip lead. It kind of feels like in this game, the chip leaders at final table are able to raise and take so much more often than in normal hold'em. Because the reason I say that is that the short stacks, like equities run close, so they can't really just like repot. The guy in position who's raising can call a lot of 3-bets, so it's not like a Nolan hold'em where you can reshove on someone with like 20 big blinds and they just have to fold like so much of their range. So there's actually a big advantage having the chip lead in PLO final tables. You just get to chip up slowly over and over again. Now it's Yuka turn with Ace King 7-7, suited ace.
350.
It's a little bit interesting to note his pre-flop raise sizing is different than Nagy. Nagy was just going full pot pre. Yuka now 350K.
Now Vogel saying already has a couple of his bigs in the middle. A suited ace, Broadway rundown, jacks, and he's going to pot it.
Yeah, so Vogelsang is just taking the raw equity of the hand against a player who's perceived to just raise very loosely. Try to get as much in there when he has the equity advantage. And look at that, down to Ace King 7-7.
Yeah. Bluff. Yuka
Yes.
Picking a good time to step aside.
I think we had two same cards.
Not quite.
Half right.
Yeah, the ace. I think everyone can get the ace,
Yeah.
right? We'll say it was a really nice 3-bet from the ace jack, jack 10, downing the ace king. This buffer jack looks overinflated.
I don't think it's designed for a water landing, Randy. I don't think it's his under seat cushion. It's brutal when you're trying to pack those things in the suitcase and then like no matter how much You try to smoosh it. It just reanimates like every single time.
I think he just packed that one jacket, you know, on one side.
I always
of
end
the
up
suitcase.
just wearing it on the plane. I'm like, this is the best way forward.
Smart.
Meanwhile, Tom's path forward was a limp with this King Queen 9-8. Yet a goal, having none of it with the 5-5-4 deuce, so the raise to 375 earns him the pot uncontested with subpar kit.
Yeah, so Nagy is a PLO specialist, and just on the limited number of hands I've seen so far, you can tell he has very good awareness how the strategy changes because we're playing a tournament with pay jumps. You know, obviously that hand there specifically is not going to be in the standard raise department, but he just knows that he can flex that big stack against the medium stacks, and there's not really much they can do.
King, Jack, Jack, 7 double. Leon raising up. Tom finds aces. Bad ones, but aces.
It's the perfect opponent to just pot 3-bet and get it on flops. Xu Liang is a bit looser. This hand's going to be very easy to play off of his stack. Pretty much going to pot like any flop. The double suited factor is what might make or break Xu Liang continuing pre. But he's out. Nicely done.
You know, it's interesting because we've seen him get sticky in spots where maybe we felt like the hand didn't warrant it already. And again, I go back to this pattern-free assessment of Xu Liang. He's just in the moment, you know, unclear all that he is taking into consideration in any given exchange. But on that one, correctly identifying that he wasn't doing so hot against those 3-bet pot ranges for Vogelsang.
Yeah, Xu Liang strikes me as that kind of guy that kind of plays the game flow a bit.
I agree.
So he has like relatively good timing. Let's see, how loose does our chip leader want to open the button? Actually goes for limp. Still getting involved with position.
Yeah, you combining all right with it. And Xu Liang, ace-jack, 10-4. 3 hearts.
The tri-suit's kind of the problem with that hand and being out of position, so no need to pump it up.
Ace, queen, 6. You combine them with the backdoor spades and a Broadway gutter. Same Broadway gutter, but with top pair for Liang and nothing more than queens for Yergo.
Yeah, Nagy just doesn't really have much, except that he's the guy in position with a big stack. He's hoping these blinds just check fold weakish hands. So one gut shot is down, but this gut shot has an ace to go along with it. Doesn't have a backdoor flush draw, which would help if you're on a tweener spot.
Now, undaunted. He does keep the button honest. 9 on the turn, and he's found himself the two-way straight draw. You see the interference of the pocket 8s that also pick up a gutter if a 7 were to roll off.
So Nagy, he doesn't block like backdoor diamond continues, which isn't great. I guess he blocks like ace queen, which is a hand I can continue to call big bet. It's just very confusing how to approach, so passive line.
Check back in a dry river. That gives the young aces and fours now.
Yeah, Shuliang should be pretty happy to hit aces up. Could have been up against like a weak 2 pair. Or like an ace king. Probably difficult to get value with just aces and fours.
I mean, the fact that Yergo limped on the button does leave us feeling better about the aces and fours than we might have if he had been a razor pre.
That's true. That's why he's betting.
Bet 450,000.
And it should be a wrap here for queen 8.
Yeah, raising wouldn't make any sense all of a sudden on the floor. No straights got there. And he's done. Nice
pot
pot
sizing. Credible enough. Decides a very weak second pair. So Shuliang taking a bite. As he does, we'll switch dealers.
I like this track. It's alright. Keeps me energetic.
Well, our official timekeepers here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series are Jacob and Co. Responsible for our special collaborative timepieces that are worn by our Triton No Limit Hold'em main event winners, as well as what you just saw on your screen. Check them out today at Jacob and Co.
Do you know if we hand one out for the PLO main event?
You know, I always thought that we did. James says yes. But, you know, in that copy there, they made it seem as though we don't. It may have been written before we had a PLO main. Could be the issue. Because, you know, that was kind of a more recent addition. Ace, Queen, 4 tray. Try suit. I thought that would be a qualifier for Vogelsang, honestly, but he simply passes. Now sitting 24 bigs deep, of course, no longer as lean as he was at the onset, staring at Parsonen, who is all alone at the bottom of the leaderboard. Double suited
oh,
queen
well
into
flush.
the bin. See, this is a video poker wet dream here. You get that 100 play, draw one.
Yeah, I think.
You know you're going to bink it at least once, right?
Alan Kessler would love that hand.
Ace 5 deuce, as Liang did limp in. Typically, we avoid the monotone holdings, but this one in a small blind versus big blind situation deemed adequate. And Liang just going to play it as a lead.
I kind of want to show that one.
You're so sick.
Can we wrap it on? I just want to see if the 10 club shows up at some point. I know it wouldn't qualify. We're playing PLO, but still.
How many royal flushes do you think that you've made, Randy?
Lifetime?
Over the course of your poker career. Can you count them? Do you remember?
I can't tell you the precise number, but it's around 8.
Wow. You're really playing those suited connectors, bro.
any size pre-flop.
Right? I don't know, the King 10 suited, and Randy's just right on in there. Any price.
Okay, I'll just say this. Have you heard of a game of All In or Fold? You've heard of this game, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so like I pretty much play any suited connected. I can make like a straight flush or royal flush at all times.
How big is
Just
this
in case
game, Randy?
I mean, you know, you get to play like 10 big blinds, right? The big blind's just like $100.
You know, for some, $100 is real
Oh,
money.
but that's the big blind, so it's 10x that. So each all in is a 1K.
You might want to stick to video poker, Randy, if I'm being honest. And normally I try to dissuade you from gambling, but once I heard about that, I don't think that form of poker is really...
It's just for fun, all right?
Mm-hmm.
We can all play for fun and dream.
Yoni, looking to have a little fun. Ace, Jack, 10, 4, tri-suit, as you put it. Griff, King, Queen, Jack, Jack. He knows what he's got. What he doesn't know is exactly how many chips are all around him, and he is taking that into deep consideration before deciding how to navigate versus the open. He covers Yoni slightly coming in.
Yeah, you see he's like very interested. Playing from the small blind course is not ideal. Is it strong enough to repot? I don't think it would be. Again, it's Yuka who has shown some raised folds. So he comes with call. Of course, he's happy to see Osmus quickly bow out.
Nine, 5 deuce. 2 clubs. Griff checks over. Yoni's got a wheel gutter, no club in hand, no pair.
Yeah, pretty bad board for both players. Of course, the gut shot's a little bit more help for Yoni. Typically, if you want to see bet bluff this board, he would want to have a club in hand to reduce some of the club draws that can check call. Open in a straight draw now for Yoni. Gut shot for Jones. Jones is still best with 2 jacks, although it's not something you're proud of in this board texture. I would say that Jones is unlikely to kind of hit that middling stuff, like the 6-7 is probably not really flatting from the small blind against a pot pre, so he can't really stab.
Having picked up the open-ender with a second check in front of us versus nothing more than a gut shot and the overpair, you thought perhaps Yuka would take a swing, but it does lack a little bit of credibility as a pre-flop opener to all of a sudden activate on that card unless you're doing so on the come. So the check back, and Yoni has found the ace. Of course, Griff is going to be demoralized by that. Not the most expensive encounter.
The blinds are up this hand.
75, 150, 150, a staggering $375,000 in orbit, playing 7-handed. Coming off your stack. $50,000 pot limit Omaha final table from here in Jeju. Ali Najad and Randy Liu bringing you coverage of this Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, second of 4 events in the 4-card portion of the program. Gergo Nagy of Hungary. Nagy, as it would be appropriately pronounced in the mother tongue.
How do you say it? Nudge?
Nagy.
Nagy.
Yeah. 4.35 million, good for the chip lead. Bottom of the leaderboard right now, occupied by Finland's Ellis Parsonen. He sits just 12 bigs at 1.8 million. Yoni again activating. You see the new pot size pre is 525. And he is starting to accumulate chips as he seeks to keep pace with the upper crust at the top of the leaderboard. Currently sitting 3rd behind Shu Liang, who was in 2nd. Average stack 3.2 million.
extremely tight cluster for the top 3, just separated by 1 to 2 big blinds.
And the tension in terms of chip stacks is definitely translating into some of the tension that we're seeing with respect to the poker.
Yeah, that's why you see the bigger stacks opening like kind of some weakish hands, and all the shorter stacks need to play very tight, hoping that someone else goes in first. Try to get those pay jumps.
Where do you say you live? Where do you live again?
Thailand.
Where?
Thailand.
Thailand.
Where are you from now? New Zealand?
Wales. Hmm. Thinking somewhere else.
Oh, the tri-suit's not a great thing for Vogelsang in this spot. Deuce 8 danglers didn't really help accompany Days King.
Yet again, Jokamainen, raise and take there with the double suited as Jeremy was engaging in a little conversation.
With Jones, I believe?
I think it was Jones who stated that he was Welsh but lives in Thailand, along with our very own Henry Kilbane, who lives in Phuket at present. There's a lot of guys who grind online poker from Thailand. I mean, the weather's nice, cost of living is affordable. I believe it's fairly straightforward to spend prolonged periods of time out there.
I think
food's good.
Already 2 times.
Pad Thai's good.
Yeah, well, you know, of course, if Pad Thai was on the menu here, Randy would have ordered it 27 straight times.
You know, yeah, but there is a lot of pros over in Thailand. Makita comes to mind.
Is that where he's staying now?
I believe so.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if you remember Michael Jang. I believe he's over there too.
And by the way, notably absent across the last couple of festivals, I believe, has been Michael Jang.
Yeah. And of course. But you know who really shines over in Thailand?
Rumor has it, by the way, that Jang is inbound to play the short deck part of the festival that we were going to round things out with. But tell me, who shines in Thailand?
Punat Punsri.
Oh, yeah, well, of course. The most lustrous of Thai national poker players.
3rd title earlier this week.
How about it, huh? Ace 9, 7, 6. The Dragon taking his turn to open double suited. No takers.
Yeah, the name of the game right now is just pot pre from decent hands and lots of folds.
What festival was it, Randy, where you grinded the Pad Thai unbelievably hard?
Monte Carlo.
They had a Pad Thai on the menu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every day. I'm never going to forget that.
Neither will the chef, who just knew to cook it up at the same time every day once you came sauntering in. Monte Carlo, I confess, that's the stop where we all overdose on the chicken fingers.
Yeah, I would have pad thai for one meal and then chicken fingers for the other meal.
And just like rinse, repeat every day, Randy?
Groundhog Day. Just couldn't get out of it.
Just, I mean, you could. There was a lot of other things on the menu. You just didn't. Those were 2 solid orders, though. I mean, at the Monte Carlo Festival, you can't go wrong. But last time, we didn't have a pad thai, right? This last one, we didn't, right?
I think that was the stop, was it not?
It was 2 Monte Carlos ago, I thought that you were.
I don't know. Do you want me to go back to the archives and watch when you brought out the plate of pad thai?
This is true. At the desk, I actually did reveal the food that we were hiding beneath during the broadcast. Trying to keep the energy levels up, as are these boys. It's been a long day of Pot Limit Omaha for them. Many of them, I would imagine, are going to be working their way into the Pot Limit Omaha main event, as they didn't fly all the way out to South Korea to sit that one out. Registration still open. in that one.
So 2 big stacks going to play limp pot.
Yeah, blind versus blind. 8-7-6 deuce, turning into a gutter with backdoor clubs for Giergo. Checks it over to a very naked-looking queen high.
Yeah, both hands are obviously quite bad.
I mean, that queen 10-8-4, that
It's
is a
nothing.
remarkably dusty hand on this particular board. Deuce on the turn. Now, the 4 becomes somewhat relevant if Yukimainen wants to close his eyes and convince himself that he's there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that.
I also doubt this.
So Nagy's got, what, 85%. Oh, there's the winner. 175K turn bet.
$175 and take it. Or Giergo. And Zioni pretty much couldn't wait to put that hand into the muck. That thing was a dumpster fire. It wasn't even a dumpster fire where, like, there's any warmth. It's like if you rolled up in the morning after the oil drum had been burning all night and then there was just some embers left in the bottom of the dumpster.
Haven't seen Osmus play a hand yet that I can recall.
You know what I'll say about Jeremy is he is not one to get impatient. He is constantly paying attention to what's going on in terms of the landscape, and if and when he feels like the time is right with the specific hand and the position and the stacks where they will be in the ICM, that's when you'll see him decide to get his chips involved. But not before. Truly has remarkable temperament for the task. And that's evidenced by his results, both within and beyond the borders of Triton, where he already has a title here in Jeju. Parsonen taking the stack that everybody has been waiting on to speak up and making noise with it. 525 with King 996 double. Shu Liang covers diamonds.
Great pot.
And obviously with an ace king queen 6 double of his own, where the spades are doing nothing more than interfering, he is happy to ask for the rest. Parsonen complies, as he was always going to.
Pure coin flip with these 2 hands. Shu Liang with the better diamonds, Parsonen with the better spades.
A modicum of impurity in terms of the 1% advantage for Liang.
That's the best news I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's possible. Ah, too bad.
Jack 8. And
What do I need?
now it's top
9?
pair for Liang.
Yeah. What?
7.
7 is good. 6 is no.
10 doesn't work for Parsonen's
Oh.
gutter. They say 7 is good, and it's because all of a sudden now the 5 is a path. Instead of 2 outs, he's got 6. Can he find them? He cannot.
Good game, guys.
Good game, man.
I'll tell you what, this field tried to get rid of Ellis Parsonen for many levels, and they had a very difficult time doing it, and it's no surprise. That is one of the PLO GOATs, or as YouTube chat rechristened it, Ploats.
Ploats. Pot limit Omaha goat. I like that.
Shu Liang likes it as well, not just because he has now absorbed that stack to put himself into the chip lead ahead of Giergo, but Also, because he and the remaining field have secured a ladder, $235,000 going to Ellis. Everyone now assured $318,000 at a minimum, with a $90K jump between 6th and 5th.
Parson, and this is actually his second final table of the festival. Well, his third if you count the, well, the Mr. Banos 9th, but, you know, cashing both PLO events so far.
I have a feeling I know exactly where Ellis Parsonen is headed. And it isn't to take the night off, as the 100K main event is very much in his future, if I had to guess. Ultimately could go no further than 7th place, but the body of work that he turned in, one that maybe outperformed what the cards really warranted.
You talking about the PLO 100K main that he won in Monte Carlo for $2.2 million?
That's the one, Randy. Yeah.
Okay.
The one that he knows a thing or two about conquering. Sure. You come on in. Double-suited King Jack 6 deuce, getting after the blinds. Trips in hand is dust. Tri-suit King Queen 10 tray.
Sorry. Can I have a camel mouth? Thank you.
So current layout is Shu Liang with the chip lead on 40 big blinds. Decent advantage over Yoni and Gergo, who both sitting on about 30 big blinds apiece. The other three, though, they're similar stack size, 15 to 18 big blinds for Jones, Vogelsang, and Osmus. It's a bit of jockeying down at the bottom.
And well served are those drivers to do the jockeying, just given the amount of raw cash that is available if you can just fade a bust out or two.
So now, aces for Yukamainen. One of them suited, which is good.
He will be heard from. No takers. Yukamainen, by the way, hasn't been afraid to speak first in front of Shu Liang, despite being direct right of the dragon.
Yeah, that's true. But, you know, he hasn't really seen Shu Liang kind of go after his raises, so you might as well just keep raising until you get some data points that maybe you should slow it down.
Ace Jack 8-8, deliberating here. Third in chips at the moment. And obviously the two bigger stacks being 1-2 direct left of us. We have some anxiety about sticking our neck out. That's exactly what Gergo does.
Yeah, the nice thing about raising the suited aces, especially in early position, is you rarely get 3-bet. Because the main hand that's going to be willing to 3-bet you pre is 2 aces, and of course you block that. So you can see like these single ace suited ones kind of just raise very often if they got a big stack. It's a raise and take game at the moment.
It may stay that way for a time, just until some of the gridlock is broken and some of the stacks are absorbed. Ace 10, couple of fives, hearts.
Try suit pair. It'll raise just because he's got the big stack.
Yeah, pretty enough to go to prom.
Pretty enough to go to prom. I mean, this isn't really like prom material, is it? This is one of those cheap kind of tuxedo
Now, hang
rentals,
on, Randy, let's not get shallow. First off, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Okay, and second, maybe Shu Liang is into the ace 10 5-5. Maybe it has a great personality, even if it's not pretty enough for you.
I feel a little scummy now.
Randy Shallow Lou, everyone, my co-host in the booth. Imagine how much it takes for people to think out of the two of us, you're the scumbag.
Hold on, let me change my screen name. Shallow Noko.
Shallow Noko is good. I like it. You're not a scumbag, Randy.
Okay.
You're a nice guy.
So you would go after the
what
the ace 9 5 2 Badoogie at the prom?
It depends, Randy. If I'm on a real dry spell, you know, the king 10 might slide in. You know, I just it all depends. It's fluid out there.
Ah. This hand's not suited. No, it looks similar to the last one hand.
We're not going to the dance.
Could see involvement here with the button for Vogelsang. Second shortest stack. He's out. Just not really worth attacking for chips when could definitely risk his tournament life.
He's got his eye on Osmus out there. Just a few blinds shy of him.
Like a
The good news for Vogelsang is he's got position Osmus too.
Yeah, very easy. To
Me?
Me.
Oh, you have
Every
easy
hand is like,
decision. Well,
I have a 3, a deuce, a 4.
easy decisions are,
yeah, it's easy.
are nice.
Super easy.
Sometimes
No temptation whatsoever.
No temptation.
Some advantages. You're the first.
Yeah.
Not that much.
See?
Yeah. Okay.
Jimmy the Swiss wrote that the ace 10 5-5
Very much.
might have been pretty enough for homecoming, but not the prom. The winter ball.
Thank you so much.
Did you go to prom, Randy? You went to prom, didn't
I did, but you know how I told you the story how I failed my driving test so many times?
Mm-hmm.
It was because I was trying to pass the driving test to take my date to prom.
Was it your 16th birthday or something?
I forget the age.
Okay.
But yeah, like it was like the earliest.
Because you wanted to drive, because then you'd be the man.
Yeah, I didn't pass.
Oh, that sucks. And there wasn't even an Uber back then, so you just got a ride from mom and dad, or what?
I asked my brother.
Was he clowning you guys on the way there?
Look how happens.
Was he good about it? Did he let you both sit in the back? Like chauffeur style?
Yeah, chauffeur style.
Nice.
Yeah.
Was it a station wagon?
No, it was like a Honda Civic.
Hatchback?
No, it's not hatchback. Just regular.
The old boxy one?
Might have been boxy. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. I know which one it was, actually. Everybody had that car in high school.
It was that one.
It was that one. A776 in the small blind, Yukumainen. Limping, mindful, of course, of Shu Liang. There's this implicit agreement between the two. Not to get OOL out of line. Liang knuckles back. Jack 10 deuce. 2 pair for Shu.
Yeah, bottom 2 pair. Both players do have backdoor clubs. If Shu Liang just bets this flop, you'll take it down against the A776.
You just missed one hand.
Wouldn't fault him if he was to check some 2 pairs. It would be bottom 2, but here he's looking for clearance.
A hand to be played, it's somewhere there. But it was...
Yeah, it's true.
Easy release for Yoni. Now, Randy, we put a lot of heat
I'm warm again.
It's not here.
on your
Not over on our side.
driving record, you know, the multiple failures of the driving exam, both written and actual, behind the wheel. And honestly, you should have a YouTube channel where it's just a live feed from your dash cam. You would print.
We do it for
Yours
a
truly
very long time.
had a similar situation. At the age of 16, on my birthday, I went down to the DMV. I passed the written exam. I passed the actual test. Mom decided to let me borrow her Mercedes so that I could take my chemistry teacher's daughter to the winter ball.
Nice.
Now, my chemistry teacher had told me, when you come over to my house, and, you know, I didn't realize this was like a private estate with the driveway going all the way up and whatnot, and I've been licensed for about 2.5 hours.
Yes.
She said, don't drive all the way up to the house. And I couldn't understand. Well, what do you mean? You think I'm going to park all the way down by the gate over here and, like, hike up there in my patent leathers and then, you know, take my date, your daughter, all the way back down to the car? This seems ridiculous. Of course, the raise with Vogelsang's ace, king, 6 deuce, and diamonds does not. This is going to be a great story, by the way, Randy.
I'm waiting.
Apparently, Shuliar's going to be waiting as well. Jack's not enough.
Double suited for Jones.
Griff with the benefit of a discount in the big. You see, he's performing rather well. 2% edge.
Incoming.
So we're going to play one. Eight, 7 deuce. Rainbow. Open ender for Jones. More than we can say for ace, king, 6 deuce, it would seem, despite the fact that Tom has paired. And did he just announce pot? Yes. Leads right out into Vogelsang. And this is because he knows that the range that Tom is supposed to be willing to dedicate chips pre-flop with is not supposed to interact with that board, and Tom can do nothing but surrender, which would have been a good idea for yours truly after I had decided to drive all the way up to Miss Carlock's front door and receive my date. I realized that the way the driveway was at the house, there's no way to turn around unless you went into the garage. And, of course, I didn't go into the garage, so I had to drop her in reverse, Randy. And I had my license for 2.5 hours. This is a windy, dark road. And I'm not just talking about trying to work your way to this Triton title as you look at the chip counts brought to you by GTO Wizard. I'm talking about an actual, never driven on it, windy, dark road with no guardrails, no reflectors, no nothing. So I decided to tell her daughter to stand on the center console, put her head up out of the sunroof, okay, and tell me which way to steer because I really couldn't see. Now, needless to say, there was some signal crossing as when she said left, I didn't know what she meant. Do I turn the car toward the left by turning the wheel right? Do I turn the wheel right and make the car go left or whatever? So all these years later, I'm still mixing it up. So as you can imagine, we sort of exited the roadway into some of the landscaping, which had one particularly stubborn boulder that I decided once we backed up on, rather than put it in drive and maybe find a different path forward, that depressing the accelerator rather aggressively would be the best means by which to work my way past the obstacle, which ultimately caused me to puncture the oil pan in the vehicle. And I realized quite quickly that I had an issue when I opened the door for a quick verification and saw dino goo bleeding out from beneath the car, glistening under the moonlight. And I realized it's time to shut the vehicle off because this is not the chariot of choice to get to the winter ball. And humbly walk my way back up to the front door, rang the doorbell as Osmus rings it up to 1.575 here over the top of Jack, Jack 9 deuce. This is not a hand that should be staying curious at this price, one would think, but it's only 125 more back.
Yeah, he gets to realize all equity, too. Obviously, sucks for him that diamonds are covered. Has he got the gamble in him? I mean, Osmus hasn't played a single hand. He knows this is aces. This hand has got some trouble cracking aces, though.
You know he wants to fight. You just feel it.
He wants to just keep putting his gas on the pedal and go over that boulder, just like you, my friend.
Yep. Unfortunately, I can tell you from experience, the outcome is generally not good statistically. Osmus a big favorite, and he's able to snack on Dragon Bucks there.
See the difference for Xu Liang? He actually went from reverse to drive.
Right. Well, I didn't, Randy, but I did go to park, and then I rang the doorbell, and of course, Dad had the old "back so soon" joke, and I was not amused. And I had to advise that we had a vehicular incident. So rather than go to Skates on the Bay, which was a delightful over-the-water seafood restaurant and steak.
Been there.
Prior to, wow, I love that you've been there.
Go on.
So you know, Berkeley Marina, before we went to the Winter Ball, we ended up at a small Chinese restaurant that had barbecued ducks hanging in the window with the steam, much like Christmas Story, the movie. You know, you'll shoot your eye out, Ralphie, at the end. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
So that's where we ended up, and we were driven there, then picked up. I didn't have a brother to give me a ride, so Dad drove us to the Winter Ball, where Miss Carlock was chaperoning and was asking, "Where have you guys been?" And I was like, "Oh, I didn't really want to say anything, you know." It gets better, Randy.
It gets better? There's more?
Miss Carlock then drove home, but nobody gave her the memo that the oil slick had christened the driveway. And so she attempted to drive up the driveway with having no knowledge of what had taken place, spins her Mercedes out into the landscaping.
She did the Mario Kart.
Oh, I cost my parents so much money. Oh, so bad. He had to hire a hazmat team to come clean up. Jack 10-8 with a couple of spades here. The pair of eights and the Broadway gutter for Vogelsang. Same Broadway gutter, but better version for Griff. This one was 5 1/4 ahead. Vogelsang defending his big and decides it's time to rip. And John's.
That feels so
Seats.
good.
Look at that.
Whoa.
That does feel good.
Big bluff.
Well, bluffing is a big part of PLO. Everybody that's played it long enough knows it.
Yeah.
Fortunately, with respect to my story, I'm not bluffing.
We're just enjoying
And I went from getting an A in chemistry that semester, Randy, to unsurprisingly being given a B that semester. And I don't think it had to do with my homework being turned in late or my performance waning. And I got to tell you, man, based on the damage I did, I didn't argue.
You felt like you deserved an F.
Yeah, man, I was a complete. She loved me. I mean, she let me take her daughter to the dance, but then she really didn't after that. Thankfully, my mom and dad still love me, although if I put myself in their shoes, I'm not sure I would have been able to handle it. I had been a driver for 2.5 hours, man. That's it. And I got my first mess up. So don't feel bad out there, guys, if you too.
Sounds like driving was tough for both of us early days.
I wrecked like 4 cars, including a rental car one time after I wrecked my mom's car.
I did a 360 on the bridge, you know, the one towards San Francisco.
I did a 360 on the freeway too, Randy.
Nice.
Oh my God. 3-bet here from Osmus. This is insane how much we have in common, given that we're fairly different people. But what is it about the Bay Area? And what is it about when I open a pot, people decide that they want to put in heaps above me? That's what Xu Liang might be asking himself. He's had all he can stand. Osmus pushed back on this time. He does snap, and we've got over $5 million in the middle. Jeremy anxiously looking over, and I don't think he expected this hand.
Yeah, that was the all right. Good luck.
You know, that was a diplomatic reaction to the revelation of Queen 6-5-4 double from Jeremy. You know, he doesn't expect to have to be up against this particular holding. Look at the equity it has, by the way. Despite being a dog, sharing the queen and the 4 in terms of the heart coverage, and King 7-6 now providing Liang with the open ender and the pair of 6s. That's more than we can say for Jeremy as he slips to just 26%. The dragon, very much a monster.
GG.
Yeah. GG, man. GG.
That's it. 2 pair.
Unbelievable that 5s and 6s had Jeremy drawing dead on the turn. It takes a minute sometimes to process these things. And GGs were issued. And I got to tell you, of course, Jeremy would love to run that one as many times as possible. But unfortunately, on this occasion, it was running it that would leave him walking out the door. Our 6th place finisher. $318,000 going to him. Title number 2 here in Jeju, denied by the Sleeping Dragon, as the remaining field is assured $408,000. Osmus is here to stay, though, Randy. He has been very impressive every chance that we've had to watch him, and that's not a surprise, as anybody back in Las Vegas who regularly plays the high roller tournament circuits can tell you.
Yeah, that's right. You know, obviously he captured his first title in the 25K for $1.9 million. He cashed both of the PLO events so far. Still has the 100K main event that he can join and try to make it 3 for 3 in the PLO.
GG's, Jeremy. As we fight on 5-handed, there are the remaining payouts. Now, an almost $100,000 hop between 5th and 4th as things get real. By the way, Jeremy was far from the shortest stack. He got his chips in there.
700,000.
Who said
far from might be a little bit rich, but facts remain. And nobody's more delighted than Tom Vogelsang to have secured the ladder. He remains at the bottom of the chip count.
Then I play.
Thank the Lord it's not. Thank the Lord it's not. I don't want to play.
I would have loved to feel.
I don't want to play.
Face another lead shove on the flop.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, that was quite an easy decision though. That was,
yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad it was easy.
What did you have, Tom?
I had
Tell us.
a pair.
Okay.
Oh, you're miles ahead, man.
And?
Double gut shot.
Wow.
And?
Backdoor flush draw.
Okay.
I think
Fair enough.
I might be dead. When you shove. When you shove.
And a front jam.
Oh, yeah. How big it was? Like 1/3 of the pot? Or?
It was like 80% pot.
Ah, 80. I thought it's much.
I wasn't thinking about it. Then I saw the flop and I was like, I probably should jam. But I wasn't thinking beforehand, oh, there's going to be flops where I have to put it in.
Yeah. You resigned to like check folding every flop already, had you?
No.
Xu Liang, by the way, after that exchange becomes a breakaway chip leader here, so no longer is this a tight 2-horse top of the leaderboard race between he and Jukka-Mainen. Only allowed to limp the ace-7-5-5, which turns into bottom pair on the queen-8-7 board. He is knuckled to the gutter with just 6s, and this is where Xu Liang shines, Randy. He just is so relentlessly aggressive and leverages the ICM. It just puts people into spots that they feel irresponsible taking.
Exactly. Irresponsible is the right word there because he's potting it. So when he pots it, obviously you have to commit more of your chips, and it likely would be all of it by the river. And it is a bit irresponsible to kind of push maybe very marginal perceived equity edges, you know, in this game when there's obviously huge pay jumps with 5 remaining. So, you know, Shu Liang has really kind of stolen pots with very weak hands with his big pot size bets post flop.
And it's not like the crew doesn't suspect that Shu Liang's up to no good. But they're looking at that 100K near pay jump, and they're looking around at one another's stacks, and they're like, you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you go ahead and walk into that door first.
Yeah.
In the haunted house. You know, like, I'm never doing it.
It's true. Multi-way limp pot taking shape here, provided that Griff allows it. Ace, King, 10, 6. Tri-suits. Let's take a peek. 800. In the middle, King 4 deuce monotone. Nobody with the flush.
Yeah, only Shu Liang has a single club blocker to the flushes.
Jones the best hand with that ace king.
I didn't check. So it's from me?
This is a really ragged holding.
Yeah, if you're going to bluff this flop, if you're a Nagy, you want to have a club in hand to block the flushes that can continue. So he checks.
Yeah, and he finds himself a gut shot on the turn. Top 2 now for Jones. 10s and 4s, by the way, for Liang.
Yeah, because he's got 2 pair, he's not taking a stab. The 10 of clubs.
300. 300.
This is a nice bet from King 10. Charge some straight draws. Gotta prevent yourself from getting bluffed. Good laydown from the 10-4. Plenty of things you lose to out there.
For Jones. Nice little pickup as he is scrapping away here. 4th of 5 runners. Now just a couple of blinds back of Yergo and 6 blinds north of Tom Vogelsang, upon whom the eyes are trained right now. Has Jared Blesnick reprised the famous Jeju orange bonnet in the background? I don't know if you saw that. I believe it was him. Out of focus and wandering about in the PLO main, no doubt.
It was definitely him. He's a fun character.
When he puts that orange hat on, by the way, he looks like we should be pushing him around in a stroller out there. This really childlike innocence comes over him.
Don't believe you, but you had it?
King 10 deuce single coming over him. Tom says, I don't believe you. And obviously it's painful for Vogelsang to have to say goodbye to a couple of blinds, but right decision. King Jack 10-9. Pot very comfortably declared.
Yeah, quite a nice hand. 3-card rundown. Suited king. Not much Nagy can do. Gotta respect the situation. Vogelsang's on sub 10 bigs.
And by the way, as much as Shu Liang and co. would love that 100K pay ladder, Liang doesn't mind keeping Tom Vogelsang around sub 10 bigs because it allows him with impunity to collect the tokens.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't need the greatest hand to just open pre-flop at this stage. We'll be first to act here. Try suit ace king.
Wait, 700,000.
I almost think Yoni would prefer to have unplayable hands right about now in that spot versus Liang. As much fight as he's got, it still would get murky pretty quick.
You're right. You know, sure, Yuka is second in chips, but when Shu Liang pots pre, like, it's very easy for those chips to just fly in post flop. He wants to just sit it out at the moment.
Aces for Jones.
His turn to pot it.
Pot. Raise 700,000.
Queens swiftly into the bin there for Vogelsang, no less.
Yeah, the strength of those hands go down tremendously, especially without good backup.
This orbit brought to you by that open, Mr. Jones. Vogelsang put 700 of 1.8 out there. We can see why.
Yeah, he's basically just looking to take down the blinds and antes. Knows that everyone's waiting for him. Can't really wait around. It's a nice development.
His turn.
Raise two. Raise two.
Is anyone hampered more by this current state of affairs than Joni Jukamainen? Direct right of your chip leader, second in chips, but a good bit back from Shu Liang at 22 bigs. Griff now 19 bigs. I mean, the two of them in particular are suffering through this.
Yeah, I would say Yuka-Mainen's definitely in a worse spot because he's got the chip leader right behind him, so he has to pass up spots that he would open a bit more. You know, he doesn't want to run the risk of Shu Liang kind of repotting with a high equity hand, and he certainly would not want to call it off if he doesn't have to.
Wait, 700,000?
Easy game at the moment for Shu Liang.
Ace, king, six, deuce found the bin for Jones. As he's trying to be responsible about avoiding any sort of collision that would see him out the door in fifth prior to Vogelsang taking at least a spin against someone. As the shackles have been placed on this final table right now by this current chip stack distribution, coupled with the pay ladder. This is where everybody, before this final table, needed to watch the Disney Pixar film, How to Train Your Dragon. so that you could get out there and control Shu Liang. I didn't see it.
I hate to
Randy.
break it to you, though. Like, this
Did you see
dragon cannot be trained.
You might be right about that. Can't be tamed. That's for sure.
They definitely are watching the film, How to Avoid the Dragon.
Yeah. That's definitely the script that they're sticking to right now, provided that they're given the opportunity. Vogelsang sticking his neck out. Ace, queen, 6-5. Small blind targeting Yergo.
I mean, Nagy's hand is it's not that great. Right, Jack 10, 2 5s. If it doesn't flop a set, like it doesn't have that much room to maneuver. That's a go. Obviously, great spot for Vogelsang to chip up blind versus blind. 3x.
Ultimately releasing and allowing Tom to just tread water.
Enter the dragon. Once again.
King, queen, 10, 6. Not Bruce Lee, but Shu Liang. And no one else wants a fight.
Gruff here. Ace, king, queen, deuce double suited. This is a lovely hand.
He agrees, as evidenced by the single syllable war cry. Ace Jack 10-4 now for Yoni. Double. I mean, this is a good-looking hand, objectively. But with Griff demonstrating a willingness to put forth full pot, despite the presence of Vogelsang leaner, Yergo leaner, is his range placing us in an uncomfortable situation, in particular, out of position potentially post-flop.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable, of course, for Yukamine. And he's in the small blind, which doesn't necessarily close out Shu Liang. His hand seems it wouldn't be good enough to repot with. The strength of the Ace Jack 10-4 is the double suited properties. Yeah, he's gonna just stay away.
That was a lot of refrain there, but I'm very impressed by it. Maybe it's very much run-of-the-mill for those who've been observing the procedures of Joni Yuukamainen, but that is a professional laydown. Or as Renlin would say, professional fold.
Professional fold, yes, that's right. He does say that, doesn't he?
Yep. Among many other things, of course. Well, we got something to say, and it's that online poker is back in the U.S. Club WPT Gold is welcoming all those eligible players in America to their nonstop action, from ring games to MTTs, along with massive guarantees. Sign up today at Club WPT Gold. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
See if Nagy's got the appetite to play. Ace, king, 7 deuce, double suited. It's been quiet as of late.
Not this time. Too much hand to step aside. Freewheeling folds for Yukimainen and Liang. Shout out, by the way, to Harry Mudd in the YouTube chat, because as you observed there, you know, we've been trying to navigate this first name for Jones for some time. And he did the simple thing and went online to figure out, well, how do we pronounce that? And apparently, it's simply the Welsh spelling of Griffith. So it's Griffith Jones.
Griffith
Been
Jones.
saying Griff, been saying Jones. Griffith was what I was saying, but
Griffith.
Our own Lee Davey, by the way, hails from Wales. Failed to make it out here to Jeju on account of his wife falling ill, so best wishes to Lee and family out there in Wales. And by the way, I'm eagerly awaiting the most recent season of Welcome to Wrexham on Hulu, which is the reality series about Ryan Reynolds and his buddy Paul McElhaney, who bought like a really low-tier English football club, and it's based in Wales, and they've had a couple of promotions. Anyway, it's a fascinating show. Meanwhile, we got a show working out right now.
All right. All in. I have you beat. I have my initial.
So,
oh,
there's the call.
So much better.
Oh.
Vogelsang's has a stranglehold in terms of pre-flop
Ace
equities.
Jack Jack is my lucky hand.
I'm here to stay.
Initials of my son, Ace Jack Jack.
And you're Jack Jack.
Yeah, you're screwed.
I'm screwed.
67% to 33%, and it doesn't look like the Queens and Ace Deuce are going to get screwed here. Yukimainen trying to bring us to four-handed play. Oh, no.
That's 2 pair.
On the turn, aces and nines. Might Yoni do it the hard way? King or a queen required now for Vogelsang, incredulous at this outcome potentially in a 4.5 million chip altercation with no paint available. Boy, that was a little bit dirty there for Tom Vogelsang. He hung around as long as he could, but in the end, it would not be his day. 5th place finish for him, Randy. I mean, you know, sitting on that short stack, I think he made every decision optimally, including taking a great spot there against Yukimainen. But what can you do if a 9 wants to roll off on the turn and no help wants to come on the river? It's your time to go.
Yeah, he was a heavy favorite in that spot. You know, wisely repotted it. Was supposed to win that one 2/3 of the time pre-flop. But he'll have to settle for 5th place here.
I wish every time I settled in life or at a poker table it came with $408,000, as it does on this occasion for Mr. Vogelsang. Leaving behind the crew to fight on, four-handed for $505,000. Tom's Jeju Festival notching its 2nd. Check that 3rd cash after 35th in the 25K 8 max and 15th in the 40K mystery bounty. Right back at it, we find Shu Liang in the cutoff. Ace, Queen, Jack, 7 double. Potting. Double paired hand in the bin there. Yeah, Mr. Jones.
Must have been a tough laydown. 7-7-6-6 double suited, but not getting the right price to flat. Do have a defense from Gergo.
Not the board that either of these guys had in mind.
You think that's going to stop Shu Liang from betting? He's been betting with absolute nothing, relentlessly.
ICM pressure applier Yergo does have the gut shot, but of course no club and a pair on board. Casual $500,000. Believe the declaration from Shu Liang?
Yeah, it looks like he is cutting out 5 blacks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's good for him to have that 7x to block some of the straight draws like 6-7, which might be curious to see a turn card. I mean, to be able to shut out 40% equity is massive for Shu Liang. Just a gut shot for Gergo. Not even a backdoor club draw.
Yet he's chewing on this thing, Randy.
Yeah, he is. Maybe he's trying to read into the bet sizing as potential weakness. But if you're wrong, you're just cooked.
Did he just say pot?
This guy's sick, man.
Wow.
How?
He's just looking over and thinking, this dude's not supposed to have 4x. Even on the occasions in which he's got the overpair, this pot is a big bet. And that right there, if you didn't already have respect laid on that man's name, place it there now and do so immediately. Yergo Naj. 4-4-5 now after snatching $500,000 off of Shu Liang's stack. That was dirty.
That was a blatant crime. Like, how did he steal with that hand? Just a gut shot, no backdoors. Just read into the bet sizing as weakness, and he was right.
Well, we caught it all on camera, and yet we cannot prosecute as it's fair play. Theft on that level. See the chip counts and the payouts. Glimpse here brought to you by WPT Global. $5.6 million was the total prize pool collected in this 50K. $1.36 million up top, and we're not far from awarding it, although the pace with which we've come down to 4 players from 7, if it holds, could very well mean we've still got quite a bit of this final table left. But we suggested that once the gridlock was broken, maybe we would see chips greased. Jones inheriting short stack, designation on the button in that last exchange.
Yeah, but I'll say 3 eliminations already is pretty quick at the moment. Haven't reached the break yet for this final table. Ace, King, King, 3. Very easy pot.
Oh, hello, aces. This is just what the doctor ordered for a short stack.
Yes, obviously very easy for him to play this one. Repot, pot flop, easy game. And he should have tremendous equity against Shu Liang's Ace, King, King, 3. Quick all in. Yeah, look at the edge pre-flop.
Yeah, the fuse was lit promptly, and this is a really big advantage to take for Jones. Hopefully the commentator's curse for his sake is not upon us, as we pointed out.
$7 million straight in the pot.
Ace 10-6, top set for Jones, and really not much to worry about whatsoever. The most immediate issue that could present itself would be backdoor diamonds. Now, Shu Liang finds a queen on the turn for a Broadway gutter. Jacob would be a nasty way to say goodnight. And a safe deuce of clubs, allowing Jones to exhale.
Yeah, Jacob was sleeping.
Well, the one thing that we've come to know about Shu Liang's stack, Randy, is it always gets plenty of exercise.
Always in motion.
Cardio. never need to run a feather duster out there. Those chips are pristine by virtue of never collecting dust. Efforting the chip counts on the back end of that one, by the way.
I feel like Shu Liang's actually relinquished the chip lead after that pot.
Yeah, inheriting it by our calculations will be Joni Jukamainen.
It's actually Griffith.
No, it is Griffith. Forgive me, that's right, because he ends up with 36 bigs north of Joni.
This is too much.
And who would have seen this? Yeah, third of 4 runners. But the cluster's tight as only 14 bigs separate the deepest stack from the leanest one. Jones leading. Yergo on the shorty. Power shift here at the FT. Joni tries to limp, and Shu Liang's going to try kings on for size once more. This one, no suits, queen high. Not near durable enough.
I like the way Shu Liang does pot. He just puts out a ton of chips, lets the dealer cut out the proper amount.
You know, fortunately, we're full service out here. Say the word, we'll get it done. Meanwhile, blind level ascension to 150, 300. 750 every 4 hands goes poof.
No waiting with 4 players remaining. But, you know, tight cluster at the moment. We've got 3 PLO Sharks. And we've got the Sleeping Dragon, Shu Liang, playing his own style. As he tries to maneuver these waters.
Look, the payout difference between 4th and 3rd, Randy, is 106,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then, if you start to pay attention further up the leaderboard to 2nd and 1st, you realize this is an $855,000 gap between 4th and 1st. I'm that close to picking up that much more money, and that is far more than the difference between 4th and 3rd. So we're looking further down the path right about now, as all these stacks are really going to try to chisel away at one another. Meanwhile, a set for Jones here. Nothing more than deuces for Liang, who did limp the small. This is going to be ICM rich, the choices that we bear witness to.
Shu Liang, he's going to lead out pot. He's got the deuce with practically no back doors.
Remember when I said this is going to be ICM rich?
Yeah. You're wrong.
Perhaps the timing on that was a little bit errant, as this stands in stark contrast to what we would imagine ICM would dictate Shu Liang should be doing. With hands like this, complete dust, and the set's not going anywhere.
I imagine the set's just going to re-raise now. Unless he just feels like Shu Liang's up to no good once again.
This one's done. And 900K just getting incinerated there.
Great news, of course, for the chip leader. He's building. And as you mentioned earlier, yes, the big gaps in the pay jump is pretty much the 3rd to 2nd and 2nd to 1st. So it is very important to try to set yourself up to capture the majority of the prize pool. Still, though, you know, from fourth to third is 2 buy-ins, which is relevant.
Jones wielding north of 8 million, and now we get to see a different look on this young man. He's patiently waited for his turn, and now he gets to work the Warhammer. Ace King 9-4, of course, reasonable. King Queen 10-7, no suits for Giergo.
Yeah, the Badoogie can't really defend in this spot.
You know in those cartoons when the dragon runs out of fire and then the next time that they try to do it, it's just a little puff of smoke?
You think that's what's happening right now?
I mean, I don't know. That 900K might have been the last fire in the tank. I don't know. I have no idea.
I was like, oh, just a puff of smoke. All right, let me repot you with the set of 7s.
And that's been the fire breather of late. Mr. Griffith Jones. I thought Wales had its own flag. In fact, I'm almost positive that they do. And yet the Union Jack is present. For Jones, of course, producer James, being the colonialist that he is quite all right with it. You know, he's English. Yeah, Wales is part of the United Kingdom, producer James, that's right. And I'm sure they're thrilled about it. King, Jack 8. Giergo in the small blind. Thrilled enough to say pot.
Not too much for Yuka Jack 10-4-3. Does have position, but his hand doesn't play that well.
Anytime we need information on the United Kingdom, or the Empire, as producer James likes to call it.
The Empire? Is that what he goes
right,
by?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's a villain. He's right here for it. Reminding us that Northern Ireland is part of the UK, but Ireland is not. That's because they were smart enough to stay in the EU. James? Remember when you were part of that?
Hey, can you not attack producer James? I kind of like the guy.
Note that Randy said kinda. Very hedged in that spot. Double suited Jack high. Some coordination here. We're going to try to limp. And here's pot. And you know what's funny? Because we haven't seen all the hands, if we're at the table, that have come subsequent to Jones doubling through Shu Liang. But if you're out there, this could feel like some steam, Randy.
Yeah, he's been huffing and puffing, right? Shu Liang's been relentless. You know, it's pretty obvious that he's just kind of pushing action, even though you haven't seen his cards. You already saw him fold post flop in the blind versus blind spot. It's so hard to lay down double suited. A little bit of straightness potential for Yuka. He is out of position, which isn't great.
One thing that Yuka did observe was that check pot from Giergo on the 4-4-5 board, I believe it was. Out of position where Shu Liang did bin it. So we know that there are bet folds and perhaps raise folds in range. Yuka hanging tough. Diamonds are covered. Liang's hand very legit. Ace 7-7. And this is all Shu. Yoni checking over. Check back from Liang.
Yeah, with the paired sevens out there, he doesn't really feel like he can get called by worse. So better to just take one off, maybe induce some bets, allow your opponent to pick up some equity that you can try to build the pot a little bit.
No such induction on that Queen of Diamonds turn, as Liang content to check back once more. And Yoni understands, just because our man potted it pre and then checked twice on this run out does not mean that he lacks the ace.
Yeah,
for that matter, he could have aces full sometimes.
Of course he can have aces full. Aces full would want to check on ace 7-7.
Third and final check in front of us. Now value pursued.
Bunch of whites.
It's a wrap. Yoni has nowhere to go but the bin, as these four are going to have nowhere to go but a break. The first of this final table, which began 7 strong,
Toilet.
but has witnessed 3 casualties. And Elias Parsonen, Jeremy Osmus, and Tom Vogelsang of Finland, the United States, and the Netherlands, respectively. Chip leading at present for the first time is Griffith Jones at this FT. An almost 2-to-1 advantage over Shu Liang, although Shu just picked up a few chips to put him into 17 big blind territory. You see that cluster between he, Giergo, and Yoni down toward the bottom of the leaderboard as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and most everything appears to be centering, as we might have expected, Randy, around none other than the Sleeping Dragon, although right about now he's not as awake as he had been earlier.
Yeah, and obviously, like, kind of the main pots that he lost was when he c-bet small against Nagy, who made an amazing check raise all in with just the 8-6 without much backup. But then he also lost a huge pot where he held kings against Griffith's 2 aces, which kind of slung him down to currently second. It's still something to play with, though.
Yeah, I think that pickup just before we head to this break for Shu Liang could be a little bit centering, because truth be told, we do have some concerns. We hold our breath and wonder when things don't work out for him out there. Does he go into blast-off mode? Unclear. I'm going to step aside and cede this side of the desk to Henry Kilbane. Randy's going to hang tight. Is that right, Producer James? And then we're going to come back, and we are going to resume coverage of this $50,000 PLO final table after this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
You in a hurry out here?
Yeah, just looking at this final table, I'm actually really excited to watch him play because he's going to give a lot of these PLO specialists a curveball where they're really going to have to put their thinking caps on to adjust properly.
You know, and it's not exactly clear to what extent everybody has gotten word or has kind of established that profile on Liang. Those who have been parked with him for the bulk of the run up to this FT have the advantage in that respect. But I would hope that during the break up to the FT, you're kind of looking through the app and maybe getting a sense of what you're going to have to tussle with. On this occasion, Yukumainen tussling with a couple of kings. Note that this one was limp pre, and Liang did not raise it up. So you just see what makes him so tricky.
Yeah, he's got controlled aggression. You know, he just had kings with no backup pretty much. Little bet from Yukumainen. It's a pretty good board for a Jack-Jack 8 deuce. Open-ended with the overpair.
And the real overpair that has a 10 dangler to boot. He's going to stick around. Board pairing 4.
I would say that's a solid card for both players. You know, barring that no one has a 4. The jacks, they kind of reduce some of the outs of the 10x combos with board pairing 4. I suppose Yukumainen is probably going to just slow down to kind of pot control, but no, he's going to bet once more. I guess the idea is if he bets here and gets raised, he kind of knows his opponent usually has a 4. Can still seek clearance. Don't really see Xu Liang laying down 2 kings with this run out so far.
Would seem tough. And understandably, he does call the 200,000 with the best hand. Yukumainen does threaten, but not on that card. And that's a really nice run out. Both of these guys think.
Yeah, I certainly agree.
Of course, Yoni wouldn't have minded a 7. Or for that matter, a jack.
It's an above average card for sure, though, the 3. If he bets again, it's more block. Try to tame the beast.
No, he does slow down.
Kind of interesting for Xu Liang because
I feel like
you're never up against aces,
Randy.
right?
I feel like he's going to say pot, man. I'm serious. Wow, he checked back.
I mean, you got to be a little bit afraid sometimes of getting trapped.
But this is a limp pot pre and a very dry river.
Let's see, how loose does our chip leader want to open the button? Actually goes for limp. Still getting involved with position.
Yeah, Yukaminen all right with it. Then Shu Liang, ace jack 10-4. 3 hearts.
The tri-suit's kind of the problem with that hand and being out of position, so no need to pump it up.
Ace queen 6. You combine him with the backdoor spades and a Broadway gutter. Same Broadway gutter, but with top pair for Liang and nothing more than queens for Yergo.
Yeah, Nagy just doesn't really have much, except that he's the guy in position with a big stack. He's hoping these blinds just check fold weakish hands. So one gut shot is down, but this gut shot has an ace to go along with it. Doesn't have a backdoor flush draw, which would help if you're on a tweener spot.
Now, undaunted. He does keep the button honest. 9 on the turn, and he's found himself the two-way straight draw. You see the interference of the pocket 8s. That also pick up a gutter if a 7 were to roll off.
So Nagy, he doesn't block like backdoor diamond continues, which isn't great. I guess he blocks like ace queen, which is a hand I can continue to call big bet. It's just very confusing how to approach, so passive line.
Check back in a dry river. That gives the young aces and 4s now.
Yeah, Shu Liang should be pretty happy to hit aces up. Could have been up against like a weak 2 pair. Or like an ace king. Probably difficult to get value with just aces and 4s.
I mean, the fact that Yergo limped on the button does leave us feeling better about the aces and 4s than we might have if he had been a razor pre.
That's true. That's why he's betting.
And it should be a wrap here for queen 8.
Yeah, raising wouldn't make any sense all of a sudden on the 4. No straights got there. And he's done. Nice
pot
spot.
sizing. Credible enough. Decides a very weak second pair. So Shu Liang taking a bite.
Okay, I'll just say this. Have you heard of a game of all in or fold? You've heard of this game, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so like I pretty much play any suited connected. I can make like a straight flush or oil flush at all times.
How big is
Just
this
in case
game, Randy?
I mean, you know, you get to play like 10 big blinds, right? The big blind's just like $100.
You know, for some, $100 is real money.
Oh, but that's the big blind, so it's 10x that, so each all-in is a 1K.
You might want to stick to video poker, Randy, if I'm being honest. And normally I try to dissuade you from gambling, but once I heard about that, I don't think that form of poker is really...
It's just for fun, all right?
Mm-hmm.
We can all play for fun and dream.
Yoni, looking to have a little fun. Ace, Jack, 10-4, tri-suit, as you put it. Griff, King, Queen, Jack, Jack. He knows what he's got. What he doesn't know is exactly how many chips are all around him, and he is taking that into deep consideration before deciding how to navigate versus the open. He covers Yoni slightly coming in.
Yeah, you can see he's like very interested. Playing from the small blind course is not ideal. Is it strong enough to repot? I don't think it would be. Again, it's Yuka who has shown some raised folds. So he comes with call. Of course, he's happy to see Osmus quickly bow out.
Nine, 5 deuce. 2 clubs. Griff checks over. Yoni's got a wheel gutter, no club in hand, no pair.
Yeah, pretty bad board for both players. Of course, the gut shot's a little bit more helpful for Yoni. Typically, if you want to see bet bluff this board, he would want to have a club in hand to reduce some of the club draws that can check call. Open-ended straight draw now for Yoni. Gut shot for Jones. Jones is still best with 2 jacks, although it's not something you're proud of in this board texture. I would say that Jones is unlikely to kind of hit that middling stuff, like the 6-7 is probably not really flatting from the small blind against a pot pre, so he can't really stab.
Having picked up the open-ender with a second check in front of us versus nothing more than a gut shot and the overpair, you thought perhaps Yuka would take a swing, but it does lack a little bit of credibility as a pre-flop opener to all of a sudden activate on that card unless you're doing so on the come. So the check back, and Yoni has found the ace, of course.
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the 50K PLO. It is event number 15. We're down to the final 4. It is UK's Grufford Jones leading a star-studded field. Randy Liu, I mean, I'm looking back at the final 8, and it's just been PLO superstar after PLO superstar being eliminated to get us down to 4-handed play. What's been going on, my man? I heard the term the Zhu Liang solver being thrown around. Sleeping Dragon's been, you know, doing his own kind of thing.
Yeah, Zhu Liang has definitely been doing his own thing. He was overwhelming chip lead for a lot of this final table in a reasonable amount of segment, right? But the thing is, though, he got in kings against aces of Griffith Jones, who now holds the chip lead, and he's been now kind of taking charge. And, you know, Zhu Liang, he's just kind of playing his own style against these 3 PLO sharks.
Now, obviously, 4-handed, you know, every orbit you're putting in 2.5 big blinds, so it feels like to me it's getting to that stage where there's kind of nowhere to hide for the likes of Nagy and Yoni, who are sitting on sub 15. What does that mean? Like, are they going to have to force it a little bit, or because of the presence of Liang, who's shown a willingness to get involved, do they just have to play tight and kind of see how that battle plays out?
Yeah, very likely they will play tight, mainly because we have 4 remaining. The pay jumps are getting very big at this point. They see Zhu Liang kind of splashing a bit more, so it's okay to kind of sit on the side, and maybe he just kind of forces it a bit more.
And talking of those payouts, all 4 guaranteed $505,000 for their efforts. And I mean, look at this. You go from 505 to 611. Then you have a $320,000 pay jump between second and third. And then we've got ourselves a $430,000 heads-up match. Champion is going to be going home with a 7-figure payday in a 50K. This feels like a PLO main event. Don't worry about that. We'll be picking up the main after we wrap up this 50K. Let's throw it down to the floor. Live from the Landing Casino in Jeju. Shinhwa World, the 50K pot limit Omaha. It is Griffith Jones. Chip leading. Sleeping Dragon, Zhu Liang in second, Gergo Nagy in third, and part of the Finnish Armada, Jonne Yuka in fourth. All guaranteed just north of $500,000. $5.6 million prize pool in a PLO event. What is going on?
And you know, it only gets bigger. We got the 100K main event running.
Yeah, talking of that 100K main. Some huge names in that one. Got Ding Biao, chip leading. Cale Burns in second. Dylan Wiseman in third. Dirk Goritze, also known as Dirk Diggler. Dirk Diggler, baby. He's in fourth. And Elis Parsonen, straight from this final table into the main. He's in fifth, rounding out the top five. Only with aces.
Pre-flop pot raise, that'll do it.
Just oolong tea, please. Oolong tea? Yes, please. Hot, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Still water, please. Can we have some waters here?
Orange juice, please. Three.
Who have we got over in the chat? They've been in line today, Randy, for this PLO. The PLO fans around the world, let us know where you are joining us from.
Yeah.
Got plenty of four-card fun for the next couple of days. After the conclusion of this, we're jumping straight into that main event, 100K main. So we've got a good, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 more hours of coverage.
Here comes the chip leader. Ace-9-4-4. 3-card rundown with double suited for Nagy. It's a decent hand. He's got position. He is the shortest stack. Difference between him and the other short stacks is one big blind. Because he got the appetite.
Double suited. Not thrilled about the proposition. Drawing to a 6-high flush draw. That jack as well, Randy, you know. Really doing nothing. You flop top pair, 6 kicker. You're not exactly excited about putting more money in the middle.
Yeah, I feel like the jack is mainly for that flush draw potential. 6-5-4 is the most interesting part of his hand. Decides to call this pot already at 2.1 million, 1.5 SPR effective remaining. Two players with flush draw.
Not to state the obvious, but at this stage in the tournament, with these stack layouts, every pot is crucial, especially a pot that has been raised pre-flop by the chip leader. If Nagy ends up conceding this one, he's down to 3.1 million.
A little small bet here. Do see small bets on paired boards. Because if Jones did have a queen, he probably wants to try to get a little bit of action. Of course, he's got hearts for backup. The funny thing is the 4s is actually the best hand.
How do we feel about drawing to the 3rd nut flush on a paired board? And that is it. That is the only draw. We don't have a backdoor straight. You know, let's say we turn queens and jacks. We have a 6 kicker, and that completes 3 straights.
It's clearly a pretty bad spot. Obviously, on the flip side, he's getting an amazing price in position with, you know, jack high flush draw, so that's why he is going to continue. But won't be thrilled about most turn cards.
Of course, there is the opportunity to perhaps bluff should Jones shut down on this 8 of spades turn as Nagy is in position.
Yeah, still both players' hands is very weak, and somehow there's 3 million chips in the middle. And I suppose Jones is just thinking, if Nagy had like a queen, wouldn't he just pot the flop? Checks it over. It's gotta be so scary for Nagy, because if he's getting trapped, or he's usually drawing very slim, possibly even like dead. It's not unreasonable for Jones to even have a bigger heart draw at the moment. A little sprinkle coming.
And this is purely to clear out these type of holdings, right? Get rid of an ace high, get rid of some kind of nonsense like this. Gotta go Nagy, executing to perfection.
That was cool.
3?
Just 500K into 3 million. Yeah, he must have expected a Queen X would always just rip it in on the turn, given how much was already in there. He realized if he didn't bet that turn, then he opens the door to get moved off his hand if both players fail to improve. It's pretty cool watching these PLO snipers navigate these short stacks.
Snipers is a fantastic way to put it, Randy. These guys really are some of the best. I remember talking to you yesterday about the first time Griffith Jones showed up in Monte Carlo, and there were a few murmurs in the YouTube chat. People were excited to see him showing up in real life after all of the success obviously he's had online. And it does make you wonder who else is out there hiding behind the screen name yet to venture to a Triton Poker series. We got a great question in the chat from Jacob saying, where and when are the next Triton stops? So next stop for us is going to be Montenegro from 12th of May until the 27th of May at the Maestral Casino. It might be the 13th. I think it's the 12th.
But roughly around those dates.
Yeah, I fly in on the 11th. And then we're back here in Jeju, September 3rd until September 23rd. And we still haven't announced our 4th and final stop. It's going to be a little bit of a surprise. But yeah, Montenegro and then Jeju. So we jump back into this. Yonne with bottom pair and a 7 high flush draw. Nagy with the goods. Top pair. Royal flush draw. Broadway draw. Removes some of Yonne's 2 pair outs by blocking the 4. Oh boy.
That's great for Nagy. He's got the nuts.
Well, Yonne is drawing live. A 9 of clubs. Give him a straight flush. It does not get much better than this for Nagy, blind v blind. To cooler your opponent.
Yeah, obviously his flush can go for multiple streets of value. It's a little bit annoying to hold in Queen of Clubs because it blocks some of the stronger flushes that can pay off turn plus river. Sizing small, trying to put small flushes and like 2 pairs in a tough spot. You don't want those hands to hero fold against you. You combine in pretty much a mandatory call with his flush on the turn, but it just gets so dicey if his opponent bets once more. You're not sure if they're on like a flush blocker or if they've got the goods.
2.5 out there. Disastrous run out for Yonne. A paired board. Perhaps he gets away from it. Fortunately, a fourth club didn't roll off because it would have made it even tougher to get away from. Not great when he has 3 clubs in his hand.
Nagy has 3 clubs as well, so it's actually very unlikely the flush would have shown up. I suppose Nagy's just going to go for pot to polarize his range. His main bluffs contain the naked king of clubs.
Yeah, I agree. King of clubs or queen of clubs, I think are fine. And it would have to be king of clubs, queen of clubs that doesn't have showdown. Like, it would have to purely be the naked queen of clubs.
Right, because like, for example, this is top 2 pair. If it wasn't a flush for Nagy, that's good enough to try to check down.
Wow, he's checked it on over.
That's great for Yukamainen. Free showdown, it would seem. So he's hoping Nagy's hoping that Yukamainen just turns like some 2 pair into a bluff when the queen shows up, I guess.
Wow. Fuck. What did you have? Oh my god. What? Oh. Wow, it's so bad. Nice.
A lot of clubs. Check the deck.
Fuck. I thought you are gonna go with it in the flush. I fucked it. If I go all in, that's one. I got one.
Getting a very honest reaction from both there. Yoni checking back. And a big sigh of relief when he gets shown the nuts, just recognizing that the option was on the table for him to bet, and he would have been in a tough spot had Nagy done the betting. Nagy also kind of reacting honestly when he gets shown the flush as well. Knows he missed out on some value. I believe he said to Yoni he expected him to do the betting when he checked on over. He expected him to bet a flush.
So what is this? Top pair. Not much else for both players.
Well, you say not much else, but top pair against top pair. It's enough to lead to something. Perhaps not now. Julien drawing to a 9. And a 9 only.
Yeah, the 6 is obviously a dangerous card for both. It's a lot of checking. Ooh.
Full house, full house. Wee. Had you there for a second.
So it's King Jack 666 and King 9 666. That actually makes it very fun. No stabs. We're gonna double check that. Okay, take it.
King Jack is good. So for those of you that are perhaps new to PLO, you have to use 2 cards from your hand and 3 from the board. So in that case, both players had trip sixes. Yoni had king jack kicker.
I feel like that one always tricks the newbie PLO players.
Of course, it's understandable. You see 3 sixes and then both with a king. You think they both have a full house, but no, that's not the case. So if you are new to PLO, welcome to this beautiful game.
It's always funny to see like the pot go the other way. You're like, what do you mean? I've got the better hand. And they're holding like, you know, pocket deuces or something. King, queen, jack, 9. Rainbow. Nagy's chipped up quite nice. He's actually got the slight chip lead at the start of this hand. His turn to attack. 2.5x raise, given how shallow the stacks are.
Jones starting the hand practically tied the chip lead, just behind Nagy. Yeah, he's going to stay out of harm's way. Does make sense, especially when you got Yoni and Liang sat on 4 million.
It could be quite the grind with these shallow stacks. Equities run so close, so players aren't really enticed to get in there. Big pay jumps. This pay jump being around north of 2 buy-ins. Shu Liang pots double suited on the button, and Jones has got tri-suit kings. I imagine he's just going to get this in against Shu Liang.
Yeah, I think the Sleeping Dragon has 1 foot out of the door, Randy. Because after potting for more than a third of his stack pre-flop, he knows he has to run it. He doesn't love it.
Is this?
No. Kings.
Cards are on their backs. Jones 6-4 favorite. If he can just hold here, he's going to have an overwhelming chip lead coming into 3-handed play, and he would have disposed of a very tough and unpredictable Sleeping Dragon in Zhu Liang. Well, it's never easy. Liang with middle pair, 2 pair outs, backdoors. Jones can turn him dead on a queen or a king.
Interesting.
That's nod.
Oh, I have 2 feather.
Very easy.
Boats up with the queen deuce danglers. Zhu Liang gonna head to the cash desk to pick up $505,000 for his efforts. And with that departure, everyone now guaranteed $611,000. Is the UK's Griffith Jones with the chip lead. Zhu Liang, after a pretty rough series, going over here, picking up his first cash in this 50K PLO, closing in on the $6 million Triton earnings mark, this being his 10th cash. always an exciting player to have in the mix. Aggressive, unpredictable, willing to make epic hero calls. Ultimately falling short this time round to the hands of the Brit. Tail of the tape. Jones with half the chips in play. 28 bigs, plays 18, plays 10. And if you thought there was a lot of ICM and money jump pressure up until now, well, $319,000 difference between second and third. All guaranteed, $611,000 now, courtesy of that $106,000 pay jump. Randy, always bittersweet to see the sleeping dragon go back to his cave.
Back to the cave.
Back to the cave. Back to the volcano to protect
that ring.
The gold and the ring. But hopefully we'll see him back in the mix in the 100K.
Yeah, now we're down to the 3 PLO Titans. They all came out to play some good old PLO.
If you had to put a percentage on my chances of beating any of these three at heads up, how low would that number be?
I like how you say how low and not how high. Look, I would need good odds. I mean, these three, obviously, they're amazing. It's no knock to you. It's just how strong they are at this game. This is what they play, day in, day out.
They're incredible. I have so much respect for these three. They've all done so well online, and it's great to see them venturing out, stepping into the live arena to Triton. I mean, this is where people are now coming. You know, we've said this before, we say it again, and we say it humbly. If you want to be in the conversation for one of the best, you have to come to these Tritons and sit down and compete with the best. Otherwise, you're just not a part of the topic.
That's right.
Dave, the Magic Man, Rickson in the chat saying, best poker players around the world, great productions, and top tier commentators. Triton is the gold standard in poker. Thank you, Dave. Glad you've been enjoying the show and appreciate the production. Shout out to each and every one of you that have kept us company over the last, I'm trying to calculate how many days it's been. What was it, 14 days so far? Get involved in the YouTube chat. Needle Randy.
Don't needle me.
Needle,
what did I do to you?
Needle me.
Okay, so Jones, our chip leader, going to limp the king 8-8-7. Nagy onto a flop. 3 big blinds in the middle. Do see a queen. That's 2 pair.
Yeah, you're right. 2 pair for Nagy. 2 pair for Jones as well, but Nagy's 2 pair slightly stronger.
Unbeatable.
As his 2 queens match with the 2 queens on the flop, which makes 4 queens. That's 4 of a kind, Randy.
It's 4 of a kind. Not every day you see 4 of a kind. Yeah, why bet? Just check and hope your opponent stabs or improves.
Just hope your opponent has 2 10s, right?
Well, even like a single 10 wouldn't mind his turn card.
Now, with it being a 2-tone turn texture, I'd love to see a little sprinkle from Nagy. Just try and charge some straight draw, some flush draw. But he's just going to
Wow.
give Jones as much of a chance as possible.
That is the kind of the best card for Nagy, right? Because now 10x would have worse quads, but even like pocket pairs like 8s, they look pretty solid on the 10-10-10 run out. You know, he's got a full house.
He would have heard from aces and kings pre-flop for the most part. He comes with half pot. He knows Nagy has to call all of the pocket pairs below pocket eights, just from a MDF point of view. Comes with half pot. Jones would be expected to bluff with all of his, you know, jack high, 9 high limps. And Yoni's loving this. Yoni's just like, okay, boys. You guys want to juke it out?
I mean, Jones can't believe this action. Like, check, 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 raise on queen, queen, 10-10-10. Nice fold.
What a bluff.
You're the hero.
Jones didn't really waste much time there, did he? Just like, you know, okay.
I think he thought he was just up against the 10.
To have a bluff here. Hard to have a bluff here, I guess.
Just checking out the Triton Poker Plus app to see what's going on in that 100k PLO main event. 45 runners. Ding Biao is just absolutely bossing over there. He's got 400 bigs. Nagy's got ace, ace, queen, jack in the small blind.
And that obviously is amazing. Coming with pot. Even better for him that he's raising into the shorter stack. Happily stack off.
Yoni's got a grim one.
Yeah, pocket 9s. With the 9 high flush draw. Pretty bad hand.
It is, Randy, but we know how close equities run. Cool, 800k, 2 million out there.
It just seems like such a dicey spot. But he's going to call, it looks like. All right, let's see if he flops a 9.
9 or some hearts needed for one of the head honchos from the Finnish Armada.
Top set.
Yeah, this hand's over and done with. Blind v blind. Nagy really just has been getting the better of Yon there.
How much is that? 2 points? 8. Wow.
Little min bet, that's cute. Obviously his hand fears nothing with no flush draw out there. Just hoping Yoni's got something that can continue.
Aces.
Oh, really? Big hand. I was looking for a 9.
Maybe I should check, but it's like so obvious if I check.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I really like Gergo. He's been chatty in between hands. He's kind of been honest with his post-mortems. It's like, hey, look, you know, probably should check, but if I check, I think it looks face up. So.
It really does look like aces. was to check. Must be so cool to see these three like battle in a live setting where normally they're doing their work online.
I think all three of them are really enjoying the moment. They all seem really just present and enjoying the fact that they're on one of the biggest stages, if not the biggest PLO stage in the world. Soak it up, chaps. Enjoy the moment.
So Nagy's gonna limp the button. Assume that's a byproduct of him being in second in chips to try to not inflate in case Jones was to repot pre-flop. Position, of course, is great against his two opponents.
Yeah, and there's also this weird dynamic, right, where Nagy and Jones kind of want each other to be able to realize their equity against Yoni and potentially eliminate him, get that 300k ladder, and get it to heads up.
Yeah, it's actually more important for them to get that 300k pay ladder than to try to chip up slowly because, you know, they're so close, number 1 and number 2 in terms of chip counts. Yoni's clearly at the bottom with just 2.1 million, with the big blind being 400k. Now though, Nagy has top pair, queen kicker, not much else. Deposits the time bank. The 8x blocks some of the straight draws, which is nice.
Problem is, are you happy
1.2.
calling this off?
Guess he's just willing to bet fold this against the chip leader and bet call off against Yoni. With that bet, now he's the chip leader.
Could be here for a while. 55 bigs in play. Average stack of 19 bigs, and even though Yoni is down to 5, a couple of double ups brings him back into it. He does need to find a hand though, and he hasn't on the button, which means in the next hand he's going to be forced to put in 40% of his stack. So I think the next hand is going to be the hand where we see him kind of forced to call off close to any 4.
It's funny, any 4, not a term you hear too often. Jones gonna try to sneak small blind limp in here. Sure, he is out chip, but it's not like Nagy can just attack, because if he was wrong, he could slide down to the bottom. So onto a flop we go. Jack 6, 4, 2 spades. What do we have?
Well, we got a double gut shot for Jones and a 10 high spade draw. We got bottom pair and a gut shot for Nagy. That is it. Nothing that either player would be thrilled about. Does check through as expected.
Yeah, not much has changed for both players. Of course, the ace does overcard the board, but no player is picking up additional equity. Here comes Jones. Nice play.
Buckle up.
Yoni said buckle up because he knows what's coming. And he's letting the boys know. We're about to see 5. We're about to have an all-in. 90% of the time, chips are going in pre-flop in this hand. He knows it. Jones knows it. Nagy knows it. We know it. The dealer knows it. My grandma knows it. My next door neighbor probably even knows it. 7-6-6-5 with a suit.
That can definitely play.
Imagine if it didn't go in.
What?
Yeah, just hoping.
Oh.
Yoni's got nothing, but that is not nothing. That is enough.
We love this. We were happy to put it in with a lot worse than this, Randy.
Yeah, he's a heavy favorite pre-flop, too. He's going to win 2/3 of the time, roughly.
Yeah, that's a great point. In Hold'em, a heavy favorite is like a 4-1 favorite. In PLO, you know, 64-36 is, it's up there. That's good. That's close to as good as it gets.
What do we have here? Monotone texture.
So, Yoni's made the call.
I'm sorry. I thought I wanted to go all in, but that's fine. Whatever.
50K back?
50K back. Let's see a turn. No showdown yet. It's over.
I guess you win.
Yoni has 100%.
Good turn. Yeah, solid.
I guess the drawing
He's
dead.
going to be back up to 3.7 million.
That's interesting. All right. 3.7 for Yoni.
Hey, look, it took us a while to get there. We did get there eventually on the turn.
Set of 6 is no good.
Fine. Yeah, this one. Nice one.
So we remain three-handed. The Three Musketeers. Yoni back up to 9 big blinds. And can do some damage now, you know.
Yeah, Yoni's got some room to kind of wait for a nicer holding. Certainly could repot. High equity spots. That's the game plan. Yoni's got aces now, and he just doubled up. As good as it gets. Mandatory pot in the small blind against the big blind. Just want to build pre-flop.
See if Jones kind of like clicks this.
Yeah, he's just going to slide out a bunch of blacks.
There is the
pair,
pot.
Aces. Oh.
Jones asking if he has a pair. Yeah, he has the pair.
Jacks.
7.8 out there. And look at this. If
You're trying to do the trick versus me.
if Yoni can hold, he's actually going to move up to second in chips, and it's going to be so tight.
About it.
It'll be 8.4 million, playing 7.8 million, playing 6.2 million. And I'll be honest with you, Randy, that's the kind of battle I'm looking forward to. As long as Yoni can hold. Which is looking even more likely now. The Queen 6-4.
Yeah, obviously great to have the flush draw for Yuka Minen.
Okay. Jones
More
picking up some outs. King,
Kind of
Jack,
close.
10-4, non-diamond. Would do the trick. King of Diamonds gives Yoni the flush. Doubles up to 7.8 million.
Well, that's quite the spin. Had 5 big blinds not too long ago.
Flip and go.
Jones now at the bottom. From chip leader to third.
Oh man, it's not often you get to see Nagy, Yukamine, and Jones just duke it out on the live felt for 1.36 million. Let's see who's brought the biggest knife to the knife fight. Blinds going up, 250k, 500k.
You know, sometimes it's not the biggest knife that wins. It's more about technique.
As you say, it's about how the chef cuts.
That's right.
Not the size of the blade.
I don't know. You should
Or you
ask,
could just do Indiana Jones style. Just whip out the pistol. You know?
That's
Oh, you want to bring a sword to this fight? Okay, dude. Well, how'd you like this?
That's got to be the best scene of Indiana Jones, by far, amongst the whole franchise.
I haven't watched that in a long time. Yeah, I watched all of them multiple times as a kid. Great fun.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. Because it's quite short and I'm just thinking about it. But if you don't want, just we can play.
I'm easy.
I think the lads are talking about the break.
No worries. Okay.
I'm okay with playing. I'll play.
Okay.
Okay, so the lads are saying the show goes on. They're going to continue playing. So the blinds did just go up 250k, 500k, which leads me to believe that there was supposed to be a break after level 26. And they've just said, look, forget it. Let's just keep going.
Yeah, I think these guys are used to just playing, right? Like online. What? Can you just sit out the ring game? No, we just got to keep playing and move on.
Yeah, that 5-minute tournament break where you have to pee, make a cup of tea, get a fresh bottle of water, cook a dish of pasta, as well as say hi to your girlfriend and family. What else do you have to do? You have to check,
There's a lot of things to do. I imagine they actually, maybe they play worse if they get a long break. So here, they're just in the zone, feeling the moment.
Agreed.
Try suit, king, queen, 8-8.
I think that's Elis. Elis on the rail there.
Elis was at our final table.
Yeah, I think the main event is on break.
Mm.
You can hear the buzz in the background. You can see people standing around.
Good hand.
He's got 8.1 now. Tied for the chip lead with Nagy. Jones is down to 12 bigs. Honestly, how do you pick a winner out of this one?
You don't. That's what's great is that we're happy to watch any of these guys take it down. Just want to see some good poker. PLO experts. There's only so many PLO events in the world, right, for tournaments, and we've got multiple here at Triton. Let's venture out to Jeju in this 50K PLO.
I'm getting corrected, Randy.
About?
That it wasn't for a break, which would make sense because obviously I only just came in on the back of a break. I think the conversation was around a deal, and the floor said we can anonymously give you like, a yes or no card, and then you can make your decision. And if I'm not mistaken, Jones said he's happy to play. Now, I don't know whether he was the lone wolf that was happy to play. It kind of felt like all three of them were happy to continue playing, so I don't want to just single him out. But I do wonder if that was the conversation, because a break doesn't really make sense, right? I only came in, a few minutes ago.
Yep, and why would there be a anonymous vote, right?
How about that for a rail, by the way? Got Samule, Elis, got Dirk Diggler, baby.
Queen 8-3-3, double suited. Blind versus blind. The 10-10-6-5 really wants to get this through, and it does.
There's a big one to get through.
I like the public voting. You want to let people know, like, I'm not scared. Let's just play for it all. No deals.
There's a massive difference, dude. They're guaranteed 611,000. First walks away with 1,360,000. We're talking a $750,000 difference, and the largest stack has 18 bigs.
Yeah, but like, we're PLO end bosses. We don't come here to make deals. We come here to show that we are the boss.
True.
Let's play.
Yeah. I want whoever wins this in Conor McGregor fashion to be like, where's my belt, baby? Luca, where's my trophy? Ace King 6-4 is enough. Gets rid of Jones. It's uncomfortable for Nagy. Where's my belt, baby? You're only north of 10 million now. See Timothy Hanna in the chat asking if the 100K is still able to late reg. It is indeed. I believe, Randy, correct me if I'm wrong, till the start of day 2?
Yes, the start of day 2. And the best way to follow that action while we play down to a winner here is to download the Triton Poker Plus app and, rail 2 tournaments at the same time.
This is getting dicey for Nagy. Has Jones on 9 bigs. Yeah, just comes with limp.
Yeah, so that's because Yuka Mining's got him out chipped with position, so it's not really looking to play for stacks. So
there's 6 bigs between each. At the start of the hand, 21 bigs for Yone, 15 for Nagy, 9 for Jones. As it's come Queen, Jack, 8. Top pair and a gut shot for Yone. Nagy with the over pair of kings. Does Yone start to bet this?
He might not need to, even though he's got the 9s blocker to 10-9, just because he's got some showdown. He is going to bet, though. I suppose the thing is, when you're holding the straight blockers, you rarely get checked raise as well. And immediately you can see that 2 kings is uncomfortable.
Just so difficult to improve, right? Doesn't have much clarity across turn and river without going pure in terms of card run out.
He basically wants like diamond,
yeah,
or like full full house somehow. But even then, like, to get to that point, you gotta fade like potentially already made hand, like a 5-card straight.
And you've got Jones sat there on 9 bigs. You've also got a 300k ladder between third and second, so no need. Someone needs to take a picture of that rail.
3-6 behind. 3-6.
4 more end bosses over there.
150 total, right? Yep.
5.
You just need like an
sorry.
overshot
Yeah.
of these 3 battling it out, and then those 4 on the rail,
45, 46.
and then just frame it on one of those wide canvases and just hang it above you.
You know, it would be a really fun game
Your
if
grind desk.
all of these PLO end bosses, they have to consult with one another to determine who's the best and line up in order. You know, like they would never figure it out, right?
I wouldn't want to be the judge of that, no.
They're like, wait, I'm supposed to be in front of you, but no, I think I'm in front of you.
I mean, we had a similar problem when we did that for commentators. You know, you just kept pushing me and Ali to the back of the queue, mate. Unbelievable. This might be going in. I mean, this has to be going in. Surely it's going in. Find me a world in which this isn't going in.
There isn't. This has to go in because of how short Jones is, too. He's only got 3.7 back. He would look to repot this. And the ace, queen, queen, jack is going to be very happy. Call off the rest.
Good luck, chaps. Kind of wish it didn't have to come down to this kind of crapshooty finish. But they don't want to make a deal. The blind levels have to go up. We've only got, what, 50 bigs in play. Not even. 45. Has to go in at some point. Blind v blind. Ace, queen, queen, jack against ace, king, 10-4 for 7 bigs.
Jones is giving this a lot of thought. Is there some other path? Is it ever just a call? I guess that's what's crossing his mind. Never folding, of course.
Call.
Makes the call. Perhaps there's some escape route or bluffing opportunities post flop.
So you got there early, Randy. What's the idea behind just calling it and not running it?
I think it's because there's already so much stack already in pre, like maybe there's different routes to victory, or maybe even saving your stack.
On this board, one would have to assume top pair, backdoor diamonds. Yoni's got gut shot, backdoor spades, plus the overpair.
Yeah, Yoni should want to protect what's in the middle.
2,200,000.
2,200,000. Call.
There's just too much in there. Yeah, makes the call. 450k remaining, which is about 1 big blind.
I mean, we are really in the weeds here. Incredibly intricate part of the PLO game tree. Two of the greatest minds of the modern game, trying to figure out a ICM heavy sub 10 big blind spot as well. That removes Jones's, some of Jones's 2 pair outs.
Yeah, mainly
the 4.
4. That's it.
Still drawing live to an ace, king, 10.
Do have spades for you can mine in with the queens. Gut shot still. Is he going to toss in the last big blind? He checks it over, which is good for Jones, right? Maybe he can just check this down and have a chance to save his tournament life. What do we have here? Queens and 3/8.
Yeah, we have a full house against trips of ace-king kicker, which, by the way,
it's not bad.
It's not bad. I mean, blind v blind. We also, now, well, we were chopping with ace-10 already, but we're now beating ace-10. It's going to check through. So Yoni has left Jones with 450 back.
This was strategic.
Of course. He's going to put in 250 of that 450 out the small blind. Then you've got Gergo Nagy in the big blind, having to put in the big blind and the big blind ante. So that just really allows Yoni to pot with what one can only assume is close to range, because Nagy is handcuffed now until Jones either doubles up or is eliminated.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that he didn't just pot the flop. And I'll get to that in a second. But,
get to it in a second. I wish there was a way where we could solve some of those PLO spots, but for you Hold'em wannabe wizards, check out the #1 learning app in the world for poker players. It is, of course, GTO Wizard, where elite players such as Espen Jorstad, who you just saw on your screens right there, openly break down hands using the GTO Wizard solver. Head on over to their socials, by the way, and get involved in the giveaways. You can win yourself a 1-year subscription. Best of luck to all of you. Shout out, as always, to Matt and the GTO Wizard team.
Yeah, you can see Yuka Minen raising the button with practically anything, realizing that Nagy just has to fold everything because of how short Jones is. And Yuka Minen purposely left Jones with enough to survive a small blind if he was to fold, right? To get 2 hands through.
Correct.
Right. It's not like he left him with 200K where he's just forced all in, just in case Jones doesn't want to play this hand.
So, cards on their backs. Jones dominates with the diamonds, dominates with the ace high.
Is there sideboard in this time? It counts normally, right? I mean, not sideboard, but...
All in brought to you by BetACR. To remain 3-handed, Jones just looking to hold, which he will 56% of the time. That's looking very likely on the 9-4-3. No diamond in sight, but top and bottom for Jones. He only needs to pick up King, Queen, Jack, 10-7, 8, 6 on the turn. That's one of them.
So many outs.
Solid card.
King 10-7, 4 deuce to get us heads up. Can he find it? No. No, he cannot. Jones back up to 3.5 bigs. The show goes on, Randy.
Gergo Nagy is not very happy at the moment.
No, he got 450 times 2. So 9 plus ante.
Plus the 500 big blind?
Ante, yeah.
He was shorter than 500, no?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter?
No, it was your ante. So.
Yeah, so Jones gets to receive the full big blind ante in that spot. Did you hear Nagy questioning that? Do you can mine in?
Yeah, it's ante first. Oh, sorry, not ante first. Big blind first, but does get the full ante.
That is a great hand off of 4 big blinds. Jones can really spin this one up.
The great game of PLO.
Nagy's like, seriously? Ace 8, 8, 3? Is this guy
Rainbow.
gonna run it up?
Yeah, just lets it go. Wow, how is
That's not
how
bad.
has Johnny got Ace Jack 10-6, man?
Double suited.
So now there's a weird.
Yeah, call makes sense.
Okay.
Leave the 100K back,
I call.
just like that last
I
hand.
said call, yeah.
He said pot.
Not yet.
You got snapped off, man.
You're that strong, huh? You got 100K?
Yeah.
Big chip leader you can mine in. Love to have Jones on 100K.
Oh boy.
Top set. Huge draw for Yukaminen. That's a wrap of a flush draw and the backdoor
monster.
flush draw.
Yeah. That's what I wanted
It's a
to
draw.
make.
It's a draw, though.
Oh my god. It's pretty fair.
Jones is just like,
Yeah.
Crazy for a 10
Who you
BB
rolling
pro.
for? You gotta go.
he's like, how on earth do you have that, dude?
They
Like,
got
how are you
backdoor
just
flush
not
draw
dead?
as well.
Wow. Coin flip.
You see the boys there, Samuli,
Give us
Dirk,
8 of clubs.
Alis. He's kind of laughing
Who said
at
that?
this spot. Yoni gets there on the turn, now needs to fade the river board pair to get us heads up and to eliminate Jones in third. Can he hold? Yes, he can.
Good game, man.
You, man.
Good game.
Eliminates Griffith Jones in third. He'll be heading to the cash desk and picking up $611,000 for his efforts. See him head over to the rail,
I think I should have maybe flatted. the
exchange
king.
fist bumps with
Okay.
fellow peers of the game who have nothing but the utmost respect for Jones's pot limit Omaha prowess. Falling short in the three-handed battle. Still has to be proud of his efforts here, picking up a very healthy 6-figure score and getting that monkey off of his back, Randy, in the form of a Triton cash. Now, heads up. One of the head honchos from the Finnish Armada, Joni Yukaminen, with a 3-1 chip lead over, well, one of the Hungarian end bosses, Gergo Nagy. 33 bigs, plays 11, 930,000 guaranteed. We've got ourselves a 430K heads up match on our hands. Both players looking for their first Triton titles. We welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself. Four-handed, loved it. You throw in someone like Sleeping Dragon, it could be over in the blink of an eye, but he eventually bowed out in fourth. Then we had a bit of a back and forth, three-handed, players exchanging the chip lead. Joni managing to pull away, eliminating Jones there in third. And now a heads-up match between two of the greatest of the modern game, especially when you look at their online accolades, both now looking to obviously venture into the Triton streets and start picking up PLO Triton titles. Walk us through this, Randy.
I mean, obviously, three-handed play was very fun to watch. Like you mentioned, they all kind of held the chip lead at some point. Here, we have a 3-1 chip lead for Yukaminen against Nagy. You know, it's going to be hard for Nagy to overcome it because, you know, they're both, like, extremely talented in PLO. But then again, you know, 22 big blind average, one double up, and the stacks are level immediately.
I'm absolutely buzzing for this one. Don't go too far. We're going to take just a short 3.5 minute break as Luca Vivaldi and the team set the stage for their heads-up match. We'll see you very shortly.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Very warm welcome back. Heads up here in event number 15, the 50K PLO. And to say that we're excited, Randy, would be an honest understatement. We have 2 of the greatest online PLO players in the history of the game, specifically the modern game. Joni Yukimainen squaring off against Gergo Nagy, both looking for their first Triton trophy. What does it mean to these guys? Because we spoke about the pay jumps, and a lot of people in the YouTube chat kind of speculating that the money, while it's nice, it's kind of a byproduct of the work they've put into their craft over the years. For these guys, it really is about the trophy and the title and being able to say, look, I'm a Triton champion.
Yeah, it should mean a lot, especially to these 2, right? To cement themselves as one of the best PLO players. You know, there's other names that often come up when we talk about the greatest PLO players, Elis Parsonen, you know, and these guys are definitely worthy to be in a conversation like Elis. So to take one down here should mean a lot for both of them.
Yeah, and not to throw shade to either player. When you look at their Triton track records, I mean, Gergo Nagy has 3 cashes, 238,000 in Triton earnings. It's been kind of rough for him. I mean, he started off with a 3rd place finish in Cyprus 2023 in the 30K. But then, you know, Montenegro last year didn't even really get much of a look in other than in the 25K. Monte Carlo last year as well, didn't cash the 50K, didn't cash the 100K. And then here in Jeju, obviously got 15th in the 25K, but again, has never gotten this far. And then it's similar for Joni, and you look over again in the Triton Poker Plus app, 314,000 just alone cash after several attempts. Not the kind of record you would expect for a player of his caliber. And I guess that just going to showcase the variance at the highest level, even for the best players in the world.
Yeah, you know, we've kind of always have known Paul Omaha to be a game of variance. You showing the results kind of exemplifies that, right? So it's obviously a huge statement for both. Regardless if they win or not, you know, this score is amazing for their confidence going forward into that 100K main.
Now, talking of that 100K main, what a tease. Event number 16, $100,000 buy-in, currently being led by none other than Biao Ding. He's got 1.2 million at Big Blind 3K, just to let you guys know. 45 runners in that one. Elis Parsonen, straight from this final table, hopped into the 100K. He finds himself second in chips. We have Dirk Goritze in third, Cale Burns in fourth, and Dylan Wiseman in fifth, rounding out that top five. 45 runners already. Expect to obviously get another 7-figure payout in that one. It's like the who's who of the PLO world, rocking it out over there. So I'm sure these two, after they close out this 50K, will be jumping straight into the main event, where of course that Jacob & Co timepiece is also up for grabs. But for now, our attention on this heads-up match, Yoni leading 33 big blinds to Nagy's 11. Let's throw it down and watch two of the PLO greats battle it out for the $1,360,000 top prize. But of course, perhaps even more importantly, the gold that comes with it, to be able to add a Triton trophy to your resume. Not something many can brag about, especially against this lineup as well. I mean, what a final table. Let's throw down, boys. Gloves are off. Heads up. Finland against Hungary.
Immediately, Nagy's got 2 aces, double suited. That's a good hand to start with, especially because he's in the big blind. So Yoni is going to at least call with King Jack 9-3. He did say pot.
Oh, did he really?
That's as good as it gets for Nagy.
Wow. And we were just talking that all it's going to take is a double up for Nagy, and then they're tied for the chip lead.
First hand?
First hand indeed.
Yep.
He only knows.
Is it all in? Okay.
There's a little bit back.
I said call, yeah.
And Yoni already said call, so we do have to bring in the proper amounts.
Yeah, just getting confirmation. See, Yoni.
Am I in a bad shape?
I don't know what they're laughing at.
I don't think. Okay.
Sharing his cards with the rail
We'll see.
for a sweat. That's going to be enough. Yoni has a gut shot, backdoor clubs.
Double suit aces?
Yeah.
Nagy has the nut flush draw to go along with his aces. Yoni has, well, 3 immediate outs, and then has to fade the redraw.
Oh my god.
9 of clubs? 9 of clubs is fine.
He's asking for the 9 of clubs.
It's a good card.
The
Oh, I
blank.
got you.
Only the gut shot.
Doesn't get there. And we have ourselves a heads-up battle on our hands, Randy. 11.5 million, plays 10.9.
Just takes one hand to level things out.
Thank you.
August hand
crazy,
saying,
huh?
Yoni only had about
Crazy first
1
strong
big
start.
blind 10 hands ago. It wasn't that short, but
he had 5 big blinds.
It was on the short side, yeah. Matty in the chat saying the main event is happening right now, but I think they'll broadcast it later. That is correct. Randy and I will be picking up coverage from that main.
Both of these hands aren't too bad. Tri-suit, 3-card rundown with a pair for Nagy. It's Queen Jack 5. I mean, we're just getting a lot of chips in pre-flop as of late. This should be a limp call for Nagy.
Yeah, what is this? Hand number 2 of heads up, and Nagy with that double. Start of the hand, 23 bigs, plays 22. 3.5 million out there. These two hands could collide on some board textures.
Not this one.
Although I could see continues from both. King, King 4. 10s with a 10 of diamonds. Against the Queen high flush draw. Depends on sizing, of course.
More likely a small sizing on paired boards.
Have to agree with you on that one. As does Yoni.
Yeah, it looks to be about quarter pot.
How much is the bet?
850.
So just 10s with the 10 of diamonds. It's going to make the call. Given the good price and position, but obviously immediately uncomfortable.
It is, but like you said, good price in position, could just have the best hand. Yoni would be forced to give up a lot of turns. Ace of spades puts Yoni in front.
Gotta be a bad card for Nagy. A lot of the pre-flop raises would at least hit that ace.
5.2 million out there. With Yoni holding the queen and the jack, blocking hands like queens and jacks. The hands they'd be ahead of. Let's continue again. Takes it down. 13.9. Plays 9 million. This could literally be over in the blink of an eye. Neither of these players scared to put money in the middle. Big blind 600k. Both players guaranteed $930,000 for their efforts.
How much did you say this heads-up match was for?
Just $430,000, Randy.
Oh, casual 8.5 buy-ins.
Yeah, I mean, it is just absurd. There are literally PLO tournaments with less than 430,000 for first. And that's just the pay jump difference between first and second in this one. Those were the payouts for everyone else. Parson and bowing out first at this FT. Back-to-back FTs for him here in Jeju. Has to be happy with his play so far. Jack 6, 5 deuce is as dusty as it gets, but with the big blind ante, it's getting such a good price.
Yeah, big blind ante in position. You're going to see a lot of limping in this heads-up PLO match. Ace King 8-3 is going to juice it up.
Very rare limp fold. was a poll over on our YouTube chat. 86% of viewers
Smart guy.
voted for Yoni.
Lucky.
But the poll came up before the heads-up match started, right? Where he had a 3-1 chip lead.
Yeah.
Can we run the poll back?
Yeah, let's run the poll back. Let's run it back now that it's evened up a little bit.
I feel like that poll was unfair to Nagy.
Listen, the Hungarian flag in PLO is one of the most feared flags in the game for a reason. Partly because of that man, as well as Nemeth, Laszlo Bojtás. You know, 3 of the best PLO players to have played the game. Don't sleep on Nagy. Ace Jack 5. Bottom 2 and a flush draw for Yoni against top 2 for Nagy. Car crash incoming, depending on whether Yoni bets this or not.
I mean, there's a good chance Yoni bets this. Red ranges, heads up. Nagy should want to push a lot of chips in there with top 2. It's very shallow.
I'm curious to see whether Nagy calls and reevaluates turns.
Just wait for clean turns and chip it in.
Yeah, given that.
Raise.
It's gonna
1.5.
come with it. Come small.
Yeah, I think you see that play more often if they were deeper, but when you're short, it's more reason to kind of just capture what's in the middle and charge the draws immediately, especially out of position.
Well, it's cold up in Finland. Something Yoni's used to. It's cold in this room right now with this deck. Limped pot. Heads up. 2 pair against top 2. Could have your opponent in rough shape. Could also be pretty cooked yourself. 10 of spades changes nothing.
Yeah, sure, King Queen got there, but there's already 4.8 million chips in the middle. He's got 6.2 back. It's a pot worth fighting for Gergo Nagy.
5 seconds.
Just seems like it would be a disaster to check it to Yoni and let him realize equity with flush draws.
$1.7.
1.7 into 4.8. Really teasing Yoni with this price.
He's getting the right price to continue in position. Very small. 2 pair with flush draw. It's a decent flush draw.
Makes the call. We have a sizable pot brewing here. A key card incoming. Yoni bricks. Nagy with the 100% check mark.
How much is that?
So it's top 2 pair, Gergo. Can he go for value against a worse 2 pair? That's the main question here.
2 straights have completed across turn and river, but heads up.
He's like,
Top
all right, let's
2.
try.
Wow, Yoni's made the call.
Wow.
17.2 million chip pot. And Nagy has come back from a 3-1 dog to overwhelming chip leader. Has Yoni down to just 9 big blinds.
That was a big call down there. Just expected Gergo to have some bluffs. That's just mutual respect to make that call.
Yeah, I think when the hearts break and all those gut shots wrapped around the ace-5 brick as well, Yoni just gets to river with one of the best hands he's going to have. Also having the 9 was kind of nice for him.
Blocking 8-9. Yeah, obviously price was pretty good given the tiny turn bet. Didn't think too much.
Just knows that Nagy's good enough to run a savage triple barrel there. So here we go. Nagy with the chip lead. Wow, is this just going in? Ace, queen, 10, deuce, double. What is going on in this heads-up match?
What?
Against ace, jack, 10, 7. Yeah, run it, boys. This is it. This is what? 4th hand? 5th hand of heads-up?
Yeah, every pot's been massive.
Started off with the 3-1 chip deficit. He now has Yoni all in for his tournament life with just 39% equity. Nagy is 5 cards away from becoming a Triton champion.
Equities run close. Can Yoni get there? And it's 9-7-3-2 spades. Yoni's got everything.
It's going to be a very tough one for Gergo to win. Needs a non-spade queen. He's just dead on the turn. 9.8 million chip pot going Yoni's way, and the show goes on, Randy. Just how we scripted it, my man.
How much is Yoni?
Just how we scripted it. This is exactly what we signed up for. This is what the PLO fans wanted. They just wanted to see a slugfest. Just 2 Titans, center of the octagon. None of this, you know, taken to the ground with full mount for 5 minutes. No, we're talking center of the octagon, just swinging, okay? Just swinging.
There's blood all over their faces, but the match continues.
Shades back on.
So 21 versus 16 bigs, advantage Nagy. Look at these hands, they're just 50-50. Exact coin flip in terms of pre-flop equities. Queen Jack 7 deuce versus Queen 10 5-4 tri-suit. Little limp. Likely a check through from Gergo. As expected. Big blind ante involved. 1.8 is the pot size. We have gut shot versus gut shot. Pair of 7s for Yoni, which is the best hand.
Also has the queen of spades and backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, queen of spades could be relevant. Future firepower. Also great to block some of the continues with his hand. Not much else for the Queen 10 for backup. Pitches it.
You think that P on Yoni's cap stands for Parsonen?
No, I don't think that P stands for Parsonen.
For his good friend Elis Parsonen.
It stands for Patrick.
Patrick Antonius.
They're all from
be
Finland.
funny if Elis is rocking a cap with a J on it.
Double J. Aces for Nagy once again.
Double suited aces for the second time in this heads-up match after just 7 hands. I mean, that's it's a good time to run good. I really do recommend that strategy.
You see him limping. This is the best development for Nagy because now he's induced the raise and he can just go limpy raise pot. How great is this?
Yeah, he's going to be able to ask for 5.4 million, which is about half of their stacks, which means we're going to get half the chips in pre-flop. He has spades covered.
What? 5.4.
This is not what Yoni expected.
Yeah, I think single suited. I mean,
it's a bit grim.
It's going to be 3.6 on request. 7.8 out there. He's getting like 2.2 to 1 on a call. He's got 27% equity. It's close, right? It's close. You could just be in very rough shape, as we can see. That is the case. I mean, this is as bad as it gets, Randy, in PLO. 73% against 27.
Yeah, the one hand, the spades, they're covered, which is obviously a disaster for Yoni. Doesn't have any other suited properties. Makes the call. 11.4 is already in the middle, and we haven't even seen a flop yet.
Yeah, half the chips are in the middle of the table. 3 cards to come.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nagy just wants this board to be clean one time.
Oh my word.
Top 2 pair for Yoni.
He's going to check it on over.
Chips are in.
Yeah, of course. Nagy's going to ask for all of it. He's looking for an ace, jack, or a 3. Let's not forget the backdoor spades, backdoor clubs.
He still has 44% equity. There we go.
Snap. Good luck, boys.
This is the pot of the tournament. Not many chips left.
This could just be it.
3 or double suited again.
If Yoni holds, Nagy's down to 1 big blind.
Big one. Cannot wish for a better hand.
That?
Cannot wish for a better hand.
Nine of spades on the turn.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Very easy.
Ace, jack, 9, 3, spade. For Nagy to win this one. Yoni just looking to hold, which he doesn't.
Yeah, man.
The 3 of clubs on the river. Counterfeiting Yoni's top 2, giving Nagy superior 2 pair. Gergo taking down a star-studded 50K PLO final table. Yoni, runner-up will have to do $930,000 to be going his way. But the champion from Hungary heading home with 1.36 million.
Well, congratulations.
Thank
Very
you.
well done. It was
Thank
a pleasure
you.
to have you at the table. Luca's going to come to you, and there's going to be an interview, there's going to be pictures, there's going to be
Love seeing that. Little fist bump exchange. Congratulations from the team, of course, for our champion. I'm sure both Gergo and Yoni chomping at the bit, Randy, to jump straight into that 100k main. It's going to feel a lot nicer now that they've both picked up a very healthy payday. Nagy with a trophy on top of that as well. Look at that final table. Parsonen, Osmus, Vogelsang, Liang, Jones, Yukimainen, and Nagy as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. That's just what the doctor ordered, wasn't it, really? that kind of... We couldn't have scripted it any better. This is exactly what we wanted, all the way from the final table bubble down to four-handed with Sleeping Dragon, then the three-handed battle between three of the most talented PLO players, and then, yeah, a real swingy kind of slugfest of a heads-up match, and it was kind of one-sided. I mean, Nagy just getting dealt top of range, even Yoni kind of saying, dude, a lot of big hands. How many times are you going to have double-suited aces? But not to take anything away from Nagy, of course, taking that one down.
Yeah, and obviously amazing for Nagy to overcome that 3-1 chip lead going to heads-up. But, you know, he played his all of his hands to perfection. The ace-jack against the bottom two pair where he got a bet jam in, got paid off by worse. You know, a very deserving winner.
Now, we are obviously going to have a word with our champion, but before we throw it down to Ali and Luca, who are standing with Gergo, just want to tease that 100k main event. We've got event number 16 coming up. We've got Chidwick, Antonius, Nemeth, Haxton, Osmus, and Reuter all at the feature table. It's Ding Biao leading the pack. You've got Dylan Wiseman in second, Parsonen in third, Dirk Goritze, Veni Vidi in fourth, and Cale Burns in fifth. So plenty more action coming up. Don't go too far. Quick interview with our champion from the 50k, and then Randy and I are going to be hopping straight into that 100k PLO main. Throw it down to Ali.
Well, move over Andras, move over Laszlo. There's a new Hungarian in town who just better than 5x'd his career Triton totals after showing up here at his second ever Triton final table. $1.36 million richer. I'm talking, of course, about this gentleman right here, Gergo Nagy. Gergo, congratulations first and foremost. You actually enjoying revenge right now, because the last time you squared off with Yoni was in a 50K where he bested you, and I'm curious how much you drew upon that match as you navigated your way through this one.
Yes, exactly. I played Yoni heads up before in Cyprus, and it was also my biggest career, yeah, I mean the biggest PLO event what I played before. So it was really good for me that I can take this revenge.
Were there any decisions that you felt like that you made in specific situations that you called upon that experience or certain hands in your mind when you chose to do what you did?
I mean, honestly not, because in heads up we were quite short here as well and before. So I was like, most of the time the cards played itself, I would say.
Well, you guys played a lot of PLO outside of heads up, and your stack very much rode the roller coaster. Walk me through this final table for you. What were the key moments?
I mean, there were a couple of moments. I think I made some quite risky plays, but at the end of the day, it worked out. So I was able to always keep up when I was at the bottom of the field. I was always keep up, you know, coming back. So, yeah.
Well, with great risk comes great reward. And on the topic of coming back, I expect that we're going to be seeing you at more of these Tritons. Talk to me about your experience thus far as a Triton player and what's going to keep you coming back.
I mean, the quality of the whole series, the whole tournaments, the venue, and everything. I really like the whole Triton series.
Well, if you like what you've felt thus far, you're going to love what I've got next. Luca Vivaldi right off stage, coming up to hand you your first ever Triton trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Gergo Naj, your 50K Pot Limit Omaha champion.
Well, congratulations once more to Hungary's Gergo Naj, taking home the 50K PLO prize money in the form of 1.36 million, and of course, a coveted Triton trophy. They're going to be jumping straight into this 100K PLO main, right, Randy? Or do you think maybe they go for some food first?
I'm gonna guess they're hungry, not for food, but more for more PLO action.
Yeah, they can just order food at the table, right? You just go and reg the 100K PLO main, order some food, and just continue as if nothing ever happened. You just jump straight in. So, PLO main time, $100,000 buy-in, event number 16, third of the 4 PLO events of the series, and this is the one all of the PLO players have shown up for. Turning my attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, it is Ding Biao with the overwhelming chip lead. The dude somehow has 406 blinds at big blind 3K, Randy. 49 runners in this one so far, so prize pool almost 5 million already with 37 players remaining. A few people having to have had hit that re-entry button already. I'm quite surprised. I mean, we've lost more than 20% of the field after just 5 levels of play.
This is the stage of the tournament where registration is still open. You can rebuy. You got deep stacks. Players are going to be more willing to splash around. They're going to play for chip EV. You want to build stacks. We saw in the previous tournament where having that big stack allowed them to just chip up over and over again. So you want to put yourself in prime position for that opportunity.
Yeah, and talking of that re-entry period that you mentioned, players are able to re-enter until the start of day 2. And currently looking on the outside, looking in, is Adam Hendricks, Xining Dan, and Sean Raphael, who, if they are going to want to lift this trophy, they're going to need to have to pony up another $100,000 to re-enter this one. And I'm also looking at the bottom end of the chip counts. You have like LeFrancois on 18 bigs, Samuli, Sipila on 27 bigs, Nemeth on 27 bigs. So those guys in the kind of, danger zone to fire multiple bullets in this one.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to have to fire multiple bullets, but sometimes the cards just speak for themselves. But you need to put yourself in position to get that Jacob and Co. watch for PLO main event.
Now, on the top end of the chip counts, we've already mentioned the chip leader, but more specifically over on table 7, how about this? Nemeth, Antonius, Reuter, Chidwick, Osmus, and Haxton. A table that we can assume, Randy, not going to shy away from playing big pots early. I mean, especially the likes of, Antonius.
Antonius, he's the kind of like one of the original PLO legends, right? He was always playing the highest stakes. He was kind of known for his PLO at one point rather than No Limit Hold'em. Now he's transitioned back to No Limit Hold'em, mainly tournaments, but now he's kind of back in the PLO in his comfort zone, so it's going to be cool to see him play.
Am I right in recalling he played some absurd pot against Andrew Roble where is this the right hand? They ran it like 4 times or something. And did Antonius win all 4, or was it Roble that won all 4?
Roble won all 4, but he got in so bad, and then when Roble turned up his cards, they just started laughing because Roble was new to the game and just had like top pair with no redraws.
And Antonius just gets scooped for 4. I mean, well, hopefully he doesn't get scooped here as he's on our main stage. We want to see him in the mix as always, fresh off that 8th place run in the 50K. Let's throw it down to the main stage with Haxton, Osmus, Chidwick, Reuter, Antonius, and Nemeth, all keeping each other company. They're going to be keeping us company for the next hour or so. Got about 10 minutes left on the level here. 45-minute clock. Ding Biao in first. Dirk Goritze in second. Dirk Diggler, baby. You know who Dirk Diggler is?
No, you keep saying Dirk Diggler. I don't know. What is this a reference to?
Randy, you need to scratch up on your IMDb. Boogie Nights, Mark Wahlberg.
Never seen it.
Great movie. Edis Parsonen in third, Wiseman in fourth, and Cale Burns. I didn't even know Burns played PLO, to be honest with you. I thought he was No Limit Hold'em end boss. Apparently he's a bit of both.
I did not know either.
Osmus, very pretty looking. Jack, 10-9. Nemeth short stacked with the ace-jack 4 deuce.
5 seconds. And call.
Looking to flop some equity.
Don't think that's enough.
Yeah, despite having 40% equity, it just doesn't seem obvious that he's doing that well when he's just holding the deuce in a lot of back doors.
Pot. 25,500.
So Osmus gonna put in pot, looking to take down what's in the middle of his overpair. Blocker to the 10. That'll do it.
Yeah, he's just happy to run it at that stack depth.
Bye-bye. Good luck.
Good luck.
Never gonna mind if Haxton's leaving your table.
Okay.
So Prince of Darkness going elsewhere. We'll stick with these 5, up to 51 runners. Starting stack of 250,000, and I'm looking now at Savannah with a fresh stack, Tollerine with a fresh stack, and Richard Greiko with a fresh stack. Santos on his first bullet, Tollerine on his third. Things not going well for him after he got stacked by Jared Blesnik. And then Richard Raiko, who has been in from the start, he's on his second bullet after getting stacked by Sergio Martinez Gonzalez.
Yeah, by the time registration's closed, you're going to see plenty of players in for at least 2 bullets.
Check.
Nature of the game.
How about this for Osmus? Little straight flush draw, along with his overpair. What do you think, Randy? We're at 51, like you said, plenty of time for people to re-enter. Obviously, impossible to say, but if you had to guesstimate.
Gosh, I'm not really great at this.
That's why it's called a guesstimation, mate.
What about like 80 something? Does that seem reasonable?
I think so, yeah. I think that's what we set the line at. 80 something. I'm going to go with Go with 84.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be less than the last tournament given the double the price of the entry fee.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think any of the... I'm looking through the field. I think all of these guys that played the 50K are willing to fire in the 100K.
Okay, so then maybe we get the same field size. Is that what you're saying? How many do we have in the 50K?
You just covered it for 8 hours, Randy. Osmus looking to extract some value. The only potential customer would be Stevie. Has 2 pair.
Yeah, with 112 entries in the 50K.
Yeah, so I think 90. Go with 90.
So queen high flush is good for Osmus. It's kind of weird because he blocks a lot of the hands I can potentially call, like queen jack first straight. 2 pairs. It's hoping Chidwick turns the hand into the bluff. Doesn't work.
Osmus just knows he's got the best hand once it goes check, check. Interesting to see Stevie keep him honest there with 2nd and 4th pair. With a player behind as well. No club in hand.
Yeah.
Alright, blinds going up, 2K, 4K, level 6. Playing 10 levels today. So you've got us for the next 3 hours.
That free solo movie, that documentary.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I couldn't believe how much my I couldn't believe how much I was like sweating while I watched it.
Did you watch The Alchemist?
No.
That one's crazy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It was freaking me out, man. That stuff really.
Have you seen either of those documentaries, Randy?
I watched most of the free solo one.
Yeah.
I just can't believe there's people that crazy.
It's just like peak insanity, in my opinion.
I was the exact same. My hands were sweating throughout the entire movie, and then as Chidwick said, the Alpinist as well. It's another fantastic documentary, and yeah, similarly, it's one of those ones where I was just like, okay, you know, there are people like this out there. I love and respect them, but that's just that's not for me.
What about like the equivalent would be us doing a no limit hold'em tournament where if you don't win, you just get eliminated permanently. Like, it's insane.
You just get
you know what I mean?
Jesus, Randy. How do they get? How does one get eliminated permanently? They just get.
Well, I mean, what
sent to the
happens when
shadow
you're
realm.
climbing mountains and you're not, you know, secure? What
I don't know,
happens
man.
if you miss?
I don't know, man. I made it back. I'm alive.
The craziest part for me in that was when he had to do the jump across.
Yeah, my hands are getting clammy just talking about it. You know. No, we will not be permanently. That's some Hunger Games kind of poker
Yeah.
tournament.
You know, the numbers in the next event would be quite small. We can't really turn over replacement players that quickly. So what do we have here?
That's a fun turn card. It does give Clemens some equity. Same gut shot that Chidwick has, although Chidwick has a wrap, but the Queen Jack working the same. Ace or hearts would also do the trick.
38,000.
He's not going to slow down. Trying to convince Chidwick that he has a big overpair or a 9.
Yeah, Clemens realizes, you know, what's the worst that can happen? I get called. I have plenty of equity. So, got the wrap and overpair for Chidwick.
5 seconds.
Let's see if he can continue. Heavy favorite. Does block a lot of these semi-bluffs. It's Queen Jack 10 and Jack of Hearts.
That's a great point.
Looks like he is going to make the call.
$128K out there. Chidwick's got less than pot behind. So far, he has correctly kept Clemens honest. And he's going to get to the river with the 100% check mark next to his name. Now, surely having hearts and having the Queen Jack working against Clemens. Also blocking, you know, a hand like Queens and Jacks doesn't seem great.
Yeah, and obviously with no straights out there, like 9X is going to be happily calling another river bet. So that's a great result for Chidwick. Just Jacks taking this one down.
Ooh. Chidwick back up to starting stack. Unfortunate for Clemens.
Thanks.
Did everything he could.
What the other movie you were talking about? What's it called again?
Well, if I was a betting man, which I am, I would bet on Randy's idea of a permanent elimination tournament never becoming a thing. But if you want to bet on players at the Triton Poker Series, you can head on over to Bet ACR. Bet on your favorite players, or you know, if you're a Manchester United fan, for example,
mental.
you're probably sick and tired of betting on your team.
Whereas this guy,
And it could be the same in poker, where you don't want to bet on your favorite player because they're just not performing that well. You just want to go for the most plus EV bet.
Wow, completely wild. He's doing like mixed climbing, where he's climbing
14.
rock and ice at the same time. So he has.
Oh, Chidwick, mid-conversation.
He's like, oh.
Talking about Marc-Andre Leclerc. The man made famous on that documentary.
There's the re-raise. That's pot. And then if it's short, double suited ace, king, jack, whatever, let's get it in.
Good luck, chaps. 64-36. We're going to see 5.
Like ice axes and stuff. And he's just like hanging them on his jeans or whatever. And he's climbing some rock, and then he gets to an ice section, and he's just like doing the ice climbing.
Jeez. Okay, I'll watch that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Nothing to write home about for Nemeth. Not a pair in sight. There's 2 backdoor flush draws, which do materialize on the turn, as well as a gut shot. 5 or a club needed for Andras. Doesn't find it. Good game, sir. Have to fire another bullet. And Chidwick on a bit of a spin.
I didn't realize the one stuff was so far below in free solo his skill level. I don't think they really mentioned that. You know what I mean?
Right.
For obvious reasons, I guess. But
Do you think? If you went to
'Cause
bet
they- I
ACR,
mean, even though
you
that's
could bet
true,
on the results of the free solo,
his
you
friends
know?
died doing the same sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, many people have.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out, Randy.
You'd be a sick man to bet on that, though.
Obviously, it's all like a personal, like how much risk you want to take, how close to your limit you want to be doing it, but.
Ace, ace, jack, 6 versus the king, king, queen, jack. Cutoff versus button. Oh, man.
I mean, starting the hand 80 big blinds. Deep.
Looks like you went with call.
Not surprised.
Ace, king, 10-9 for Patrick. He's in the big blind, gets to close this one out. Gonna make the call. 3 ways.
These hands could definitely collide. They're going to on that board. Ace, jack, deuce, case ace making its way to the flop. Osmus with top set and rather annoyingly blocking middle set. Patrick with top and a gut shot. Chidwick with a gut shot of his own. And the king of spades.
Osmus looking to get some action. Realizes the jack of spades kind of blocks a lot of the pair stuff that can continue, so he goes small. Chidwick with the call. Out goes Patrick. Just top pair and a gut shot. Obviously some of his outs were tainted, given 2 spades on the flop, 7 on the turn, brings hearts, no player with hearts. Very clean turn card for Osmus. Still has top set. No danger.
So 2-tone turn texture as well. He has the ace of hearts in hand, blocking hands like ace x of hearts. Unblocking that king queen 10.
Wow. That's a nasty check.
Wants to go for the check jam.
He's hoping Chidwick has a hand like this, some kind of gut shot, some draw that wants to just push high equity. Does get a free river card, which brings spades. Happy the card Osmus was looking to see. Even a little 10-9 got there.
Welcome. Huh? I didn't know the man looks like this.
Well, Stevie, it's gotten to the river.
I think Stevie might go for it, right? With the king of spades.
No, I don't.
Kings doesn't have much showdown. Could get a better hand to fold. Blocks flushes. He might just pop this one.
Just look what this one guy did with this hand. Like,
How annoying is this for Osmus?
just put more color.
He got cute with the turn check.
It's crazy because, you know, it's got jack of spades. It's blocking.
Some flushes.
You're smart enough.
Well, I mean, on the flop, he's blocking the hand that he really wants to cooler, right? Like pocket jack. So when it does go check, check, turn, it does feel like this story checks out
Okay, in the flop.
from Chidwick.
He bets 32. I raised the pot. This guy goes all in. He can't. He puts everything. This guy puts everything.
Osmus fresh off that final table in the 50K earlier on this evening. Being put in the blender here by Chidwick. So he needs Stevie to have hands like King, Queen, 10 with one spade. Hands like this.
It's no easy call for the set of aces with the jack of spades.
He is unblocking those wraps. He needs those wraps to not have 10-9, although you could argue it's unlikely that Chidwick would pot with just a jack-high straight and a perfectly executed bluff from Stevie.
Wow. Yeah, that was bad timing from Osmus to try to induce Chidwick on the turn. Looking for check jam. Cost him the pot.
Phil Ivey joining the mix. Let's go. How about this for a feature table?
Yeah, Ivy got 5th in the 25K PLO for 213,000.
What you got there? 161? Yeah.
What's supposed to do? Oh, you just lift.
We've got
Yeah.
Patrick and
Yeah,
Ivy.
I've really debated getting into tennis. A lot of poker players are into it
Sat
now. And
side
it's
by
nice, like,
side.
a lot of the stops to you can get games going and stuff, right? I just haven't done it. Yeah. Seems fun. Seth's really
In
into
a
it.
100K PLO event in 2025.
I guess I'm just in my routine at home. Just go to Lifetime, work out. But yeah, I might get into it. I need to get like a lesson.
So Ivy just smashes this one mid-set.
I know nothing about it.
Flush draws present.
You want to do a wall to get
Clemens
it
was a
from the
pre-flop raiser, has nothing.
11,000.
Still C-bets.
Yeah, I played that a little bit. Tennis seemed a lot better, yeah.
It's rough at the start.
Let's see if Phil Ivy check raises or check calls, check raise, turn.
Sure. Whereas pickleball right away, you can just kind of play. Yeah.
It's like ping-pong. But you do cardio too? Yeah. I just like never been motivated to do cardio just for the sake of cardio, so I have to make myself.
Yeah, no, that seems
Chase the ball around to like actually do it.
No, it's win-win, right? Yeah, that seems like the way to do it. Because Seth was saying
Phil Ivey, man.
average heart rate. He played 2 hours one day. His average heart rate was like 135 or something over 2 hours.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's typical, but that's like really.
Mine gets higher than that, yeah.
Average the whole time. Yeah. See, that's like.
Vanna saying, is everything okay with Patrick? He's not eating.
My heart rate will get that.
Don't worry, guys.
What time is it right now?
Don't worry.
That's a long time. Yeah.
Oh, there's the watch.
I can't imagine how many calories that is.
2 pieces of hardware you'll win. An extra large size trophy.
Yeah, I think.
Jacob and Co. Ex Triton.
the longevity of like
Collaboration timepiece.
Kind of wild.
Can only be won by winning
You ordered food?
a Triton main.
Yeah, I forgot. Over here. Oh.
Good Pat just order some food?
At this hour? He doesn't stop eating.
Well, he's still got 4 more levels, so he's got like another 3 hours or so, plus breaks.
It's okay, I don't like those. All good, thanks.
It feels like that board
Check.
should have something on it, but it doesn't. Top and bottom for Ivy, but never going to be thrilled about proposition of playing a big hand. Reuter with decent bluff candidate, blocking both Queen 10 and 10-7.
That's why he's betting. Could consider a multi-street bluff.
Ivy's got one of those where you probably have the best hand, but you're never sure. It's really difficult to figure things out on later streets. Unless you boat up, and he's just turned dead. I do apologize. A 10 would give him a queen high straight. That's my first misclick. That one threw me off.
So Reuter now has top set. And there's definitely merit to still betting.
Holy
Because
shit, are you kidding me?
now he's
175?
got some
I
board
don't
coverage
even
in
go that
case
high
it
anymore.
pairs the board on a river.
47 over
Wow.
2 hours and 15 minutes.
That's insane. That's like actually incredible. That's way higher than his. My heart rate, I can't even get my heart rate to 175. I can't, and like, I mean, I'm older too, like your heart rate goes down, but it's like, to get mine to 165 on like the treadmill is like a lot of fucking work.
Yeah, I think I have a pretty high max. I think it says my max is like 192 or something.
Wow. Wow.
I know I've hit like high 180s.
Doesn't look too good for Awesomeness. Jack 9 4 deuce.
You know, Randy, I don't want to point any fingers, you know, at Pauls or producer James or award-winning tournament director Luke Vivaldi, but I'm starting to think that this table draw was rigged.
This table draw was rigged.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to go with.
Ivy, Patrick, Antonius, and Chidwick at the same table. Are you kidding me? You're telling me they didn't see that table and think, hang on, that's the table we're going to put on the feature table?
I mean, sure, they chose which table was going to be on the feature table, but it's not like...
Right, so it's rigged. Just like the 2020 American presidential election.
Just open fold it.
What'd you say?
The look Randy just threw me. Listen, I told you, my new favorite pastime is rage baiting. It's a great hobby. I jest, of course.
Make things happen with the jack high flush.
Brian asking what the starting stack of this event was. 250K, you are correct, my man. $100,000 gets you 250,000 betting discs. which is good for just north of 60 big blinds at this stage of the tournament.
Ivy opens this pot with a limp. Hands it.
Let's see, 3. It's a set for Clemens, who's most likely to have nothing in this setup.
Yeah, and Ivy knows it. That's why he's betting into the 2 blinds. Great setup for Clemens. Plenty of straight draws to charge, unblock.
Where are you playing Vegas?
Ace, queen.
When it's really hot, if you're going to play indoors, you got to go to Henderson, is that right? Or the Lifetime has
He
indoors
went with
there?
check call, so I imagine he's just looking for a clean
just play
turn to
early.
check pot on.
Just play early.
And you can do it most of the year.
This one could be that card for Ivy
And
to
there's
potentially
plenty of
press.
slots just around Summerlin or whatever. You can.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of country clubs.
So Ivy picks up nut flush draw with his pair of queens. Could put a lot of heat on some ace X.
I'm gonna get into that.
Checks it back.
Boats up.
Like a place of like 5-6 pots.
Boats up in a nice way as well.
Gold.
Because hands
What's
like
the gold
ace 7,
cost that you
queen
hit,
7, 9-7 will be paying him off now.
You go up Charleston over the highway and then.
How much is in the pot?
Comes with pot.
Red Rock.
Felt like this is a really bad bluff catcher for Ivy. Blocking hands like Jack 8, 10-8, King 10, King Jack.
I'd be pretty surprised if he was to come along
It's like off
with his
Sahara.
queens.
You take Sahara off 215. Sorry, I didn't hear your what you said at first. The direction. You said by Charleston.
Yeah.
Like you go west out on Charleston.
I think they're talking about rock climbing still, which, if I'm not mistaken, Chidwick is a fan.
That's Red Rock. There's you playing that.
Yeah.
You into rock climbing?
Not to the level that these guys are.
Okay, but like,
I mean,
beginner level.
I
Introductory.
mean, I just climbed Kilimanjaro, but you know.
Okay. Oh,
just the
that's it?
largest mountain on.
No, apparently Everest is okay. Never mind. You said in Africa.
Largest freestanding mountain in the world. But other than that, Randy, no. I'll be honest with you. Calling Kilimanjaro a climb is, you know, it's tough. It's a bit of a stretch though to call it a climb. It's more of a just, you know,
a stroll.
Well, no. See, you've gone to the other end of the extremity there. A stroll is something you do in Hyde Park on a Saturday morning.
It's not shown down, but it's on the stream. Will they put it in the hand history?
It's tough. Some at night is tough, but every other night is good fun.
I shouldn't have folded too a while ago. I thought of some reasons I should have called you, and I regret it now.
Osmus regretting.
You should have bet the turn. You should have, and then I would have been all in.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad
you would have called.
Got him.
Yeah, I should have called for sure. Stupid.
On you.
That was a fun little exchange there. Felt like a fly on the wall to Chidwick and Osmus's conversation. Osmus was saying to Chidwick that he regrets folding river. Came up with a couple of reasons why he shouldn't have. Chidwick saying he should have bet turn. And then Osmus was like, well, I would have checked jam. Would you have called? And Jitter was like, no, dude. I had nothing but a gut shot. Luke Fargo saying you claim it's just a very extended walk in the park. Exactly. Yeah. It's just, you know, a hike for the most part, apart from summit night.
Yeah, I wasn't aware it was that easy. I was pretty impressed by you, Henry, but no longer. I retract that statement.
I still think the funniest needle that you've ever delivered, and it wasn't even intentional, was in the group chat saying, hey Henry, congratulations. Can't wait to hear all about your Everest summit. I was like,
Apparently
okay.
it's not quite the same, is it?
Yeah, I was like, okay, Randy, thanks. I mean, humbled. Got some nothing burgers on the King 6-3. Chidwick limp calling Jack 8-8-4, just showing a willingness to get involved, wants to see flops early, build a stack.
Pretty good result for Clemens. Isolating, not a great board, but got to take it down with a small C-bet.
Randy, I do have to update the fans again. I've just looked at the leaderboard. We're up to 56 runners. Ding Biao. Ding Biao has 1.6 million at Big Blind 4K. He has 6 starting stacks. And
Who did he destroy recently?
Just for context, just to let people know how absurd that is. Second in chips is Parsonen with half of that, 831,000. Who did he destroy recently? Good question, Randy. I think the question should be, who did he not destroy recently? He eliminated Richard Grieco. So managed to dispatch of that PLO end boss. He won a big pot against Latara Guerra. So it sounds like my man Ding is just out there doing what he does best.
Well, his goal is just to juice up the prize pool, right? He knows everyone's willing to rebuy, and then he takes it down for more.
Yeah, I actually heard that his goal is to win the tournament in one day.
Technically, it is possible. So then he just has all the chips in play, and people just register to play him heads up for day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, imagine he just like, it gets down to one table, he just wins a 7-way all in. And then everyone's like, okay, well, we'll just come back tomorrow and reg. Chidwick. Little tickle. Patrick going nowhere.
Not for that price. Wow.
Practically the nuts for Patrick on the turn. Turning second set. Blocking top set himself, making it very unlikely that Stevie's limped in with aces.
It seems like for Stevie's hand, all of the betting was done on the flop for him.
Chidwick somehow has equity with that little gut shot. I don't know if we're going to be seeing a river after this turn.
Probably not. That gut shot doesn't even draw that clean. Queen Jack would get there sometimes if the 8 falls. Clubs, tainted outs. Gonna guess his hand is just over here.
Yeah, those tainted outs that you mentioned, Randy, a problem in No Limit Hold'em, but even more dangerous in PLO. You know, you see people time and time again chasing what they think are live outs, draws, and actually find themselves drawing dead. That looks like it's going to be the next blue feature table. Looks like a very fun one. And here we've got Foxen, Greenwood, Dylan, Samuli. That blue one, we've got Dirk Goritze, Jason Kuhn. I believe I saw the Blez
Did
over
see the
there as
Blez.
well.
That's the table for me.
That's going to be insane. And you really want to go to bed, Randy?
Didn't have to bluff.
No, I can go to bed and still watch from the bed, right?
Well, you can, but it's a lot more fun being in here. You and our league getting a bit old.
14.
Look, I don't want to talk about your Kilimanjaro anymore. Just done. Apparently it's not impressive.
I know you need to be in bed before midnight. Don't worry, we'll wheelchair you back to your OAP's home. Get you tucked in. You bring your sleeping mask with you?
Sure did. You know it. You got here. Phil Ivy's hand is quite nice. Ace 10 of clubs. Up against just top pair with backdoor hearts. Queen kicker.
Yeah, against the button open. I'm going to keep Ivy honest for one street.
Well, well, well. There's the flush.
Chidwick turned dead. 64k out there. We are coming up to a break. End of level 6. We'll get those 2 new feature tables over. Got 4 more 45-minute levels this evening. So we're going to be live until around 3 AM local time. Bringing you coverage of this 100k PLO main. We are up to 57 runners in this one.
Good, like, I don't know why I lost that hand. I really don't. It was had some good things going for it, and it was a really good hand. Also.
Sounds like Osma's still pained by that aces fold.
Patrick with the limp. Over limp from Ivy. Positions being the hijack and cutoff. Now Osmus double suited 3-card rundown with the best position. He's got the puck. Over limps as well. And check it. The perfect low card. Low hand. Ace 2, 3, 4.
I like the Jack 10, 9, 6.
What about now?
Well, now we're in trouble. Now we've got top 2 against top set. On, you know, it's a dry texture, but plenty of combos wrapped around that Jack 9. There's some Queen 10 8s. Osmus with just 1 backdoor flush draw. Patrick going to continue.
Pretty rough for Osmus because he blocks set of 9s and jacks. Deuces doesn't really seem likely to be in pre-flop holdings for players looking to VPIP.
Depends how high a variance game he wants to play. Just comes with call. Wow, Clemens, how can you fold, dude? Turn 5 of diamonds. Turn a wrap, not flush draw. Oh my word.
Is that what I see? Full house versus full house? Bye bye, Osmus.
Okay.
He only loses to jacks.
You never see me playing PLO again. Until next week. The players are going to be going on break at the conclusion of this hand. The question is Osmus going to be heading to the rebuy desk? It's not looking likely with this sizing, but
it's possible, of course.
There's still one card to come. He's got the second nuts, losing to jacks only. Patrick did bet half pot into 4 players. He would be expected to continue with his semi-bluffs. 84k out there. And wow. Backdoor diamonds completing. Queen 10, 10-7 gets there. Osmo's going to feel good about his hand.
I mean, how can he not? First question, though, what does Patrick want to bet? Plenty of things to get value from. Like you mentioned, straight flushes. The unblocks diamonds, which is good. Puts out 80k. Is there a world where Osmus just calls?
I mean, if there was, it would be like this.
How much is it?
Where it's
can you tell me
gone
how much was in there before?
half pot 4 ways, almost half pot on the turn, and then Patrick betting close to full pot on the river. Third nuts, fourth nuts, losing to Queen 10, 10-7 of diamonds as well as jacks. Chopping with Jack 9. Like, does deuces ever take this line? Does 9-8 ever take this line? It'd have to specifically be like a hand like Queen 10, 9-8. See if JA could preserve some of his stack.
Well, he's thinking about it.
I just have a bad feeling. I don't know.
That is great by Osmus. He was right.
9 jack? No. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Set up.
No, I wasn't gonna fold. I was gonna raise. Just like I have the second. I mean, straight flushes got there, obviously.
Yeah, if I bet small, you raise.
No, I wasn't folding.
Yeah.
Well, just some acknowledgement from both of the PLO veterans that, you know, sometimes, Randy, you get dealt out of a tournament or you get dealt into a hand where you are just destined to lose a big hand. And Osmus was kind of saying, well, my decision there was I was never folding. It was whether I was going to raise or not. So we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. But no, tip of the hat to Osmus, of course, for just calling. And Tony's kind of like, well, you know, what are you going to do? Straight flushes get there. Fun frame, chill frame. You know, people are just kind of easing into it at this stage of the tournament. Re-entry is, of course, still open, but it is a pricey re-entry. Have to pony up another 100k if you do lose all of your chips. But that felt chatty. People are, you know, playing a lot of limped pots, and I think that's probably what we're going to see for the rest of the night.
Of course, and it's still registration open, stack building time. Things are going to be a little bit looser, but when registration closes tomorrow, that's when it's the business end of the tournament.
Now, don't go too far. Randy's going to be stepping away. Kevin Ramachel is going to be joining me in about 10 minutes' time. We have a star-studded feature table. Kuhn, Blesnik, Brewer, Haxton, Dirk Garitze, all in the mix. So, yeah, we'll see you in 10 minutes' time for continuing coverage of this 100k PLO main event.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Haven't seen Osmus play a hand yet that I can recall.
You know what I'll say about Jeremy is he is not one to get impatient. He is constantly paying attention to what's going on in terms of the landscape, and if and when he feels like the time is right with the specific hand and the position and the stacks where they will be in the ICM, that's when you'll see him decide to get his chips involved. But not before. Truly has remarkable temperament for the task, and that's evidenced by his results, both within and beyond the borders of Triton, where he already has a title here in Jeju. Parsonen taking the stack that everybody has been waiting on to speak up and making noise with it. 525 with King 996 double. Shu Liang covers diamonds.
Great pot.
And obviously with an ace king queen 6 double of his own, where the spades are doing nothing more than interfering, he is happy to ask for the rest. Parsonen complies, as he was always going to.
Pure coin flip with these 2 hands. Shu Liang with the better diamonds, Parsonen with the better spades.
A modicum of impurity in terms of the 1% advantage for Liang.
That's the best news I've ever seen.
Yeah, best possible. That's
Queen
bad.
Jack 8. And
What do I need?
now it's top
9?
pair for Liang.
Yeah. Wow.
7.
7 is good. 6 is no.
10 doesn't work for Parsonen's
Oh.
gutter. They say 7 is good, and it's because all of a sudden now the 5 is a path. Instead of 2 outs, he's got 6. Can he find them? He cannot.
Good game, guys.
Good game, bud.
man.
I'll tell you what, this field tried to get rid of Ellis Parsonen for many levels, and they had a very difficult time doing it. And It's no surprise. That is one of the PLO goats, or as YouTube chat rechristened it, ploats. Done. The damage I did, I didn't argue.
You felt like you deserved an F.
Yeah, man. I was a complete. She loved me. I mean, she let me take her daughter to the dance, but then she really didn't after that. Thankfully, my mom and dad still love me, although if I put myself in their shoes, I'm not sure I would have been able to handle it. I had been a driver for 2.5 hours, man. That's it. I got my first mess up. So don't feel bad out there, guys, if you too.
Sounds like driving was tough for both of us early days.
I wrecked like 4 cars, including a rental car one time after I wrecked my mom's car.
I did a 360 on the bridge, the one towards San Francisco.
I did a 360 on the freeway too, Randy.
Nice.
Oh my God. 3-bet here from Osmus. This is insane how much we have in common, given that we're fairly different people. But what is it about the Bay Area? And what is it about when I open a pot, people decide that they want to put in heaps above me? That's what Shu Liang might be asking himself. He's had all he can stand. Osmus pushed back on this time. He does snap, and we've got over 5 million in the middle. Jeremy anxiously looking over, and I don't think he expected this hand.
Yeah, that was all right. Good luck.
That was a diplomatic reaction to the revelation of Queen 6-5-4 double from Jeremy. He doesn't expect to have to be up against this particular holding. Look at the equity it has, by the way. Despite being a dog, sharing the queen and the 4 in terms of the heart coverage, and King 7-6 now providing Liang with the open ender and the pair of 6s. That's more than we can say for Jeremy as he slips to just 26%. The dragon, very much a monster.
GG.
That's it. 2 pair.
Unbelievable that 5s and 6s had Jeremy drawing dead on the turn. It takes a minute sometimes to process these things. And GGs were issued. And I got to tell you, of course, Jeremy would love to run that one as many times as possible. But unfortunately, on this occasion, it was running it that would leave him walking out the door. Our 6th place finisher. $318,000 going to him. Title number 2 here in Jeju denied by the Sleeping Dragon, as the remaining field is assured $408,000. Osmus is here to stay, though, Randy. He has been very impressive every chance that we've had to watch him, and that's not a surprise, as anybody back in Las Vegas who regularly plays the high. So best wishes to Lee and family out there in Wales. And by the way, I'm eagerly awaiting the most recent season of Welcome to Wrexham on Hulu, which is the...
All right, well, we just got trolled by the production team. We're standing, talking about pop culture. The ticker showed 3 minutes. We were just here having a good time, catching up about this 100K, and then all of a sudden, the countdown, in your seats, it's the 100K main event. That got the blood pumping as well, so I'm good to go for another 6 hours. How are you, Kevin?
I can tell you're ready to go. Yeah, I mean, I got a nice rest. You look excited.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be here.
How can I not be when you have Ding Biao somehow has like 400 bigs by the end of level 6. He has 2 times the amount of second in chips. We've already had close to 20 eliminations in 100K, so a lot of people on the outside looking in going to have to pony up an additional 100K if they want to win this one. And when you look at the tables we have coming up, specifically table 3, not to take anything away from the red table, but you've got Jason Kuhn, you've got the Blaise, you've got Martirosyan, you've got Haxton, you've got Brewer, and you've got Dirk Goretze all battling it out over there. And then on the red table, you've got Greenwood, Foxen, Samuli, Wiseman, Tong, and Burns. I get the feeling that you and I aren't really going to have to do much talking, although one would have to assume that the guys are maybe a bit tired by this stage of the series and just want to play some poker without, you know, the light-hearted banter that we've seen in other events. But I think the poker's going to do the talking in this frame.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it can be here in the booth. It's the same out at the table. Sometimes late in the night is when you get the most action, and this blue table does look like, I mean, is this a privately organized stream game? This looks like the all-star lineup that you would dream of putting together for PLO Cash or tournament alike. I mean, this is going to be great.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about the last table, and then I got shown this one. I was like, okay, yeah, Luca Vivaldi and the production team are deliberately giving us some of the best poker action available. We're throwing it down to the main stage. Got a star-studded field with a stacked feature table. Just going to say Martin's 1, producer James Dempsey 0 on whether I had time to get my jacket on or not. Martin's was correct. Apparently I had my jacket on, but look, we made it. We made it, guys. We're 14 days in, got 4 days to go. Got the 100K PLO, Chance Corneth, Santosh, Sean Winter, Danny Tang out there, one of the outer tables. So, tail of the tape, Samule Sapila chip leading on the red table, has some tough competition, of course, as one would expect in a 100K PLO. Then on the blue table, Artem Martirosyan, Brewer, Blesnik, Haxton, Kuhn, all led by none other than Veni Vidi. Dirk Goritze chip leading over here. Doug Diggler, baby. Let's go. See what he brings to the feature table.
48,000. I have one.
I know I sound like a broken record, by the way, but these field sizes in these buy-in ranges, it just it feels like they just keep being unheard of.
You did me a big favor today, and I kind of feel bad. I don't want to.
7 levels in, we got 57 runners already.
You know me, I don't fold anything that's bad.
I didn't think you were going to fold.
I know. I did that because you did.
I take my 3 back? I think I did, right? On top of that.
So we're just jumping back over here. It's gone Foxen open up front. Wiseman flatting in the cutoff. Queen, queen, 6 deuce. Early stages of the tournament, want to be seeing flops. Invited Tong in for a flat on the button with a 10-9-8-7 single suited rundown. And Greenwood said, you know what, chaps, let's make this 93K to go. With the ace, jack, jack 6, little squeeze from Greenwood. Shakes 2 customers.
Nice play from Greenwood off the short stack. Maybe straightforward for those familiar with these scenarios, but this is 40 big blinds, you know. It's doesn't feel like a straightforward decision, and big flop with just 59K effective behind for Tong.
Let's see 3. If Tong connects in any way, which he has. What a flop. Bottom 2 and an open ender. King 8-7. How does Greenwood feel? I mean SPR 0.5. No, sorry, not even SPR 0.5. I do apologize.
You hate it, but there's 60K back. What options do we have?
How much is it, Manuel? 2330. 230.
We got there eventually.
Seems like it matters if it's 213 or 230. This is how unhappy Greenwood is with these 2 jacks and the backdoor clubs.
All of it.
Yeah, has to go in.
Tong's going to snap. Jack, no good, as it would give Tong the jack high straight. So in the form of immediate outs, Greenwood looking for a king to counterfeit the bottom 2 pair. $348,000 in the middle. 2 cards to come. Tong boats up. And he holds. So he's now going to be playing around 1.5 starting stacks. Disastrous start to this feature table for Greenwood. He's down to just 56k. Dirk with bottom set nut flush draw back over here. Chipping on up. Ten-time champ Jason Kuhn on Benny's direct left. This is a stacked feature.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Artur, two-time champion. Brewer, two-time champion. Ike with what, 14 million in Triton earnings almost. The Blez, one of the greatest PLO players out there. Joined us for the first time here in Jeju last year. Third place in the 50K PLO for 490,000.
Right?
Top two for Jason. Ike did ISO from the small with the ace 10, 9, 7. Has 10 high clubs. They're very deep here as well, SPR 9. Starting the hand around 100 bigs effective.
Yeah, when we play this deep out of position, I imagine we favor smaller bets and checks more often, just kind of in general. No clear path to, you know, pot, let's put all the money in with kind of anything.
Bet of 30,000, 60% pot. I guess the backdoor nut flush draw. Ike inclined to stick around. C1, reevaluate turns, although drawing to 10 high flush, never a thrilling proposition. Yet here we are. And there is that backdoor nut flush draw. Has paired the board though. So if he was up against a hand like kings, 5, king 3, 5, 3, he would be drawing dead. See how Jason proceeds.
Both of these players, one would imagine some of the most prepared for the formats that we play at Triton. They just come out to everything, play every game.
Now Jason's bet here, Kevin, I have to ask, a bet designed to just clear out exactly this kind of equity?
It does seem to serve that purpose, right? And I mean, we're of course hoping not to be running into dry aces, because would this sort of bet size clear that hand that we're now crushed by? Feels like that would work well against us. But for all other types of hands, you know, top pair with high cards, some sort of nut flush draw, this functions pretty well. Kuhn does have queen high hearts as well. Little backup in case he does run into aces.
Ike's going to make the call. He is drawing live. And he does get there. 10 high flush is good. Oh, jack high flush, but. We were talking with Randy earlier on about tainted outs. Drawing to flush draws and straight draws on paired boards. You know, Mahar is a death sentence for most.
And do you think Jason starts to have concerns, not only no clubs in his hand, so more likely Haxton has a flush, but king and 5 in hand, what was protection on the turn is now strong bluff candidate.
Does feel
on
like
the river.
A great bluff candidate, have to agree. If Ike did have a hand like aces that were keeping him honest.
Yeah, of course it would be such a disaster to check back and lose to like aces with hearts. And even against this hand, 10 high flush. I mean, if Ike faces a big bet, does he even think he has a potential call at all? It's just a 10 high flush or a jack high flush, like you said.
That's a pot-sized bet on the river from the 10-time champ. Just showing incredible awareness here of the situation at hand. Now, Ike gets to reverse engineer this one as well, because the range of hands that would get to bet this size, Kevin, I have to assume do not contain king high flushes, maybe even ace high flushes, unless they heavily block pairs.
Yeah, certainly a chance there's like an ace high flush, including a king.
Well executed, JK. Up to 700,000.
See it on the TV.
Ike maybe had a feeling he was up to no good there.
It's didn't waste much time in folding, understandably so. Ike excited to watch the stream later on, as he is going to get to see that one. Tell you what else we're going to see. It's the Jacob & Co. timepiece being awarded to the champion of this very event. Massive shout out to our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. Those pieces on your screens. I'm going to be seeing that collaborative Jacob & Co. x Triton timepiece be awarded tomorrow around this time. It's a timepiece that Jason Coons got his hands on.
This looks like a kind of big pot going on, and Patrick's hit a queen. It was just like 50% of the chips in play. It was something massive.
Oh, I've seen that moment on the play.
Yeah, they did like Pano was like, oh, what is happening?
13.
Blesnik. Opening it up under the gun. Little speculation here.
I feel like that one you should get like one request whole series where they like tell you what even if they didn't show you a hand on stream, you get to like know what the person had.
I don't think that would be the hand he'd be requesting if he gets the whole series.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
The one where you folded ace king.
13.
Oh, Jason meant this one. Honestly, not even the one where I folded ace king, really. Like,
what'd you say?
Jason's going to come along with the double suited queen
Chris
10
meant the one where I
9
folded ace
deuce.
king on the bubble, not this one. But it probably wouldn't be either of them.
Whole lot of nothing for Jason. Bottom 2 for Blesnik.
I have some off stream.
Oh, on stream? No, I mean, I guess it would be the ace king.
That's what
I didn't play any other.
I meant on stream, not like they just like track all.
15K and take it.
Double suited black. Not flop.
All right, you're moving. Bluz.
Bye bye.
Good luck, brother.
Bad for TV.
I can't take it.
You can't take it in a move. It's a pretty sick table, I agree.
It's just fun. I don't.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck, everyone.
That is a shame. Blaise also equally disappointed.
Can I get a couple Perrier?
Just the luck of the draw, of course.
couple Perrier,
Having to
please.
move tables.
Sparkling water. Can I get a couple? Thank you.
For the PLO fans out there, we would have loved to have seen Blaise at this feature.
Yeah, and then
How did you feel about him saying on stream how he's colluding with me?
Yeah, I did love that Paul.
did me a favor, so I'm gonna keep you in the tournament.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't love that Paul. I liked the Paul where I had the ace, king, queen, 2 nut suit though. Single suited and I got the fold. That was cool.
Collision incoming here. Brewer on under. Well, just over 20 big blinds to start this hand.
Yeah, Brewer reminiscing about favorable hands from the past. Don't think this is going to be one of them. He's very likely to get this in.
62.
Started the hand with 22 bigs. And we are 5-handed. And Ike is going to have hands worse than this. Happy to 3-bet, get it in. Good luck, chaps.
I'm supposed to call or not. I don't know.
We're going to see 5. 71%, 27%
I
is
think it matters.
as bad as it gets in PLO.
It doesn't matter too much.
I would assume not.
I would assume so too.
Yeah, Brewer mulling over if he can peel and leave some behind, but what flops do you get away from with ace, king, queen, jack?
How high did you count?
Lots many.
I gave up pretty quickly. I would not have folded that one.
Ace. Check, check. Give him an
I would
ace.
take an ace. Chop it up.
An ace in the... Oh, hang on.
Ace.
I forgot about the emergency outs.
Give him an ace. Everybody gets their money back. We all go home.
Yeah.
The boys calling for the 5th
Oh,
ace.
Triton ace of spades.
That works too.
How about chop it up?
Yep.
Do I have a royal flush?
Scope her up.
You do not.
Can I borrow your queen of diamonds?
You cannot. You think J.O. would have folded to me, P?
Yeah.
With that hand?
With the aces.
I feel like he might get in trouble if he folded aces on stream.
He had like 8-8, 4-3 or something.
I imagine he had a real stinker.
Yeah.
It'd be really funny if we watched the stream, but it's just like 8-7-6-5 double. He's like, I'm gonna do you a favor, Chris. 8-7-6-5 double.
No way.
He wouldn't. There is a chance there's like 10-9, 4-2 double.
I'd say it's something pretty dusty.
I think so, but there is the small chance it's a double suited hand that's really fall vault.
Yeah.
It's like queen 8, 4-2 double.
That's just like pretty good kings.
Pretty good gigs. I played that one great. Boy.
I'm under the gun, yeah.
Yeah. Also known as the hijack, but that's impossible.
Yeah, don't get all in with it.
I'm in U5.
Don't get all in with ace 10.
Yeah, but he was just like, you're dead wrong. He was the big blind. I'm like,
Dead
yes,
wrong.
I said he was the big blind.
I like how in the original telling of this story, I open under the gun, somebody 3-bets, Brian 4-bets, and I'm all in for 60 big blind.
Oh, I love him, man. He's so funny.
I need in on this.
There's no footage of it, but he has
laughter.
blown away the funniest bubble in the history of poker go. one like one of the mixed
I was there
tournaments.
for, oh no, I was there for a different one.
No, this is a mixed tournament. The on the no limit round. And Chad easily just opens the button. Jalen stands up and goes, "What a sick spot!" Walks around the table, sits back down, 3 bets. Chad calls. Chad is 6-5. The flop comes 7-4-3.
Wow.
Goes like he either triples off or he check raise triples off, and Chad like puts him in. Chad like calls or puts him in or whatever, and Jalen's just completely bluffing.
Wow.
Says nothing. And every single street, he took like 30 seconds, talked about how sick the spot was, and then just kept putting money in.
Unbelievable.
I will raise the pot.
15,000.
Yes.
That does sound like the Blaise. Absolute legend. First ever time I met Blaise. I want to say there's some speakeasy in Vegas called the Barbershop. Does that ring a bell?
Is that Cosmo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm glad I got it right. Anyways.
On the main floor.
Yeah, I get
I know.
invited to this place by a mutual friend, and I just finished doing the Galfond challenge. I think it was just not too long after the Veni match. No, sorry, after the Corneth match. And I've known Blaise for all of 30 seconds. And he just turns, I've never met the guy, don't know who he is. And he just turns around to me and he goes, "You know I'm the greatest PLO player of all time. Like, I would absolutely destroy Phil Galfond." And I'm just like, "Okay, dude, yeah, nice to meet you. How's it going?" And he just, yeah, we just get into it. He's like, "Dude, I'll play anyone." I love the guy because he puts his money where his mouth is as well. He's willing to back up the truck.
It's so good.
Ike's backing up the truck here on Brewer.
Guess I can just do this. I don't know why I did it that way.
I don't know why he did that either,
I thought you were
Brewer.
going
It
alone.
looked intimidating. Ace on the turn, so Brewer now ahead of hands like 8s through queens. Does Ike really want to continue SPR less than 1? Trying to convince Brewer to fold.
This flop play felt very specific to the rainbow, paired, no straight draws possible kind of spot that we were navigating there. But ace of clubs, you know, do we really want to start extending hands with 1 SPR? All these fancy small bets if we actually had a king, a good king, let's say. Seems unlikely.
And for Brewer, on this run out, just looking to get this to showdown, pray that Ike had a one and done on the flop.
Well, Ike's here on the river in position with pure dust. And that's a hand that you normally, at least in other formats, try to win the pot with. Now, having 0 blockers,
Check. Ace.
yeah, maybe not the candidate for this particular spot. Leave it to Ike, though, to take us down the line that I thought just didn't exist in PLO. I mean, a couple days in, I haven't seen a min raise on a flop, I don't think, from anybody.
What are you talking about, Kevin? He had backdoor straight, backdoor full house, runner, quad draw. He had so much going on with the 5-3, 3 deuce on the king, 7. How could he not raise?
I'm just gonna let that one slide. No response needed.
Listen, I've seen Ike find some of the most obscure bluffs at Triton, and every time just draw on the floor, I'm like, okay, Because Ike's the kind of poker brain where when you see him do something that throws you off, you're just immediately curious.
Yeah.
Just like, okay, like, what am I missing? Why is he doing this? Because you know that Ike doesn't just randomly do things. Like, there's a reason for it.
This is my assumption as well. You see him put something together, and it's just like, all right, I'm gonna get in the lab, and I'm gonna figure that one out for 2 months from now, because that might be the trend 2 years from now, and I'd like to be ahead of the curve.
Imagine if Ike's just deliberately doing it, like 1 out of every 500 hands that he plays, for that exact reason. So people like you
just
and
torching
other
it.
people at Triton spend hours grueling over this spot, wasting time, while he gets to just continue working on the stuff that's relevant, and you're just all left scratching your heads. He's like playing 7D chess against everyone else. I'm suspicious of Ike, okay?
We can dream. I hope that's what's happening.
Prince of Darkness. It's a tricky one. Trips for Ike. And a straight on the turn for Venny. Somehow finds the 9 of hearts. Ike does obviously have big redraw. Any Queen, Jack, 7-5. Although Jackson 7's blocked by Venny. Drawing to a chop as well. Well, this one perhaps going to check through all the way.
Yeah, no improvement for Ike. That low straight without diamonds devalued further on the diamond river. I mean, we are playing blind versus blind. Thin value can be tempting, but yeah, once Ike checks, feels like
Queen.
This one just shows down.
Venny winning a small one against Ike, blind v blind. Just checking out on the rest of the field. Up to 60 runners now. Biao Ding is still the overwhelming chip leader, has 1.6 million. 2 times that of that man right there. Dirk Guridze. Oh, I do apologize. Elis Parsonen just won a monster pot. He's up to 1.2 million. What a series he's having. Final table both the 25K and 50K. Recent casualties include Pascal Lefrancois, Tom Bedell, Santosh Savannah, Richard Groiko.
Right.
We're going to need to re-enter this one. Let us know who you're rooting for over on YouTube. We've got Julian Kleiber in the chat saying I'm here for Dirk Guridze. Some Brewer fans, Ike fans, Martirosyan fans, Jason Kuhn fans.
Henry, have you looked at the hand that brought Elis Parsonen up to second in chips?
Do tell.
I think you should call the action on this one. I think this, and open up the Triton Poker Plus app.
Okay.
If you're there on the sidelines and you want to see just how disgusting this game can be.
Sure. I'm gonna give the fans 10-15 seconds to get the app up just in case they haven't got it handy.
He got straight flush
and then I'm gonna Oh, there we go.
Actually, it's throw
Brewer.
Oh, royal flush against quads.
Who did?
EE against Santosh.
A little bit of a spoiler there.
Jack, 2 halts, and he had queen 10 halts, and Santosh had jacks with ace of halts.
Well, right on cue. Brewer doing.
He does it. It's the second one this series, because Dean Biao lost that to somebody else too.
Feels like it's gonna happen a lot in this game.
Straight flush plus quads.
Yeah.
Don't think it does.
Arthur had a sick bluff today. Had the double straight flush blockers and almost got Dvorak off the ace high flush. That was an awesome hand. That was a really cool hand. He played that like a gangster. I loved it.
Yeah, you earned my respect there, Arthur.
It is very gangster.
It was just
Look at these
I think a great
sharks.
fucking play, to be honest.
Trying to bait people into turning straight flush blockers and running massive bluffs.
It was a pretty sick one. Did you see that one?
I didn't know.
I don't remember the specifics. I just remember Arthur was Arthur was value betting 10-5 of hearts on 9-8-6 all hearts on the river, and it was like a small pot. But Dvorak had trapped ace king of hearts by checking back the turn. Blank unpaired river, bet 3/4 pot, raise 3x. Arthur pot 3 bets. The 10-5 of hearts, 9-8-6.
That's pretty sick, yeah.
He and I were the only 2 people playing 20 BB cap on stars who didn't speak Russian. And then I ran into him in Prague.
And he spoke Russian.
He was with a bunch of Russians speaking Russian.
That's
like,
funny.
I guess
Jason
it's
suspicious.
just
Keeping Arthur honest
me
and
versus
rivering
Soviets. I'm the
the
Bobby
third
Fischer
nuts.
20 BB cap.
You and Newt Dog. So when Newt Dog was on call, it was Dan squeezed
Just
in.
after they were complimenting Arthur on his willingness to run massive bluffs. Let's see if he's got it. Doesn't go big. This bet designed to just fold out a queen. Anything better than a 4?
Both players had clubs on turn.
Snap fold from Arthur, no nonsense. Okay. So to reiterate, obviously Brewer did the work for us. Santosh limped in, Jack 9-7. Elis rather, made it 20k to go from the small blind with Queen of Hearts, 10 of Hearts, 7 of Clubs, 5 of Clubs. Came King Jack, King Jack of Hearts. Bet 15k into 50, call. Turn Deuce of Spades. Bet from Elis 45k into 80. Santosh obviously just calls with quads. The river Ace of Hearts, 170k in the middle. Elis checks. Santosh pots. Elis check jams with the royal flush. Santosh snaps with quad jacks. I mean, I guess that's just how Elis does it, man. It's obviously not, but still.
Be like, yeah, I haven't won a pot all day. He's up like
Absurd
that.
hand.
Good move.
Undefendable one for Brewer. Although you never know. These pros always willing to just spin the wheel. Try and realise some equity.
Wasn't sure if I was gonna shove if you repotted or just called.
There was no repotting option. Sounds like I was in bad shape though. Sounds like a guy with an ace queen 10.
Ace, Queen, 10, something double suited?
Better and worse.
Okay.
Got Will Franco over on YouTube saying, PLO always seems so degen to me. When you look at all the big pots in tourneys or cash games, the equities are always near 50-50.
Very careful with those sticks.
Yeah, the doogie is kind of gross.
There's a lot of variance in this game, that's for sure.
No, I was just trying to figure out if I'm supposed to defend or not. I don't know the answer.
I didn't see it was Badugi actually.
Yeah.
It gets closer. Yeah.
It's close, doesn't it?
Against the field I'm folding for sure, but
yeah, totally.
That must be quite the confidence booster if you're Dirk Goodidze, just having Jason Kuhn kind of turn to you for advice on a spot. You know, that makes you feel good about your game.
Yeah, you come in and you're the de facto PLO consultant in the 100K main event with the biggest names on tour.
Yeah. And it's none other than the 10-time Triton champ asking for your 2 cents.
20.
Those viewers aren't aware, Dirk Goodidze also goes by the online screen name Veni Vidi, who kind of came to fame in a way that one wouldn't necessarily want to after starting off by having Phil Galfond on the ropes for 50 buy-ins, near €1 million in a 100-200 euro heads-up battle. Galfond somehow managed to turn it around and beat Veni right before the final bell, final buzzer.
How much is in the pot? 50?
Brewer, middle pair, backdoor spades, and an open-ender. SPR sub 3.
Pot.
That's going in. It was always going to just boil down to whether or not Brewer continued for a large sizing. Jason very likely to run this. Good luck, boys.
Very good. Queen, Jack, 10.
Stacks are flying in, Kevin.
Yeah, sometimes the nature of, you know, half the table's deep, a couple players short. You get a little more action from the deep players. Some unavoidable all-ins.
Wow. Brewer getting there on the turn. Jason with the redraw in the form of full house outs, looking for a king, queen, or a 9. Doesn't get there. Brewer back up north of starting.
I feel like you thought I was going to show something worse when I said that.
Been a rough trip for JK.
Based on the laugh.
Oh.
Started off with
No, that was about where I
a
thought
fun
you did.
run
My hand's not very
in the
good.
opening event.
I thought for a second you thought I
The
just showed up.
15K. That one was bittersweet with the final table bubble where he came 10th for 86,000. And since then, Kevin, it's been over for the most decorated Triton player. Has not cashed a single event since then. Will this be the turning point? Chip counts brought to you by BetACR. So we head into the early hours of the morning here in Jeju. 4 days left on the series, live from the Land and Casino, Shinhwa World, Jeju Island. Playing down to a champion tomorrow. Be awarding that main event trophy and that Jacob & Co. collaborative timepiece. And then hopefully, I mean, very unlikely, but hopefully we have time to pick up the 30K PLO Bounty Quattro.
Maybe you're 16, he'll trust me.
Very fun
That'd be
format.
great. Just get a savage lion.
Yeah.
5 minutes until it comes on stream. What was the exposed card?
Ten
Jason does
of
have the
clubs.
best.
Ten
You
of
do have
clubs.
you do have the best story of someone lying to you on stream.
Oh, Scotty Wynn, yeah. Fucking brutal, dude.
You telling me that one?
It was fucking so brutal. It was brutal because Bianca was with me. That's what was brutal. I could have handled it by myself.
Dude,
But I'm telling her how I made a good fold.
Oh man.
Fucking so
Hasn't
brutal.
looked.
I was in Omaha as well.
Yeah. You had aces.
The first time I ever played poker on TV, the PCA final table, I just lied about having like one of somebody's outs when two other people were all in for absolutely no reason, and a
Complete
graphic shows on the
sociopath.
screen. Paxton did not have a 9.
Oh, what was your? Didn't you have like some nickname back then too?
They were calling me the Lizard King.
Yeah,
I
the
mean, it
Lizard
wasn't
King.
like my nickname. It was the first time I'd ever
Oh, the
had any
Lizard
coverage.
King.
But
That's right.
There is an all-in going on right now, but I feel like the story's being told.
Diabolically telling someone there's no kings left, and like a king comes.
That's the content we're here for. Let's be
Man,
honest.
it'd be funny to do to Steve, but I don't think it like it'd be a recoverable relationship.
Arthur with 4 outs. We're looking for a non-diamond queen or jack.
It'd be funny to do to Ox because he would find it funny. Imagine that.
Doesn't find it.
Alright,
Gonna have to head to
Sure,
the
it
rebuy
was
desk.
Rob Mizrachi. I think Rob Mizrachi was all in with the better overpair, and I told him that
Doug
one of the
Diggler,
other
baby.
outs was dead.
Taking it
Just so
down,
he'd be extra
chipping up.
confident if he lost.
3rd in chips overall.
Tell them you folded 9s, and then they make them check the deck after all. There's like a whole hold up in the game. Yeah.
Are you... Well, about to ask you a question, and then I asked it in my head. It sounds weird. Are you a liar, Kevin? Are you known to lie at the poker table, at the TV table? Just, you know, just lying about your hand?
No, I'm pretty honest.
Sounds like Ike wasn't back in the day.
Outside of.
Sounds like the graphics team went out of their way
That's a beautiful thing.
to let the audience know that Ike was lying.
I'm impressed
They all hated each
that they
other
were
so
able
much
to
they
do
had
that.
play big O each summer until one of them had no money left. An all-time true Della quote.
And just completely true.
Yeah. But
'Cause, you know, I've seen some of those streams, Henry,
we
when...
won 100K
I mean,
next to
I've
the
seen the
2-5
clip.
table that day in the Alia. They wouldn't let us in the studio. And then there was also the mixed table. It was all 2 tables and a 2-5 table up at the top section.
I admit, I kind of thought the story would end when Brewer entered the pot, but they're really enjoying themselves.
No, I'm glad.
When I hadn't started playing
It was
again.
2021. It was a Seth special sit and go.
Oh, I remember when those were happening. Yeah.
I'm glad they're having fun. One could argue that perhaps symptoms of deliriousness after 13 days of just getting put through the absolute blender, the highest stakes. I mean, you can either laugh or cry. You know, why not choose the former?
I don't know about the turn or the river, but I feel like once I got to the river that way, that was.
What'd you have?
I had king, queen, queen, 5 with hearts on the turn, so I flopped 2 pair.
I was during the hand. I was wondering if you would bluff with king 5 or not. I didn't know.
I wasn't
Now I know.
sure. Thought I still beat enough stuff on the turn. I don't get raised, and I proved to a value bet a lot too. If you just have aces, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I think you played good.
You had the queen of clubs or something on the middle, or just?
I didn't have a club, no.
I mean, it doesn't really. It doesn't really matter on the middle, actually.
Kind of wasn't repping a flush though.
Well, no, I know. I was just wondering. And then as I said, I was like, what does it really matter?
It doesn't hurt.
Wouldn't it?
It might.
said
Wouldn't
ace
Bedell
10, 9, 7, ace high hearts, 10 high clubs.
Oh, okay. So I just had the best hand.
Until the river.
Oh, you rivered the
I rivered 10 high clubs.
Okay, yeah, tenor. Folded to me, yeah?
Yep.
Complete whiff for JK. Jack high spades, middle pair. Brewer with that freshly formed 330k stack. This has been fun. This has been a really fun frame. Enjoyed the table talk, some of the stories that are shared. It's always a pleasure to just be a fly on the wall to some of these conversations from some of the poker world's greatest minds. Jason just trying to get some folds on the turn. Obviously never going to work against Brewer's exact holding. $71k out there.
Yeah, about as clean of a river as they come for Jason. Would have been surprising to see him try to bluff this hand on the end.
Brewer could certainly look to extract value here from over pairs.
Pot.
Goes full pot. Makes sense given how every draw bricked.
Maybe outside chance, not just the over pairs, but imagine Jason's hand with a deuce instead of a 3. Gets snapped every now and then.
I mean, he's tanking with the ace-king high.
He's got a clean... I mean, I know we've got 4 cards in both players' hands, but
clean bluff
if you're
catcher.
looking for hands that don't interact with the wraps, the spades, I mean, Jason's only got a 3. That's the only bad card in his hand. Still gets away.
Yeah, thinks better of it. Brewer trending in the right direction.
Oh, cool.
All right.
That was the big, yeah.
Blinds going up to 3k, 6k. As we head into level 8. 10 levels to be played tonight. Guerra joining the mix. It's on dust though, just 6 big blinds.
Like, I checked back the kings today already.
Yeah, it looks like
Had enough of that.
looks like they pulled him from
Yeah, super.
an outer table right after losing a huge pot to Santosh Savarna.
But I wanted you to have a set of 10.
Yeah.
Get both solved. I don't know. You know, delicate.
Yeah, that is the nature of the beast in these
For sure, I'm taking all my
smaller
spades.
fields.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of seat changing and hopping to keep everything balanced and fair on day ones.
Yeah, I don't.
There's nothing quite as
They're trying
tilting
to
though
figure it out.
as a player. I'm sure you've experienced it where you do lose a big pot and you can't wait to get revenge on the player that you lost a big pot against, and then the floor come over and hand you a tray, and you're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
That's such a great table.
Such a big call, so you need to have
It's even
a rep
just-
there very often.
It's hard to settle in, you know?
And
Shuffling
sitting
around the
in
room.
audience,
Yeah. Yeah, just, that was my reason.
Oh, yeah, in a way, like all the cards you had were kind of dirty. Like you did have the fish draw. Yeah.
Bro, come on with limp. What is Ike doing? Ike's got the Jack 9-6-3 rainbow. I'm telling you, right?
I mean, this looks like some no-limit stuff to me. You know, dead bottom of range, facing limp. Raise it up in position. Try to clear out some equity.
Nah,
Do
man.
these concepts translate, or is Ike just living in his own world?
I'm a conspiracy theorist at heart, and I'm starting to believe that Ike is image building on TV. He's leaving all of you other super pros scratching your heads and then wasting hours and hours of your own valuable time reviewing some of the hands Ike's played, trying to figure him out. This guy's playing 7D chess, man.
So you can take that side of the bet. I'll take the side that Ike plays good poker. And this is probably just a good play. Or close to it.
He's known as the Prince of Darkness. I'll let you figure out as to why. Brewer with the pot size probe. Gets the better hand to fold. Up to 407k now. 63 runners in the field. The likes of Sam Greenwood clicking the rebuy button. Benny's chewing on this one. I think the reason for the time being taken is because Guerra is sat in the big blind with just 5 bigs. It does come with a size that would allow him to reopen the action, which then in turn kind of gets rid of players caught in the crossfire, wanting to have to call and then fold. And it goes. 3 pair. Guerrero drawing to an ace. Or some funky runner. Four for a sweat. 8 for a sweat. How about just finding the 3 outs on the turn?
Nice guy.
Okay, Lautaro. Spaniard. Bit of a PLO specialist, only shows up for the big PLO buy-ins. Joined us for the first time in Cyprus 2023. It took him a few attempts before he found the money. Didn't cash in Cyprus 2023. Only played 1 event in London in 25k, didn't cash that one. Monte Carlo 2023 played the 30k, 50k and 25k, did not cash. But in Montenegro of last year, found his first cash in the 50k, came 11th for 76,000. Followed it with a cash in the 100k, main event in Monte Carlo of last year for 166,000, and then here in Jeju got his third cash, 16th in the 50K for 82,000. So trending in the right direction over the last couple of series.
Lautaro also, I'm finding, with a quick Google search, has had quite some success at other stops playing PLO.
He has, yeah.
Events.
I've seen his face pop up on multiple Poker News and Poker.org articles in the past. That's what they're playing for. Look at that. Triton main event trophy. And that custom Jacob & Co. collaborative timepiece that you see on Jason Kuhn's wrist. It's a nice little bonus. What do they retail for, Producer James? Are they like 50K? Can't put a price on them, I guess. I mean,
priceless.
Yeah. You can only win one, or only get one by winning the main. Santosh has bounced back from his quads versus Royal Flush, by the way. He's now playing a very healthy 600K after eliminating Griffith Jones. Aces against kings.
36.
Dirk just looking to get rid of Jason by reopening the action.
And again, just trying to leave enough for a full raise. If Gara puts the rest in, which he does.
Good luck, chaps. Would be quite the spin. Guerrero
Pull the winner.
get back into this one.
Sure. Diamonds and hearts.
How to enter the pot there? But
diamonds and hearts also.
Yeah, diamonds and hearts.
I had
as well.
10-8 for Bedell. I messed up that chip counted so many times.
I
I'm not even sure if I did it well this
10,
time.
3, double suited.
Felt like it.
I have a set.
God, I'm dead.
What is going on, Kevin? I feel like we're playing the $50 nightly down some random local in the middle of Wisconsin. I don't know. Top set on the turn for Dirk. Darrow drawing dead. Has to head to the re-entry desk. But
It has that atmosphere, doesn't it?
It does. Like, everyone's folded, and you got Ike saying, I had 10-8, 4-4 Badoogie. Brewer's like, I would have flopped a set. It's like, what's going on, guys? It's brilliant. I love it.
PLO brings
Looks
this
like we've
out.
played so much 5 and 4 max, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah. Why is that?
Well, we keep it. I mean, we've had people get eliminated.
Yeah, true, but
So.
also.
Here we go. We haven't been over here. Table 5 featuring Chidwick, Wiseman, Tong, Burns, and Samuli Zabila. Part of the Finnish Armada, as I like to call them.
Stevie started this one off with a limp, out of position, blind versus blind. And he's not going to keep the price there. Seems like a pretty nicely executed way to build this pot big enough where the SPR is close to 1. Once Sapilla calls in position.
$114 in the middle. That's all Stevie. Top set. Ace of hearts in hand as well, offering some protection. Similarly with a complete whiff.
And crush the board so much. But here we still just pile it in. A couple of straight draws out there, hearts live. No creative Paxton sizings there. That's Chidwick's game. I say this like I know Chidwick's game. Like it's drawn up on a paper somewhere.
Is it not on the back of a napkin?
You think he could write that small? You know how much he's got going on in that strategy? Spinning through his brain.
There's limited amount of
Steven
time.
Chidwick,
Spend playing poker.
24.5 million in Triton earnings.
Maximal enjoyment.
2 titles.
Fair enough.
A lot of runs here in Jeju. Cashed 5 events, including an 8th place finish in the 50K Turbo Bounty Quattro. A lot of crossbars and near misses as well. Just, you know, a few main cashes here and there. The kind of trip that leaves you wondering, you know, what could have been had I won that flip? What could have been if I'd played that one hand differently?
Yeah, those are... Oh, it's so easy to have that feeling coming away from a series, isn't it?
Especially when you do leave, you know, without a big score, but you look back and, yeah, you have, you know, 3 or 4 min cashes, and it really just boiled down to losing a couple of key flips. We're not flipping here, though. 51,000 in the middle. Wiseman's defended the big. Flops top and bottom. Kale's just going to continue for pot. Am I going to play for it all? Would love to see a deep run here from Dylan. This man always very generous to lend us his valuable time. Joins us in the booth as and when he can. Share his PLO insights. Just comes with call, by the way. Interesting decision. I would have thought the money was going in, and wow.
Ooh.
Where's that turn card come from?
Now I doubt getting away on the 3 of clubs was the plan with the check call on the flop. Not that we're happy to put money in.
A little more. 73.
But it feels like maybe navigating diamonds was part of the strategy here. No diamonds in Wiseman's hand. 2 on the flop.
I'm glad I just check called the flop.
Yeah, now we found ourselves in this nasty spot, he says. Kind of a fortunate side effect.
That's one of my folding cards.
There we go. Just deeming top and bottom. Too weak to get it all in on the flop. And yeah, just says the 3 of clubs, one of his folding cards, preserves his stack. 73k still available to him instead of being out of the door.
Yeah, great find. Not that he liked the turn, but...
If you can
gotta
keep
feel
yourself,
pretty.
yeah, if you can keep yourself in the tournament,
feels good to get away from that one.
Kevin, have you had any fun prop bets over the years in your poker career? Stories that, I mean, maybe nothing too crazy, you know?
My prop bets have been pretty, not like lifestyle bets or anything, you know, poker side bets, sure. Betting on matches kind of thing.
Sorry, betting on matches, like heads-up matches?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've like taken...
This has been most of the action I've had outside of the game itself. Nothing too out there really, though.
Okay. So mainly poker related.
Not true props that I can think of offhand. At least not any time recently.
I feel like your bets would be pretty sharp. Like you wouldn't just be one to blurt a number out and say, oh yeah, let's bet, you know, 5K on this or 10K on this. So there would be some thought and method to
That's
the
probably
madness.
why I never get action.
Yeah.
It's because I give off that vibe.
Yeah, you do.
If you get the chance,
I'm
go
never
to
betting
Jeju.
with you.
Yeah.
Jeju Peninsula, it's right
Smart
next to
man.
Hakone. That's where we went on our honeymoon. Okay. It's fantastic.
Have you had any
actually
fun
there's a couple
matches that you bet on
between
that
Jeju
you don't
and
mind
there's like
sharing?
A couple national parks that we went to.
Feel free to say
Yeah.
no, by the way.
Really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I had action on the
Yeah, it was fantastic. I really enjoyed it.
Polk Negronje match.
Okay.
That was a fun one.
That was fun.
Yeah, very nice. Are you doing Are you doing like a ryokan where you have an onsen in your room?
Probably, yeah.
Did Negronje play Helmuth in the heads-up duel after that or before that? I can't remember. Or sorry, the it's not called heads-up duel, is it?
I know which one you're talking about.
High
yeah,
stakes, high stakes duel.
with the
rather.
belt and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I believe it was after. Yeah.
They really are.
Yeah, I was betting Helmuth.
I only mentioned
That was good. That was good for me.
I haven't been there yet. Did
Wait,
Darren-
that was a
did you
very
go there?
contrarian side I took.
How was you with the deer?
Who ended up winning that?
Helmuth blanked him 3-0. Won 3 straight matches.
Helmuth beat D-Negs 3 times in a row after D-Negs played Polk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
My partner went there not so long ago on like a girls trip with her.
Yeah, Negronje stock was like sky high. That was a nice spot.
Cool.
I don't normally bet on these things, but I know heads up, no limit, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
that was pretty good.
Wow, that's insane.
It was just the price. Like Negronje knows the game.
Yeah.
No doubt, right? He's a
You
good
renting a
heads
car
up, no
when you
limit
go?
player.
That was.
But the price
it
was just
actually nice
like
having
it
a
was
car in that
unbeatable,
area.
in my opinion. There was no way.
No, I agree. I would have picked Nagano any day of the week for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, maybe we all have it. Makes sense.
One of those spots where public sentiment is high in one direction, you know, and just gets out of hand, like way outside the bounds of what's possible within the game.
What was your favorite thing you did there?
Had a similar one with Jake Paul and Mike Tyson recently, where the general public were just like, "Oh, it's Mike Tyson," and every man over the age of 40 just thought, "Who's this young YouTuber that they never heard of?"
Yeah, yeah.
Tyson's going to destroy him at the Poly Market. Odds were just so skewed. It was like, dude, we're just all in on Jake here. Like, this is crazy. Tell you what else is crazy. It's a $100,000 buy-in. 65 runners. Had 30 eliminations with less than 8 levels played so far today. Late Reg is, of course, open until the start of day 2. But just to give you a bit of insight on who has already been eliminated, and on the outside looking in, Adam Hendricks, Xining Dan, Sean Raphael, Pascal Lefrancois, Richard Grieco, Tom Bedell, the champion in the 25K, Andres Nemeth, Griffith Jones, fresh off that 3rd place finish in the 50K, Ataro Guerra and Danny Tang will all have to pony up another 100K. Yeah, I can imagine those poker matches are fun to bet on. Just purely from a sweat point of view.
Oh, I would love to. I mean, I'm always pulling for more heads-up matches, streams, events of whatever kind. But that's part of it. Is like, if there's a bracket or if there's a, a well-known couple of players squaring off, there's always huge interest in gambling on the outcome.
So Mooley says 66K. Comes with the repot. Bones, of course, will not be folding. Closing the action on the button after potting pre. 141K out there. Let's see 3. Ace, Queen, 7. Very curious to see how the thin plays this one. Top. No real backup. No diamonds. No backdoor spades. Does he really want to get 50 bigs in? Continues small. Small and wide, as one would expect, and he gets the fold. It's up to 1.2 million. Yeah, it was really nice seeing D-Negs in the Bahamas for the Triton millions.
No, I
and
have enough red. The blue's okay. Thank you.
the main.
I appreciate you caring about me.
Always willing to
Looking forward to being back home.
stop in the hallway, have a chat.
Fun today.
Fun guy to have at the feature table.
Objectively bad runner.
Would love to see him come to more Tritons, but I know
One more tournament to go.
just very much enjoys his own comforts, you know, and I think similarly to me, other than Tritons, I just love being home in Phuket, you know?
Sure, yeah.
Just have your routine, and obviously he gets enough action stateside.
Yeah, when your home is in one of the biggest gambling cities in the world.
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
Not exactly a sacrifice has to be made there. Has to be nice.
Do you have like 80 or something?
Less. I started the hand with 70, I believe.
Okay, nice.
Did you have any props on your mind, Henry, when you were asking that question
I have
before?
a few enough chips that you can
Something
double
you were
down.
dabbling in?
I've had some really nice health ones over the years, which I think makes sense because I have tamed down with time. Was
How many dogs do you have?
You know,
2?
wild
Big ones?
when I was younger.
Greyhounds.
Just very fortunate to be surrounded by, you know, very, health-focused friends who have managed to get me out of,
Not small, yeah.
you know, the boiler room at 4 a.m. Normally find me in bed now by 9:30, awake at 6, in the gym at 7 kind of thing.
Good man.
But yeah, always, for the most part, health-focused. I've got a no alcohol bet for this year.
Were they ex-racing dogs, or did you? Yeah. I mean, they ran a lot, so they're chilling now.
Yeah, they're chilling
Pretty
now.
boring stuff, you know?
Yeah.
If I'm being
I
honest.
respect it.
I would love to
They're
do
like super quick over like 500
a charity
meters,
fight.
and then they're buggered.
I would love to do a
They're
charity
so
fight.
fast when they accelerate, but you're not even allowed to like have them off leash really.
Like
in Australia.
donations
At like dog parks.
are the
because, like,
prize.
if you let them off leash and they're just
Do
like,
some
sprint
training.
around,
Chase the car somewhere. And
no, they
Battle
might
it
just
out for your
bowl over
charity
a
of
small dog
choice.
at 70 k's an hour and just like.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Or like
Something
a little
like
kid,
that.
Potentially. I presume. Like you can't catch them.
They're pretty well trained though, correct? Like they had to be race dogs.
Someone similar
Not
build to
really,
me.
to be honest.
You know, keep
Interesting.
it fair.
Okay. They just, it's like here's a thing, chase it, and then that's interesting.
Pick a couple of good charities. Train for a few months. Be great
rules for,
poker
like-
content as well.
I mean, I think it's
Maybe
banned
in
almost all
between
states in the US,
rounds,
maybe it's 2 states in the US
you
now
have
as
to
well,
play
but
like
the rules for, like, how they're
20
allowed to
hands
treat
of heads
dogs
up.
are really bad.
They're allowed to what?
How they're
Stevie
allowed to
looks
treat
about
them.
your build.
Okay.
They're like classed differently from
You want me to run down and ask him?
dogs. They're like considered livestock.
They are considered livestock.
Yeah, so like
No,
people can put
no,
them
we're
in
not
without
gonna-
sunlight for like
That's fucking brutal.
20 hours a day and stuff. It's disgusting.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Like in a cage for like all day. It's just
Yeah,
not good.
that sounds like the U.S.
DMs are open.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure not all the trainers do that, but
Yeah.
there's definitely some of that happening.
Yeah.
Complete with
They're lovely dogs though.
sounds like it would be bad for their
Wiseman.
ability to run.
Yeah. But they sort of, they treat them like commodities a bit, you know?
Checks through. Well, Wiseman's now picked up the second nut flush draw. Does have equity. And he also blocks the Jack 10. Yeah, I like this. Comes with 2/3 and puts this exact type of hand in the bin. Well executed, sir. Staying alive. 12 bigs in a dream.
Sorry for giggling. But that's a pretty Alice hand. Quads for Santosh, Royal for Alice.
Pardon?
That's insane.
Play the hand.
What happened?
Santosh has quads on check, check, ace, and Alice has Royal.
Yeah, that's.
Oh yeah.
That's
some commotion over there about that.
Classic.
Everyone just like, oh yeah.
Alice is.
That's Alice.
He is the best. That's the issue. Is he's also just like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
best.
You're not allowed to be good and do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's so good. And then he just like.
I have been telling him that years.
Like, it's unfair.
You know, there's something about your opponents fearing
I've been hearing there's some kind of
all-in spots
holy
against you.
lake in Lapland that you guys go to and
Sorry?
charge up your luck. Is that true?
What?
Like a lake
70 to start.
that has like magical powers.
Oh, I haven't heard about this.
No, you haven't heard about it?
No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't tell you. It's a secret.
Yeah.
That's how I run like this.
That's what was claimed.
Well, it sounds like there's method to the madness from the Finns. They're heading up to Lapland to some magical lake.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Chop it up, boys.
We got the same
Snap.
fucking hand.
Oh.
Different colors.
I have a tri-suit. Do you have a club?
You're crushing him.
No.
You've only got the 2 hearts?
No, but he's got a heart. So it's literally.
This is literally a flip. Yeah.
We don't want any blood here. Just chop it.
I agree.
That's funny. How often do you get that in PLO?
Very
Almost never.
like I
Almost
almost
never.
like especially with the stone coin flip with suits too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it true that we are clearly on one side? Stevie, would you say? Would you say we're clearly on one side?
What are we talking about here? Who's clearly on one side? Oh, and for this all in?
Chop it up.
Chop it up. No free rolls. No nothing.
I did too. Just happy to be here.
Take the chips back.
The ace-6-5 clubs gets more straight flushes. So
Any flush is good.
Yeah. Again?
Let's play just Stevie.
All right.
Oh. Yeah.
Playing the 100.
I think we played one pot together this whole series.
Danny, you know, I'm one and done.
Yeah, usually you play with everyone, but this
like
this trip is.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
I
one
want
and
to know
done,
more
so I'm
about
just
this
gonna
magic
clean this
lake.
back up. I'm just gonna get all my chips back from Samuli by the end of the day.
Maybe we
It is possible. It's happened.
we fly over there, Kevin. It sounds like it's worth the investment.
They were.
Really? 1 million?
Like 800. Wow. Now they're all there.
I think it's like a cold plunge kind of situation.
Finland being strong.
Like you have to go on the 1st of January when it's
Wow. Being out of position.
minus 40 out or something.
Looking good.
Bullet one, Danny?
Huh?
Yeah, it sounds about
No,
right.
I just got
Break open the
smashed
ice
by
and just immerse yourself.
Ellis.
For 3 minutes.
He's decimating people, huh?
Yeah.
People asking if Santosh
Yeah,
won the
quads
bad
early.
beat
He killed
jackpot.
quads early.
That was so sick.
No bad beat
Quads no
jackpot
good.
here,
Sorry,
unfortunately.
Poor Santos.
Interesting.
Danny Tang, 5-time champ, joining the feature table. Always love to have him around. Always engaged in the table talk as well. He's got a fresh stack.
21, right? How much you
you have done? 53.
Thank you.
Samuli has flopped trips. Danny's got the nut flush draw, but on a paired board, as Randy likes to call them, tainted outs. You can see the 7-6-4 of diamonds would not work for him. One, two out there. Danny with just 198 back.
I can see what stack you have.
I started with a fresh stack.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Yeah.
Still can't be exciting for Samuli. Although the queen pairing presents some chances for Danny to have made worse 3 of a kind. Some kind of straight draw from the flop. What does Danny want to represent, if anything, in the face of a check behind?
Doesn't go big. Says 25% pot. Saying he has a straight. Does he value bet like trip queens as wide as this?
That's what it feels like once we've bet this size. My first thought was that it seemed like we needed to try and claim we had better than a queen to bet in the first place, but I mean, we're playing quite short here.
You win.
You win announced.
The rich get richer.
I win by checking.
Where's this damn magic lake?
After break?
Not win by
In
checking.
Lapland somewhere.
I tried to Google it. There's no hope.
I mean, maybe.
The secrets are kept with the Finns.
Mighty threes.
Yeah, Samuli just even played it off. He was like, dude, don't even
Do you
bother
think
trying
checking
to
has
sweet
higher
talk me.
chances or betting 30k?
Of winning. I think betting 30k by like 20x.
Go time for Dylan. 5-handed. Ace 9, 8, 5. Lee Tong's so chill, dude. He just shows up for the high stakes PLO. Doesn't say a word. The entire time just sits there, enjoys himself, re-enters when he has to re-enter, scoops in pot when he gets to scoop in pots. Legend.
Just shows up for the PLO.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's been doing it since 2023 by the look of it.
Yeah, about a year and a half. Wow. Okay. He's flopped a full house, and he has Wiseman dead.
Oh
and
boy.
Dylan has a wrap and the nut flush draw. Jesus.
That's so gross.
Where is this magic lake again? That's probably what Dylan's thinking, because I need to go and find it.
I mean, we've somehow gone check. Dylan trying to work some magic, but
You have kings? No.
no, it's not.
I have a flush
gonna
and a
happen.
wrap. Oh, no, I'm just dead.
Had a bit of false hope there when he said he didn't have
GG.
kings.
GG's.
Yeah, Wiseman obviously assumed he was drawing live when Tong said he doesn't have kings. Just going to make it official. Jack of diamonds.
What happened on the flop? Check, check.
Insignificant. Completes the run out. Wiseman
Trappy, trappy, both of them.
will head to the re-entry desk.
Almost folding.
It's been a rough trip for him so far. Hopefully the next bullet goes better than this one.
My hand earlier. It was like 21, 21.
I didn't see what happened.
I have 6K, 21, 21. But
Yeah.
one was like very short. Mine was 3, 3, 4 king double suited. Call, right? Yeah. Doesn't matter if even he is short. It's quite clear where I need to flop, right? I have to kind of continue on the flop with enough flush draw.
I don't think you did anything wrong.
Would have been easier. He just bet turn. Fuck it.
And you just fold, yeah.
Yeah.
You should have just hit a 3 like a champ.
Or I could just hit a diamond like a champ too.
Yeah.
Four-handed play. Been thoroughly enjoying the short-handed format that we've had. Nature of the beast, of course. Small runner field. Samuli's been loving it as well, as has his fellow countryman Ulis Parsonen. The Spaniard Sergio Martinez Gonzalez is in second and Ding Biao in first. They've been having a fun day. Coming up to the final break of the evening. I do believe we will be switching out tables. Although, not that I have anything against anyone else, but I wouldn't mind keeping these two. On table 3, we've got Kuhn, Brewer, Haxton, Ivy, and Goridze.
Yeah, did they just sneak Ivy in there and not tell us about it?
They did.
A few minutes left in the level. Just noticing that.
How good does Danny look, by the way? Shout out to Danny. I know he's been on the health grind himself. Saw him in the gym earlier on today with his personal trainer. He's lost a shed load of weight, playing a lot of sports, really just putting in the work away from the table to prioritize health and fitness. He looks good, man.
It's great stuff. So many of these guys able to put in the time between series, do some maintenance mid-series. Can really do wonders for your game too.
Yeah, you're sitting down for like 12 hours a day. Important to put the work in. This is a fun one. Little straight flush draw for Tong. Samuli has that all-important ace of clubs. Also has middle pair and a gut shot. He's going to kick things off with a sizable C-bet. Shy of 60% pot.
Kind of hand that could get in trouble if Tong just calls and improves, but thought maybe there was a chance Tong would just run it on the flop. Now, everyone misses.
You just wanted Tong to rifle it in, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Why not?
50 bigs. Let's go.
It was a big bet on the flop.
I don't know how to play on the
Against a button raise.
Definitely not good.
Not saying I wanted it. It was just thinking about future streets with the ace of clubs, you know.
Anyway, I gotta go back for a win.
But now, both players with a relevant diamond.
Yeah, fair enough. Who's the best short take?
Does brick out. Tong will win at showdown. Should it go check, check. But as Kevin said, this really does have
Who's the best then?
a relevant diamond. King of diamonds. Unblocking queen jack is nice.
Sorry?
Blocking 9-7's nice. Blocking 8s and 2 pairs. Comes with third pawn, just giving himself a great price on a cheap bluff. See if Tong can sniff this one out. It'd be an incredible call. Just a pair of queens. As Kevin said, it is a button open. So I'm really going to be wide here. Question is, how wide would he go for value?
Fair enough.
Yeah, and just so little hand. I mean, we maybe even considered bluffing ourselves, and now we're going to bluff catch with it. Hard to change gears like that mid-hand. Still finds the call.
Wow.
Yeah, not going to be happy getting called by that. Maybe wishing we found a bigger size on the end, in hindsight.
Always feels so amazing to just table the one pair. It's good. You know, you give every look around the table, connect eyes with everyone, just give them the nod. You're like, yeah.
You guys see that?
You see that, guys? That's me. Lee Tong, Queens, baby. It's like you scan these, go back to your magic lakes up in Lapland as we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin Ravichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. A really fun home game kind of vibe frame that was, and this is a $100,000 buy-in, and we just got to kind of mute the mics and listen to some of the stories from some of the best players in the world. It's good fun.
It's kind of fascinating how relaxed some of these guys can be playing for 100K. I mean, I know we're in day one. We saw it a bit in the No Limit main event too. Just, I don't know, at the tail end of the series, people who just love poker are out here playing against their pals and their competitors. It's great fun.
Yeah, it's great to see it. I am a bit worried about some of them. I mean, delirious, perhaps? You know, are they just over it? I don't know, but look, we've got one more frame, 2 more levels of play today. We're going to step away for 10 minutes, don't go too far. When we come back, continuing coverage of this 100K PLO main event.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action. Count. Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action. The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action. The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the US with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Heading into the final frame of day 1 of the 100K PLO main event. Event number 16 here in Jeju. As we welcome you back, Kevin Rabichow, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. And, well, I'm looking at 2 tables, table 2, table 6. And Kevin, I think the fans are going to like this. We've got Andreanov, we've got Yoni, fresh off that second place finish in the 50K. We've got Nagy, fresh off that title in the 50K, so those 2 are going to get to battle it out once more. Tollerane and Chidwick joining them, and then over on table 6, we've got Edis Parsonen, who just rivered a royal flush against Santosh Savana's quads. We've got a very chatty Sean Winter, Nemeth, Dye, Watson, Corneth. I think, Kevin, we're going to be muting our mics and just letting the boys do the talking with both the poker and the chirping.
Yeah, I mean, this is, for me, the opportunity to just learn from some players who know exactly what they're doing in this format. And there are players here with extensive PLO cash game experience, but in addition to that, just some tournament minds that I haven't really gotten the chance to see dealing with 4 cards previously.
After 8 levels of play, we've got 68 entries so far. We're down to 36, which just still baffles me. We've had 32 eliminations. It's Biao Ding currently chip leading. He's playing 1.6 million over 200 big blinds, which is pretty absurd. But let's just quickly scroll down to the casualties. People on the outside looking in: Hendricks, Sheening Dan, Sean Raphael, Pascal Lefrancois, Richard Grieco, Tom Bedell, Grufford Jones, Guerra, Wiseman, all going to need to pony up an additional 100K because they are out of there. And it gets expensive, rather, at this price point. Kevin, you know, $100,000 once upon a time meant a lot. It
Oh,
still,
I'm sorry.
It still does.
Does it not?
I mean, there's 68 runners, dude. 10 years ago, if you held 100K, how many people do you think you'd get?
12? 14, maybe?
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's what you're thinking? I mean, these are just... This is a new price point for PLO, kind of in general, is it not? Like, how many 100Ks in the world exist on a regular basis?
I think we held our first one Montenegro last year, our first 100K. I think it was, you know, yeah. So we've only been hosting them for the better part of a year, and you know that one had a good turnout. Had 83 entries in that one. That was the one that Christopher Frank took down, beating Dylan Wiseman heads up. So with the success of that, kind of just showed us that there's clearly a demand for high stakes poker. I've had conversations with the likes of Wiseman, some of the other PLO players that frequent the Triton series. They are really interested in trying some form of invitational, like we do the 200 and 250K Triton invitationals. So maybe some kind of 150K, 200K PLO invitational would be amazing to see in the future.
Yeah, of course.
Especially when we have this kind of demand. So fresh faces.
Yeah, you can't ruin that.
Just remember, I can have a lot of like top 5% hands in my range here. Nice guy.
Now I feel like in a family pot, someone always goes broke. Got the King 9-6 Rainbow, Sean Winter with bottom set, as well as top pair, top kicker, as well as 2 pair. Yes, with a sizable stab here.
Yeah, this is big into 5 players. You'd think standard procedure
A lot of kings combos.
would be to save yourself some money, because nobody wants to really stick around multi-way in the first place. You know, we don't necessarily need to charge the max to convince someone it's a bad idea to peel speculative hands 5 ways.
I agree, and I feel like he has the type of hand that wants to do that, right? Like blocking like King 9, 9s, blocking some of those Queen Jack 10 kind of inside wraps, but then still having equity in the form of the straight draw, should anyone continue. Action on Winter. Yeah, look at this. You're just going to get to see a free river card. I was looking for a 10 or a 7.
Yeah, Winter's sometimes concerned he's set over set.
Yep. Yeah, even with that king in hand.
Now with Elis making 2 pair. Probably just going to get to show it down. We've seen Winter go for creative thin value sometimes.
$43.
Wow. Is this value?
And, you know, I was just going to say, I said creative thin value, but I'm not convinced that this isn't a backup plan for if it is 9s over 6, you know, set of 9s over set of 6s. And we're just trying to cover our bases here. Represent whatever straight, which is quite easy to make in this setup.
So you're telling me there's a world in which he folds out, let's say, 9s or maybe queens, but then there's also a world in which he gets called by like 2 pair?
Oh no, I'm not suggesting the plan is a 2-way bet. I'm just thinking maybe Winter arrives here on the end, thinks there's like a 20% chance his set is no good. Let's just bluff it and win the pot every time instead of, you know, 75, 80% of the time. That feels plausible. I'm guessing over here.
No.
Winter's
when it's Winter
Winter's
involved,
got his own ideas, you know.
100%. Whenever Winter is involved in a PLO hand, we're all guessing.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy has spooked me out on so many occasions. Like, this is PLO, and he'll just call people's hands out like it's nothing. Saw him do it yesterday to Artur Martirosyan. Seen him do it in the past. He is one of the most talented PLO minds from the West Coast. I should say from the Western Hemisphere. He's also bloody hilarious. Always trolling.
I was saying from, was it last night we saw him getting knocked out on day 1 of the 50K by Brewer, and the whole time he was just having the most fun I've ever seen for someone who's getting eliminated from a tournament. Prepaying across the table, throwing needles.
Yeah, he's a good sport. Very fun guy to have around. And an absolute nightmare to have at a final table with heavy ICM implications, because he will just out short stack you.
Yep.
He'll just nurse a 4 big blind stack to 5th place out of spite.
Good luck.
That's his game. That's the plan.
Oh
Your
no.
bet is
What do you
against him, right?
Yeah.
But you're getting.
What do you think the odds are?
I mean, I don't really know. One sounds quite high.
Thought so too. These are yours. Yeah,
I wouldn't bet on that though.
I would have bet more.
Oh no. Sounds like we're missing details on a prop bet that must have been made prior to the break.
Threes that didn't go your way. I mean, you can just not make the final table.
It's not crazy to think it can happen.
I mean, it's not like your ace queen can't get cracked here and there.
Sometimes you run into a good hand and not like the king 10-3 single. He ran into a hand he was in like great shape against somehow.
Sounded like some bitter needles from
maybe
Chance and Winter there. You know?
Has Parsonen established a reputation as a sun runner in this community?
It sounds like it, you know? Sounds like some shade being thrown. Is that a little set over set violence? It is. Top set for die, 48,000 in the middle. A lot of hands going to be wrapped around that Jack 10 as well, so would not fault Corneth for doubling die up here. Watson's got an interesting one as well. Although the lower end of the straight draw wastes no time in letting it go.
Yeah, maybe this doesn't get ugly if Die's playing a deeper stack like Corneth and Winter, but we've got 20 big blinds behind here. Does just start with call. There were quite a number of players in this pot on the flop. So it is often wise not to make a big raise into a bunch of live ranges.
Oh, Corneth picking up a flush draw. 3 straights do complete. Ace King, King 9, 9 8.
Yeah, so change please.
Perhaps one of those turn cards that actually
Check.
saves chance.
Yeah, neither player gonna like this one.
Check.
Bricks out. Die with the check mark. Question is, will more money be going in the middle? Yeah, I like this. I like this from Chance, just setting the price himself, coming with the 10% block.
Does feel like it would be ambitious. No straight blockers in hand to do anything other than just call.
Nice little pick up there from Die. Chance has to be happy with that result. Only really, losing 1 bet on the flop and then small one on the river.
It could have been a lot worse, and that's what happens when 5 players see the flop. Just don't really have to go broke marginal.
You have a new chip leader, by the way. Sergio Martinez Gonzalez with the double KO, eliminating both Lee Tong and Kel Burns in the same hand.
Oh, did it just go in pre 3 ways over there?
It did. It was, yeah, this is the thing I love about the Triton Poker Plus app. It's went in pre. Best hand pre-flop was Pocket Jacks. What a time to be alive.
Thank you. 5. Yeah.
Daniel Dvoris working his way up the chip counts as well.
Fold.
Got pretty lucky actually against Santosh. Santosh turned a straight. All the money went in. And Dvoris boated up on the river. Santosh having a rough run of it. This 100k. Little 3-way affair here. Whole lot of nothing burgers. Couple of gut shots. That's
Your chips
pretty
are
much
over
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always a bit disorienting to have, you know, to move chips and cards around and such while the action's on you. You look across the table and you've got Chance Corneth staring you down to see how you're handling. The discomfort of those kind of small interactions in any game that can work against you, perhaps. Just kind of got that feeling before we see Chance stabbing here 3 ways with 0. Backdoor clubs, ace high.
Yeah, 0.
Just 0, right?
I think some of the scariest live reads in recent history, or televised live reads, have been courtesy of Chance Corneth. Both him and Foxen of Chip Leader Coaching have quite the intimidating stare down.
Yeah, and they just pay attention. You know, it's a valuable, like, it sounds obvious. Oh, you're at the poker table, you should pay attention. But it's hard to do. 2 weeks in. 1:30 in the morning. To actually be watching all the time, every hand. I don't know. As I say that, Chance is on his phone, but he's not involved in this pot, so you know, he's earned a break.
Yeah, you can't obviously be dialed in every spot.
I mean, hell, he might be writing down what just happened last hand. Maybe he is dialed in. I have no idea.
He's writing down a live read, bro.
He might be.
See, it's just like guy's left ear twitched when I stared him down. No, I couldn't agree more. It is it's a great lesson. You look at some of the greats, Stephen Chidwick, Foxen, always paying attention. I've seen people grinding slots on their phone or playing like Candy Crush, scrolling Tinder. I've seen people playing multiple tables on their phone whilst playing like a live tournament. I'm like, dude. You know? I think the most distracting thing, though, is refreshing coin market cap. That'll distract you. Whole lot of nothing. 10s are good. Nemeth giving me real, like, art gallery owner kind of vibes. Like the Hublot on the left, the shades, the jacket, but like modern kind of art, you know, just like a lone blue square on a canvas with like an orange line drawn through it, and he just gives you the most obscure passage as to how this is such a relevant piece of our time and the meaning and depth behind it. And you're just looking at it like, listen, mate, that is a blue canvas with an orange line drawn through it, and you can't convince me otherwise. I'm not paying 70 grand for that. You know?
Yeah, and he tells you, like, well, you wouldn't be allowed to because it's 70 million.
Yeah, you just start, you know, listen. I have my suspicions about the art industry.
Can I peep your stack real quick?
Making a bit of a name for myself as a conspiracy theorist.
You don't have to air out every crazy idea you've got all tonight. You could save some for the next few days if you want.
Next time you hear me doing commentary, it's going to be from a psych ward. $66K in the middle. Corneth playing the role of table captain so far. Everyone kind of in a bit of a lull, if you will, playing snug. And Corneth is one of those guys that will adjust accordingly to the table kind of vibe. If he senses that people are just trying to ease their way through these last two levels, get to the end of the night kind of thing, he'll start coming out of his shell, playing a little bit more aggro.
Yeah.
Oh, how about that turn card? Looking like Nemeth after flopping top two. Corneth has turned Jin.
Yeah, it was looking like Corneth was setting up an opportunity to run a bluff with no hope.
$44.
Now maybe getting the opportunity to go after stacks, but I mean, Nemeth doesn't like this card, right? We're now crushed by the overpairs. We haven't picked up a flush draw. No
It's
way to
annoying.
improve other than the jack or nine.
Yeah, it's annoying as well because he knows that Corneth is good enough to be aware of that. He's also unblocking like king, queen, 10.
Yeah.
So a lot of those kind of semi-bluffs wrapped around the jack 9. Now, queen 10 does get there on the king of clubs river. And with also now losing to hands like king 10, king queen.
See how much that slows down Corneth with 3/4 pot behind in Nemeth's stack. He's got to think there's a lot of queen 10 in this range. He's checked out those chips a number of times. I think he knows the count. Does he? I don't know.
No, he does. He does.
I think
but
he knows the count.
Going back to what we're saying, you know, Corneth knows how to get reactions out of people.
Yeah. That's what I was getting at, is it felt like just some chances to observe.
Yeah.
Because we've got a close spot.
I don't think that's right. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's right.
Just looking for some, you know, micro expressions.
Just puts it all out. Full pot.
Well, somewhat surprised by this. You're hoping to get called by like king, queen, jack?
Yeah, some kind of top 2 or 3 pair situation. Just for some reason not believing that there's a straight sitting in Nemeth's hand. He was accurate, but jack 9, not going to give it much thought.
I didn't act with 1 second left after the first. Third. Okay. Take your word for it. Maybe the stream people can double check.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure you're already back in your hotel room, Chance, but
First you said the pot's wrong.
we would have tried.
And now you're.
I mean, she's probably right, but it also doesn't affect us at all to double check.
No, I know.
For what it's worth, I'm sure you're right, but it's worth double checking.
100 grand over on YouTube saying came for the poker, stayed for the commentators. Listen, the conspiracy theories.
You can. I didn't mean to shut you down, Henry, and stop you from revealing your next unique position on
Alright.
something out there in the world. So
I got
just
one for you.
let it rip if you want.
This one's going to really throw you off. It's going to throw everyone off. How come we don't see insects on our windshields anymore, Kevin? You remember when you were kids and
hold on,
you go for a drive and there would
Was-
always be insects on the windshield, and now they just don't even exist anymore? Where have they all gone? Where have the insects gone? Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Massive conspiracy theory. They're just getting rid of the insects and you don't even know it. Guys, Kevin's got his hands, his head in his hands, like he's so perplexed by what I just revealed to him.
Here's what I'm thinking, Henry.
Okay, come on. Explain it to me.
There's a small touch of truth that I'm picking up on, but you're the conclusion you're jumping to
is
far different
They're
from what
farming
I've
insects.
observed, which is that there's insects still on the front grille of the car. Often when I get back from a road trip. But I have to agree, not seeing them on my windshield very much lately.
That's because the aliens are taking all of our insects away and building an army. They're gonna come and get us. You can come and get some over on WPT Global, the online home of poker. Guys, scan the QR code, use the promo code Jeju, get yourself a welcome deposit bonus of 100% up to $1,500. Qualify your way into the 25K buy-in WPT Global Slam. Hopefully, we'll be seeing some of you at the next Triton stop in Montenegro in just a couple of months' time. I would love nothing more than someone to walk up to me in the hallway and say, Henry, I am here courtesy
Well, just that
of
I'm
a
down
satellite one
It's just whether or not it
over on WPT
flies.
Global. Best of luck, ladies and gentlemen.
You don't think maybe just like the angle of the windshields changed a little? Too simple of an idea?
I should really
you
raise
think?
this in.
In 60 years,
I regret bringing it back up, to be honest.
when we're all living in a spaceship dungeon and they're doing tests on us, I'm going to be like,
who is they?
Well, the insect army. I'm going to be like, I tried warning the people, I tried warning Kevin, nobody would listen to me. I'm obviously trolling, but you know, sometimes I get recommended some weird stuff on YouTube.
Apparently a lot of people in the chat as well, because they're entirely on your side in this.
I'm telling you, man. Poker's not even going to be around in 10 years because we're all going to be fighting the bee army. Chance Corner's going to be our leader with laser eyes. That Corner's backed in to the second nut flush. Had the goods most of the way. Top and bottom, turned top two. Look at this stare down from Winter. What is going on?
I got it.
10 high. Queen high. Wow.
Sean managing not to bluff with just total trash. Somehow knew he was up against a flush, or so he claims.
What a table this is, by the way. Insane. Chidwick, Draenov, Yoni, Nagy, Tolerine. The champ. Gotta go Nagy. Took down the 50K for $1,360,000 just 4 hours ago. Taking it upstairs now with the Ace King 5. Picks up one customer in Chidwick. With a, you know, curious Jack 10, 7, 6. Started the hand with around 25 bigs. Does flop top pair and a gut shot. Up to 70 runners in this one now. Late reg open until the start of day 2. Still got 2 levels of play. A level and a half. So probably see that number crawl up towards around 80 today, and then maybe get another 10 or so overnight. Hello. 9 ball. Corner pocket. Chidwick with the 100% check mark. It does complete front door hearts. Queen 10 also superior in strength to Chidwick.